1776, a nation is born, and in 1793, America mints its first coin. As much change as our country has undergone, some things persevere. As the Founding Fathers were the original faces of our country, today they endure as the faces on our coinage.
December 7, 1941, a date which will live in infamy.
Of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the earth.
You have witnessed my solemn oath of service to you.
We'll preserve for our children this, the last best hope of man on earth.
From the Lincoln Cent to the Washington Quarter, we honor those who have made this nation what it is today. From Morgan dollars to silver eagles, learn America's history through our coinage, right here on Collectible Coins.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Wednesday night here on America's Value Channel. Our middle night of the 3 nights, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And tonight's show, the 6 hours, are going to create about 65 conversations. But I do have to say, I opened up last night's show with, can you believe it's already the end of July? And one of you sent an email in saying, but time flies when you're having fun. And that individual was 100% correct, because talking coins for the next 6 hours is going to be fun. So with that said, thank you, and let's get into it. Our first item up every night, it's the Daily Deal. Here we go. It's time, everybody. It's time. The U.S. Mint has released that beautiful enhanced Silver Eagle. That beautiful dual-dated enhanced Silver Eagle. The one that, with 125,000, sold out in less than a minute. That's the crazy coin. And tonight, the good news is I got a small quantity in stock. Even better is our price. So let's dive in, shall we? So we started the year with the proof, right? And that was launched at the Savannah A&A earlier this year, and 500,000 coins gone. And it was all tied to the fact that we had a dual date, 1776, 2026, USA 250. We put a privy mark also on the proof edition. And then the W Mint mark is just accented because it was a West Point struck edition, right? And we gobbled it up. We loved it. But the thing that caught all of our eye was the U.S. Mint publishes what they're going to do during the year. And we saw this new type of Silver Eagle, known as an enhanced Silver Eagle. Not an enhanced proof. We've seen those before. Not a reverse proof. An enhanced uncirculated, which is drastically different than a burnished or satin finish coin, which has been the normal number 2 Silver Eagle every year. That goes back to our 20th anniversary in 2006. So we come out with this enhanced. What is it going to look like? And by far, by looking at this, worth every second, right? Worth every second of the wait. That background is not just that satiny look. It has like a textured look to it, which makes the device, in this case, Lady Liberty, wrapped in the American flag, walking from east to west, right? The eagle, the dominant eagle landing, all pronounced with crazy offset detailing. Look at how they frosted the feathers on that eagle when you get to see that shot again. What gorgeous, gorgeous look. But the best part is what? Well, they made, again, 500,000 of the proof was the storyline of the year, and is it going to be enough? And if the answer was it wasn't, they brought out 300,000 or so right out of the chute, and that was gone, creating the havoc. And then they come back with, well, this one at 125,000. It's like, what? The dual date, the special finish for the first time ever, which is making the 40th anniversary a special anniversary, right? And that is it. That really is what it comes down to. Now, we've seen my competition selling these in 70 condition, upwards of $800 to $1,000. We sold out last week with our advanced release 70s We were at $7.99, and they were just disappeared like that because we were $200 under everybody. Well, at $349.95, this one is something very special. I mean, can you buy a regular proof with an edition significantly higher for this number? I see most of my competition at $299 to $350 for the proof version. This is the enhanced. This is the first time ever. This is the dual date. This is the privy mark. But look at, again, just how that enhanced plays through the feathers on the eagle. Really pronounces the image itself. Gorgeous coin. OGP, yes. OGP stands for Original Government Packaging, which is what you're seeing right here. The coin is encapsulated. It comes in the jewelry box. It has that beautiful certificate of authenticity, red, white, and blue. And then the outer display sleeve, keeping it all together. That's how this will be delivered. And yes, they're in stock, ready to go. We received our coins, and they're working through the process. We got a lot of catch up to do, but give us 2 or 3 days, we'll be there. So it's not like you're waiting for 2 or 3 months or 2 or 3 weeks. I've seen a few of my competitors will deliver these in sometime in August, which is not that far away, but it's still weeks away in the big picture, right? So yes, we have our celebration year. It's USA 250, so we got the dual date. We have our celebration year. It is the 40th anniversary of the #1 silver dollar in the world today, which is our Silver Eagle. Why? Well, it is the largest, the purest, the heaviest, the most beautiful. And within that, again, 40.6 millimeters. It's 31.101 grams of silver up to your ounce. 0.9993 silver versus the old 0.900 fine U.S. coin silver. This design is the original Walking Liberty design, dating back to 1916 to 1947 on the half dollar. The reverse, this is a brand new reverse. It's our 5th year. This was introduced in 2021. Before that, it was the heraldic reverse from John Mercanti. But tonight, with all the fun going on this year, with the Morgan having the dual date, the Peace having the dual date, all 5 quarters, the dime is new, the half dollar is new, the nickel even has a dual date. You can buy the cent in the uncirculated sets only. Wow. The silver proof set sold out instantly, right? Wow. And then there is, well, the rarest of them all. The enhanced Silver Eagle. The West Point special. The dual date, the privy, all that. But this is what it is. And that changes everything. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. Not proof, not congrats. This is the enhanced, the dual dated, privied enhanced. 125,000 of them were made available and sold out instantly. And now it's just a scramble to get in, because it is going to be the coin of 2026, as I referenced earlier. Everything else is special, but the Silver Eagle's the coin. Again, remember, the uncirculated coin this year did not have a dual date. The congratulations didn't have a dual date. Of the dual dated Silver Eagles, there is the proof and the enhanced. The enhanced is the winner at 125,000 versus the mintage figure of 500,000 on the proofs. Yet the pricing is very similar. It shouldn't be, but that's okay. We know that, right? It's all about gathering as much information as possible, and this one is loaded, everybody. It is outright loaded. While they last in the original government packaging, don't.
The 2006 nickel became termed the Return to Monticello design because from 1938 to 2003, we had our standard Jefferson nickel. 2004 and 2005, they changed the reverse and the obverse a little bit, but the reverse designs now had 4 different designs for the westward journey. Completely replaced the Monticello reverse. 2006, they changed the obverse to be forward-facing. That was a big deal. And then they went back to the Monticello design on the reverse, hence the name Return to Monticello. This is a 40-coin roll of uncirculated Philadelphia mint coins, just $4.95. Our competition sells their nickels for $2.25 per coin, which means that a 40 coin roll is $90. Join us, folks. This one is a special design in the history of the Jefferson nickel.
Values in silver today with silver over 90, crazy market, right? Well, if you just take your time and walk through the process, there are going to be some crazy deals. This next one, we're talking about 100-year-old U.S. coin silver half dollars. Before the Franklin, before the Walking Liberties, we had the Barbers. The last of the dime, quarters, and halves are all the same design. So we have the Barber series, introduced in 1892, ended in 1915. That's when the Walking Liberty took over, right? So we have this beautiful series. Always a significant premium that you can find in the coins. Well, we found the deal, the mother lode. And we're able to take that large deal we bought months ago and over time break it into year-date scenarios. So the year, make it up, 1901, and then the mint, San Francisco, New Orleans, Philadelphia, etc. Looking at what was in there, I'm able to bring out something we haven't done for over a year, and that is, by mint mark, selling the Barber halves. Tonight, though, it's the only Southern mint. It's New Orleans, but you got to look at the price first because it's done the AVC way. Yes, with silver over 90 and these melting at somewhere in the low 30s, bought right means we can bring it out to everybody here right as well. So the Barber half dollar series was the last of our mono coins. And what I mean by the mono coins was, throughout our history, all of our silver coins looked the same. Every denomination looked the same. So the early years, we had the bust, half dimes, dimes, quarters, half dollars, etc. Then we moved to the Seated Liberty series in the middle of the 1800s. And then we rotated to the Barber series in 1892. So at this time in history, we had a dime, a quarter, and a half dollar, and they were all identical designs. Identical. Only difference was the size. We understood the size. You are looking at the Barber half dollar. All of the coins in this deal are from the New Orleans Mint, which means the O mint mark on the back of the coin, just like the Morgan Dollar series. I love the New Orleans Mint story, however, just because surviving coins, quality coins, if you go out there and look, you'll understand what I'm referencing. And that goes back to this time in history. The New Orleans Mint closed at the outbreak of the Civil War. It was not reopened until the Morgan Dollar came out in 1878, and the first O mint was 1879. When the Barber series was introduced, New Orleans was making coins, the silver dollar, for circulation. However, we had the East Coast in Philadelphia, we had the West Coast in San Francisco, the central of this country, where all the migration was coming to move west. We needed smaller denomination coins. So when the Barber series came out, dimes, quarters, and half dollars were struck by the New Orleans Mint. The mint, however, closed in 1909. So this coin you're seeing right here, the 1909, that's the last silver coin struck by the New Orleans Mint. Denver opened up in 1906, and Denver still strikes coins today. Denver strikes all the West Coast coins for circulation. So tonight, all of our coins in this grouping are from New Orleans. I looked at the group, and I saw a couple late 1890s in there, but for the most part, they were all 1900 dated. A couple of the pockets we had more of, the 7s, the 8s, there's a few more of than the 9s and the 1s, etc. So tonight, I'm very comfortable with 5 different coins, 5 different years in this grouping. Could we do more? Probably right, but if different is important as you're building your collection, then that's the number to stick with. If you want crazy value, yeah, we're talking about 100-year-old US 90% silver coins with a melt value in the low 30s in collector quality under 40. Nobody can touch us on price on these coins. Nobody. And it's because we bought it right, we spent some time breaking it down, and now we're bringing them out, and it's just timing. When this deal is done, They'll be up on our website. If you need individual years, we got them all, dating back to 1892. All of them. Which is why we break it down. Inside of that, though, there's nothing under 40 bucks. Nothing. It's the hoard and the grouping of coins together that enable us to break it down for everyone. So how about a 90% silver U.S. coin silver $half for under 40? Franklin's are at 60 to 70. Walker's are at 70 to 80. My competition has the Barbers over 100. Most are 116 to 121 for the coins you're seeing on your screen. And the coins you're seeing on your screen are in the groupings we have available. Think about it. If most of our coins are from the 1900s, there's only 10 choices, right? 1900 through 1909. That's 10 coins. And tonight we can offer up to half of those easy and probably 6 or 7 stretching it. All about value, all about value. Hey, by the way, it's all about value. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. Wish I had more. But in today's crazy market, if I hold, I got to hold and then reprice. Right now, if I just bring them out and talk, they let me price them accordingly, which means we can have the fun conversation of being under $40 for a 90% silver, U.S. coin silver, $half. Who cares what's on it? It's under 40. Now, we do care. And these aren't Kennedys, these aren't Franklins, these aren't Walkers, these are Barbers. And the Barbers tonight here in this segment are less money than any of the others anywhere else in the marketplace. And these are the older ones. Again, the series ended over 110 years ago. Finding collector quality, tough. Finding a coin where the obverse and the reverse match, tough. But even more so, finding omens, the coins we had to have in circulation, that's tough. Thank you.
America's most popular silver design, so popular, we use it on the Silver Eagle today. This is the Walking Liberty $half. First started in 1916. Last year of issue was this year right here, 1947. We have Philadelphia's and we have Denver's available for just $29.95 each. These are collector circulated grade, encapsulated as well. Your choice. So if you want to join us with one or the other, you can choose one or the other. Each one of the mints has its own item number. Even though they made 4 million, give or take, this year, if you look at population reports, you'll find less than 24,000 Philadelphias have been seen by PCGS and NGC, and just over 26,000 for the Denvers. You're looking at 0.58% Phillies, 0.67% of the mintage on the Denvers. That is rare, folks. Hard to find, hard to find. While they last, just $29.95, whereas our competition is $115 to $120 per coin.
World War II was a massive global conflict that quite literally changed the face of the world as we know it today. But what many have forgotten is that for a short period, it also changed the face of United States coinage, with the most iconic piece being released during the World War II years being a special 1-year-only Lincoln cent released in 1943, where instead of striking the coin from copper, they actually struck the Lincoln cent from steel, the first time the U.S. Mint had ever done such. The only downside was, because they had never done this before, they did not know that these coins would not stand up to the test of circulation, with many of the coins within the first year of issue in 1943 immediately starting to tint and tarnish, almost turning green in some cases, due to the fact that they were not the correct type of metal to use for coinage. So the U.S. Mint quickly reversed course after 1943 and tried to destroy as many of these coins as they could, which has resulted in them becoming some of the most iconic collector's pieces when it comes to World War II United States coinage. We have a complete Philadelphia, Denver, and San Francisco uncirculated set in PCGS certified MS64 condition at a value that is the envy of our competition. At just $99.95 for each of our 3 coin sets, we are more than $144 less than our nearest competitor. This stunning PDS set is item number 905-12660. Again, that's 905-12-66-0. And we are less than $100 for all three of these coins in stunning PCGS MS64. And these coins are hard to find today in any condition, let alone this grade, because once the US Mint realized how poorly these coins did in circulation, they tried to destroy as many of them as they possibly could. Because as we all know, the US Mint doesn't like to admit its mistakes, and this one-year-only issue from World War II was one of their biggest. While they were able to save enough copper to make 1.2 million artillery shells, these coins ended up being one of their biggest blunders in the last 230 years. You can give us a call tonight at 1-866-518-5933. Or if you don't want to use the phone tonight, that's totally fine. You can also go onto our website. Just take your tablet, laptop, or head on over to your computer and go to avccoins.com. That's AVC, the word coins with an S.com. And then once you're there, you'll see a search bar on the page. Click on that and just type in 905-12660. One last time, that item number is 905-12660. And grab yourself the one-year-only special from 1943 that the U.S. Mint would love for us all to forget. Now, as I said, the U.S. Mint tried to destroy as many of these coins as they possibly could after they realized that they weren't up to the test of circulation, which resulted in these coins being incredibly hard to find today in any condition at all, let alone MS64 grade. If you look at PCGS's population reports today, for the Philadelphia Mint in 1943, they struck 684,628,670 total coins. Yet today, in this grade or better with PCGS, there is just 16,678 total coins. That breaks down to 1 in every 38,891 coins struck. Just a fraction of the mintage. When you break that into a percentage, it's 0.002% of the entire mintage. And the Philadelphia Mint coin by itself in this grade is going to cost you at least $25 to $30 per coin. The same year, the Denver Mint struck 217,660,000 total coins. Yet, despite a mintage of over 217 million coins, just 14,923 are known in this grade or better. That is just 1 in every 14,586 coins struck, or 0.007% of the entire mintage. And those Denver Mint coins are some of the hardest to find today, which is why a steel cent in this grade with our competition is going to cost you $150. $50 more than our complete PDS set here tonight. And then the San Francisco Mint, aka the Old Granite Lady, that same year would strike 191,550,000 total coins. Yet when you look at population reports today with PCGS, just 15,053 coins exist in this grade or better. That's just 1 in every 12,725 coins struck, or 0.009% of the entire mintage. And that coin by itself retails for over $70, which means that this 3-coin set with our competition would cost you at least $245. We are just $99.95 while our supplies last. That means we're more than $145 less than our nearest competition for these stunning, now 83-plus-year-old coins. As I said, these were part of the United States Mint's effort to reduce the amount of metal that they were using that was vital to the war effort. And the copper cent from the 1940s was one of the biggest draws of that metal besides the military. But once World War II kicked off and got into full swing, everyone had to do their part, including the United States Mint. That's how we got those special silver war nickels and these, 1 year only, steel cents. The only problem was, steel interacts with the oils in our skin to result in them tarnishing incredibly fast. And God forbid you let water touch any of these coins. They'll quickly start turning green and rusting pretty much overnight. So when this coin was pulled from production and they went back to the shell casing cents from 1944 to 46, they destroyed as many as they could, which means that despite having mintages of upwards of 191 million, 217 million, or 684 million, many of these coins don't actually exist in that quantity. That's why they become a collector favorite and a living, breathing piece of not just U.S. mint history, but World War II history as well. At more than $145 less for our PDS set, these coins are not going to last long. So please call in now and grab yours before they're lost to history.
In the year 2018, the U.S. Mint launched a new series, the Innovation Dollar Series. Just like the state quarters, we're getting a design per state, 56 issues, but what they did was they started it in 2018 with one single coin, an inaugural release. It's the first time ever they did an inaugural coin for a new series in the Collectible Coins. So it's actually 57 coins, with this being issue number 1. They made Philadelphia, Denver uncirculated. They made San Francisco proofs, but they also made San Francisco reverse proofs, and that's what this one is right here. So what it is, it's just the opposite of a proof. Everything on a proof that's frosted in the foreground, mirrored in the background, is flipped opposite, and now you have a frosted background and a mirror-like foreground on the imagery. That's what a reverse proof is. This is the original government packaging as issued in 2018. It's only $14.95. The best part is they made only 75,000. And the other best part of our competition is over $25 more than our low price of just $14.95 each.
The state quarter program taught us a lot on just the habits of us as collectors. What we were interested in, how we want to present it, how we want to save it, how we want to gift it, and all the variables that are involved. So with that said, 25 years ago, we've had hopefully time to make improvements and tie it together a little tighter for everybody. So this year we're celebrating USA 250, and we've talked about it a million times. We have nickels, we have dimes, we have half dollars. We have 5 special quarters, all of them dual dated in circulation. So how are we gonna put that together and present it? Well, our friends at Whitman came up with a beautiful 4-color album of the stuff I've seen, by far my favorite. And there are enough coins released so far to where we can have a conversation and get this process started. Let's enjoy this one, everybody. Here we go. So beautiful 4-color, referencing the coins and a little bit of America behind it, 4-color. You open it up and that's where all the fun happens, right? And it breaks down all the dual dated coins in circulation. So of course we have the nickels in the upper left-hand corner. That is the Jefferson nickel. It's the only coin that really has nothing changed other than the date. A dual date, the only dual date Jefferson nickel. Then we're going to go into the dime and half dollar program, known as the Liberty series, Emerging Liberty, Enduring Liberty. And those are brand new obverse designs, brand new reverse designs, dual dated, the whole 9 yards. All right? And those are out right now. The quarter program is what delays this process or pushes the process to the middle of this year, and for many people, probably the late part of this year. And that is every 10 weeks, the U.S. Mint is releasing a brand new quarter for this year tied to USA 250. When it's done, it's done. And then we're on to the next quarter. Number 3 is coming out very soon. So as a result, we just chose at this point to launch the album with the 10 coins that are out there right now, and then knowing that we will have the other quarters as they're released available on our website, and or just item numbers where you can talk to our operators or visit us at avccoins.com and fill these out. Or maybe get lucky, find them in circulation in your own respective area. Now, I use coin a lot, and I have yet to receive any of these beautiful new coins in circulation. But it might just be for where I am in this part of the country, etc. But what a beautiful look, what a beautiful feel. That $19.95 is the price for the album, and then the 10 coins that are released as of right now. It is a P and a D for each of those coins, and the coins are uncirculated as it says in the graphic. So the nickels and the dimes are on the left. That panel is complete. The $50, the Liberty $50 on the right, that panel is complete. And then the top shelf, quarter number 1, which is the Mayflower Compact, and quarter number 2, our Revolutionary War, George Washington. The P's and D's are here and ready to go. We've been talking about those. It is the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson, the Constitution, James Madison, and then the Gettysburg Address and Lincoln, the last 3 quarters of this year that just need to be added as time permits on your side, as you want to. We will easily make them available individually as they're out. We'll also have a catch-up package when the year is over. Here are the 3 quarters because of how we launched this album to the American public. Now, there's no doubts this is going to sell out in the next 7 or 8 minutes. We've already sold hundreds just mentioning we have the album on Thursday in the last 2 nights. It's a beautiful way to put something aside. So if you're like me and you've been collecting for a while, and I got my kids heavily involved in the state quarter program, going to banks, hunting for that quarter, finding friends that were across the country so they can get their D's if we were P's, etc., and all the fun interaction that coin collecting is all about, right? Remember the boards, the big giant quarter boards where you would put your quarter for each state up? Oh, yeah, they did a lot of great stuff. I think this one really condenses it. The panels make it simple. The 4 color makes it attractive. What a great keepsake for yourself. What a great keepsake for your children, your grandchildren, your friends. It's just something great to have. So let's break this down a little bit further. My competition sells the album. I've seen it between $8.95 and $12.95. It's a beautiful album, and it can be purchased. We don't have them available right now because we don't have enough albums to make available, but we will as the year goes on have them available individually for yourself if you want to just do the coin hunt at your local banks, etc. Right? The coins themselves are between $4 to $5 a pair. The $50 is $8 to $10 a pair. So right now, the 2 nickels, the 2 dimes, the 2 $50, the competition sells for $27. Adding the quarters in, that's now $47. And now add the album. We've put them all together, and they're all here, and it's done the AVC way. What's the AVC way? We want collectors to collect. We want you as part of the family collecting with us. So we are going to find the best stuff, the best presentations, and make sure that we have the best price we possibly can to make it affordable for everybody to enjoy the process. I mean, I was a young lad going back to the bicentennial, 1975 and 1976. And because I was a paper boy in the late 60s, and my grandfather got me hooked at that time, I kind of understood what coin collecting was before the bicentennial. But when all the new coins came out, I was like, God, can I spend these? And tell me you've thought that way if you were with me in age, right? You got a quarter in circulation. God, should I save this or can I spend it? Because it was something so unique and so different just tied to that year. Well, everybody, 2026, the government, kudos to the government, the U.S. Mint, for putting it together this way. We have dime, 5 quarters and a $50, unique designs only tied to this year, and nothing in that series for those 7 coins relates to our past and the way coins look and how the way coins feel. Everything is new, everything's tied to us and our journey, and it's a wonderful, wonderful thing. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. Multiples, absolutely. Absolutely. I've seen people buying 3, 5, 10. They are a phenomenal way to collect this year's special event through this year's special coins. And again, these are coins that are in circulation. These are coins that are dual dated from circulation that are involved in this album and when it was designed earlier in the year and made available, right? Yes, the cents were a surprise, but they're not for circulation. So putting an album out there and telling you have to find a $500 pair of cents because everybody wants those 2, not fair. The album, the idea is to go do the Great American Coin Hunt. Enjoy the Great American Coin Hunt. Tonight, we're just cutting the curve a little bit. We're giving you the 10 of the 16 coins that'll be in this set to complete this year's package. $19.95 is for all of it, assembled as you see it. The competition, just under $50 for the same stuff. So not only can you have your cake, you can eat it too here with us. Told you this one was going to be a lot of fun. but it is time for us to be moving.
This year we have a new dime, so get in on the last Roosevelt as we know it, 2025. This is a 4-coin set. You get Philadelphia and Denver uncirculated, as well as 2 San Franciscos in proof condition. You get a clad and you get a silver proof .999 fine silver. One low price, $19.95. Each coin will arrive encapsulated as well. Guess what our competition's at? $70 for the same 4 coins. Join us, folks, and save a bundle.
USA 250, a lot of great coin designs, a lot of great dual dated coins, number of them with privy marks. It comes down to one coin kind of standing out above all the rest, and that is the Proof Silver Eagle. But not the regular edition, which is the dual date, a beautiful piece, don't get me wrong. This year, the Congratulations set coin was made at Philadelphia. The only time it's ever been made there. It's part of the USA 250. That coin is the key. 60,000 coins made, sold out, and tonight, well, we not only have the coin, we have it in the #1 holder with the #1 grade. Join us for a 70. Here we go. A Congratulations 70. NGC style, and we're under 600. That is outright crazy. So let's talk about the Silver Eagle and this year. The uncirculated Silver Eagle is not dual dated. The only dual dated Silver Eagle this year is the Proof, but not the Congratulations. They usually use the coin and just put it in special packaging. Not this year. The West Point is dual dated, and there's 500,000 of them. This one, Philadelphia struck a P mint mark for the first time ever on a Congrats. The craziest mintage of the year. And yeah, there we go. So all of this was released, if you recall, dating back to the Savannah A&A. Right? And it was a lot of fun. People loved it. It sold out instantly online and shortly thereafter at the show in Savannah, which was the A&A show earlier this year. And the U.S. Mint is actually doing this a number of times this year, and kudos for getting out there for us as collectors to see the stuff firsthand the days they're released. But the curveball was, well, how they dealt the Congratulations hand this year. Because if you remember, in 2013 when it was introduced, it was just a special packaging. But then the grading services took the packaging, and if you sent it in the packaging, would certify it as the special attribute. And now we are all about how few versus how many. The attribute matters. What it says on the holder matters a lot. So a Proof Silver Eagle versus a Congrats. Every year the Congrats kicks its butt. In 2017, San Francisco struck a Congratulations coin. They made 75,000. It sold out instantly and opened up a whole new dimension to the Congratulations series. And it's being continued every year thereafter. This year we're celebrating USA 250 2026, and they throw us another curveball, a good curveball. Philadelphia, the first ever U.S. Mint, is going to strike this year's Congratulations, making it the first ever a one-of-a-kind anomaly. That's the coin. Sold out, that's the coin. Well, here is the next step. The holder you're seeing is known as the Eagle Core, where it's the obverse and the reverse on the Silver Eagle are interactive with the coin design. The obverse is Lady Liberty coming off the coin. The reverse is the eagle landing through the coin. Now, in the past, you've seen it in that gray, black, and white. Beautiful holder. Been out there for about a decade, and people love it. This year, with USA 250 on the table, added the red, white, and blue flavor, and it has been the hottest thing since sliced bread. Now, at NGC this year, for the USA 250 event, they're making the big 70, and all of our coins have the USA 250 logo, officially licensed, officially authorized to use this logo. So not only is it the best proof Silver Eagle, it is the best holder, it is the certified 70, and it's the holder of the year, America 250. And our price. Have you seen any of our competitors with the congratulations under 800? I'll take it back. $799.95 is our rival on the airwaves. We're $200 less, and ours is all the bells and whistles. It's like driving into a car dealership and looking to get a new car, and they have 3 different series. They have an entry-level series, and they have a high-end premium series. And you get to walk in and say, I want to buy one of these, and you're talking about the regular car, and they say, we're going to give you the best. Same price. Now, actually, we're going to make it less. What a great opportunity. And again, they did kudos again to NGC with working with our graphics department and putting this holder together and the color configurations just to make the holder pop. Rarity, here you go. As of right now, so we're about halfway into the year, they have certified 72,970 regular dual-dated proof Silver Eagles, right? They have only certified 13,577 congrats. So it's no question what proof Silver Eagle is going to be the rarest proof Silver Eagle this year. Now, the other part of this is I know the regular proof, and it is a beautiful coin, don't get me wrong. The dual dates is a lot of fun. But what are they selling those for? And tonight we can give you the congratulations for basically the same price. That's just what we're out there for and what we talk about. Yes, the congratulations is a special proof Silver Eagle presentation made by the U.S. Mint every year. It started in 2013. West Point has been the primary Silver Eagle in the congratulations. I referenced in 2017 they brought a branch mint out for the first time. That was San Francisco. This year, USA 250, the 2026 is struck at the Philadelphia Mint. Never been done before in this series. So this is a first special tied to the first ever U.S. Mint, Philadelphia, and this is the year of the U.S. Mint and our coinage. The edition was $60,000. It sold out instantly at the Savannah Coin Show. This is one of the congratulations, and it's one of the 70s inside of it. The holders, you can see it right in front of you right now. Guys, I'm not going to have time for a clock. Let's walk this through. So the special Eagle Core obverse reverse interaction. You get the big 70 this year with us, and you also get the America 250 logo. Everything on here is significant. Everything on here is special. This coin, for under 600, is special. And that's why we call this segment.
Looking for an 1899 San Francisco circulated Morgan silver dollar for your collection? Well, folks, now is your chance. San Francisco made 28 issues throughout the entire Morgan silver dollar series. This one here, 1899, has a total known mintage of just 2.5 million coins. And if you look at population reports, combined NGC and PCGS together, less than 13,000 have been seen. That's incredible. That's a half of a percent of the entire mintage. Crazy, crazy rare. Our competitors want as much as $285 for this coin in circulated condition. We're at $89.95. And by the way, if you want an uncirculated 1899 San Francisco, you're going to pay upwards of $1,800 for it. Join us on this one. This one is special.
We've been talking a lot for months now about the USA 250 segments, and there's lots of great coins, lots of great conversations. But one of the fun parts are talking about some of our vintage coins, some of the older U.S. coins that, well, are always our attention. And no matter what the year is, we're looking for these pieces. And back in 1982, we started what they call the modern era of U.S. coin collecting. The George Washington $50 for his 250th anniversary. And from that point, it just blew up into what we see today, right? Of all the coins made in the last 50 years, right? The number one request always still comes down to the 2001 Buffalo silver dollar. And I'm surprised, just talking out loud, that it wasn't one of the most significant designs in U.S. coin history. The 5-coin set released over the back end of this year. But because it's not, I think there's even more attention to it. Well, tonight, not only do we have it, I have the rarest version and our lowest price in months. So let's enjoy this one, shall we? So in 2001, the U.S. Mint put together a brand new silver dollar to celebrate the new expansion at the Smithsonian, as it says here on the box, the National Museum of the American Indian. It's right there in plain sight, right? I've been there a number of times. Great exhibit. They did justice. It was a wonderful, wonderful setup. The proceeds of the sale of this silver dollar went to help fund the actual building of that, or paying for the build of that. So what does the U.S. government do for the first and only time in its history? And I'm going to counter that in a second when you say, no, that's not the only one. Actually, I'm going to go there first. So in 1986, we bring out the Silver Eagle. We choose the what? The Walking Liberty obverse design. The reverse, unique to that coin, the John Mercanti Eagle and Shield. Or Heraldic Eagle, as they call it, right? That same year, we brought out the St. Gaudens gold coin on our American Eagle gold. Obverse, that beautiful gold issue. The reverse, family of eagles, unique. This coin, when it was brought out, and it still holds true, it is the only U.S. coin in U.S. history that is the obverse and the reverse are exact copies of a prior U.S. mint issue. The famous Buffalo nickel from 1913 to 1938. Can't find them. We sell hundreds of them every day, and it's just a fun category. But it's the only Wild West coin in our history, right? We have President Theodore Roosevelt looking to change our coinage, making them a little bit more U.S., make them a little bit more dignified, looking back to Roman and Greek coins of old. So he puts Augustus St. Gaudens out. He brings out the Lincoln cent, a presidential coin for the first time ever, replacing Lady Liberty. And he shocked a lot of people with the Buffalo nickel in 1913. Then we go Mercury dime, Standing Liberty quarter, Walking Liberty $50 in 1916. 1921 is the peace dollar. So we redo all of our coins. Well, in 2001, for the 500,000 coins that were made and sold out almost instantly. This was a crazy. It was the first ever U.S. mint sellout. Ever. But here are the actual numbers and why I love the uncirculated. I mean, you look at the proof, you can't not fall in love with it. So don't get me wrong, it's a beautiful coin. But of the 500,000 coins, global number, the maximum number they can make, it broke down as follows. There were 152,000 single proofs by themselves. Then there were 120,000 two-piece sets, the Ankh and the proof. So it's 150 plus 240. Well, let's do the math, right? That means the uncirculated in the original government packaging, uncirculated, this one, 56,463. By far, outright the winner. So when is the last time you've heard of a U.S. mint issue? In the last 25 years, and this fits right on top of it, where the rarest version of something is also the most affordable. Today, those 25 years later. The proofs right now are at what, $199 to $229 with my competition. The two-piece sets are over $400, which divided by 2 means you're over $200 per coin. But the rarest format, the rarest version, the Ankh by itself in the original government packaging, this item, tonight we're under 150. This is the first time we've been below 150 in years. And it all comes down to how you buy which gives us the ability to have these great conversations. We just brought in a large group of vintage, proof, and uncirculated silver dollars. All 90% silver dollars, U.S. issues from 83, upwards of about 2015 was this group. A couple thousand coins in all. And by buying the entire deal, which you guys give us the buying power to do, we're able to break it down and make things like this, which never happened, happen. OGP, which is in the graphic, stands for Original Government Packaging. Coin in the capsule, the gift box on top, certificate of authenticity bottom right, and then the outer gift presentation, the wrap on the upper right. Guys, give me a 1 minute clock, please. So again, the sleeper is the rarest coin of 2001 of the Buffalo series. Again, the proof at 152,000, the two-piece set, a proof and an unk together was 120,000, 240,000 total, and then this beautiful piece at 56,000 in the original government packaging. And tonight, the best part, again, and I've referenced this, 3 or 4 times already? We're under 150 bucks for a Buffalo silver dollar. Just think of that. In today's crazy silver market, where we're still seeing that 70 to 80 silver on a regular basis, it's bouncing, but it stays in that range. Compared to $35 silver, where when we had $35 silver, this is a $200 coin. So this one is outside of the realm of silver because of its rarity and its first sellout and all the other fun things I referenced. But tonight, we're at $149.95. It's not only the best thing, it's the best price. So you got to give us a call.
1938, we saw the first Jefferson nickel. Now, it did have a couple changes over its time up until this year. The original Jefferson nickel design from 1938 to 2003 had left-facing portrait of Thomas Jefferson. Then we had a second design, was actually 4 different designs between 2004 and 2005 representing the westward journey. And then from the year 2006 to the current day, the obverse on the design changed to a now forward-facing portrait of Thomas Jefferson. 2026, they changed it again and they put a dual date for the first time ever. This is a 3-coin collection. You get Philadelphia and Denver uncirculated, plus the special, stunning San Francisco proof as well. Each one individually presented in our custom Defender holders for one low price of just $24.95. Get all 3, folks. The new 2026 dual-dated nickel celebrating our 250th birthday.
Every day, multiple phone calls. Thank you, by the way. We appreciate it. But the majority of them are, do you still have the Liberty dimes? Do you still have the Liberty half dollars available? People check around and find out that we destroy everybody else's price and we give you options. So they just want to know. And I understand what's going on. I check out stuff myself too. So the good news is tonight, for a few minutes, we're going to bring both of them back in the same conversation for one last hurrah while they're still in our inventory. And while they're in our inventory, these crazy prices you're about to see still exist. So this year, the theme of USA 250 is liberty. As it says in the top graphic, emerging liberty, right? We're into liberty and what it means. And then on the half dollar side, enduring liberty. It's a struggle to maintain. We're enduring it later on. Both of these, unlike the bicentennial coins of 1975 and 1976, both of these designs, obverse and reverse, different, tied to the theme of liberty. The dimes, as you're seeing here, are a mix of the old Barber series and the Mercury Dime series. And then that beautiful eagle on the reverse. And then knock it out of the park with the half dollar. The Liberty design, the Statue of Liberty, very similar on the obverse of the half dollar to that of the $5 gold piece issued in 1986. But the reverse, very similar to the silver dollar in 1986. We loved it then, let's bring it back for USA 250. Now, how many of you have found these coins in circulation yet? I use coin every day. And I still have yet to get any of our special coins this year. Now, I know they're out there. The U.S. Mint every Tuesday publishes how many millions upon millions upon millions they've made for circulation. I guess I'm just in that one spot where they're just not here yet. They'll get here. I know they will. But again, those will be circulated coins. Tonight we have the rolls. So it's a P and a D roll pair. Is how these are all brought together. Let's start with the dimes. These are 50 coin uncirculated dime rolls. So the pair is 100 coins. It's $29.95 for a single roll pair. And then we discounted it to a 4-pack. 4 combinations. So 4 rolls of P's, 4 rolls of D's, and we're shaving the money down to $100 for that 4-pack. What a crazy price. I can't believe they approved it. But with that said, when the half dollars came out, they did a similar thing. These are 20 coin uncirculated half dollar rolls. 20 P's, 20 D's. Right? 40 coins in all at $69.95 for the pair, as you just saw. A 3-pack does the same shave. We're down to $199.95 for a 3-pack, saving even more. It's not like they discounted $1 or $2. They shaved it for a good price when you want to buy multiples. But they're in stock, ready to go. Every day, let's roll some more. And yes, the rolling machines have grommets on them to help keep them as pristine as all humanly possible. These are the locking tubes you might hear Alex or Allison talk about. They lock, but even with them locking, we use the striated tape as well, just to make sure they get there, all sealed. When you open them up, beautiful coins, as you see to the right of both of the roll pairs. P, D, reverse. So again, the theme of liberty is 2026. Now, the quarters this year, as many of you know, all have unique designs, kind of taking the state quarter program and giving it the USA 250 twist. We have 4 presidents and a pilgrim on our quarters this year with themes that are just crazy. These are the liberties, the dime and the half dollar, tonight available while they last. Do we have them available individually, a P and a D pair? I believe yes. Check us out at avccoins.com. I am pretty sure I saw the Defender holder, which is that beautiful certified holder that we have. We have a P and a D pair. I'm guessing, so don't hold me to this, but I want to say $5, $6 a pair in that beautiful holder. So they are there. Just check us out. 2026 dime or 2026 half dollar, and you'll see all the variations of coins that are available right now in our inventory. These sell out quickly. They're very popular. And I think it's because the U.S. Mint did it right this year. You've got to give them kudos when they do something right. We complain a lot, but you got to give them kudos when it's right. The nickel is the same design, just a dual date. So, okay, thank you. Little thing extra. There's no cent in circulation, but they brought it back in the collector sets. Thank you. But then you get to the money coins, right? In 1976, we had 3 coins. Quarter, half dollar, dollar, right? Well, today in commerce, it's the dime, quarter, half dollar. But this year, 26, we took the designs, obverse and reverse, completely different. Completely unique to this year's theme. And every design they've done, the dime and the half dollar tied to liberty here, and then our story of liberty on the quarters, from the Mayflower Compact going back to 1620, to the last coin, which will be released later this year, which is a Lincoln quarter on the Gettysburg Address. All of them themed liberty and the story to get liberty and endure liberty, which is the biggest coin here. So wonderful stuff, and thanks. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. So as I referenced, yes, we have them. I know many of you have referenced, I checked online and it wasn't there. We sell out regularly. Then we have to wait till they're back in stock to reopen them up. So by going back and looking, you might have saved a day or two. But tonight, they reserved a small portion of these for this live communication. And they brought back the discounted packs. Can't keep them in stock at $29.95, but they agreed to bring them out at the 4-pack price we had earlier this year on the dimes, and the 3-pack price on the $half. Emerging and enduring. When the year's over, I can probably figure out how to spell that too. Until then, spell check and thank you. Ha ha. 50 coin uncirculated rolls. The dimes are 100 coins in all. $half are 20 coin uncirculated rolls. 40 coins in the pair. Multiplied by 4, multiplied by 3 gives you the package and the break discount involved. Liberty, that's our theme. 2026, yes. Uncirculated coins, this is the place to buy them. These are the right prices.
America's most popular silver design, so popular, we use it on the Silver Eagle today. This is the Walking Liberty $half. First started in 1916. Last year of issue was this year right here, 1947. We have Philadelphia's and we have Denver's available for just $29.95 each. These are collector circulated grade, encapsulated as well. Your choice. So if you want to join us with one or the other, you can choose one or the other. Each one of the mints has its own item number. Even though they made 4 million, give or take, this year, if you look at population reports, you'll find less than 24,000 Philadelphias have been seen by PCGS and NGC, and just over 26,000 for the Denvers. You're looking at 0.58% Phillies, 0.67% of the mintage on the Denvers. That is rare, folks. Hard to find, hard to find. While they last, just $29.95, whereas our competition is $115 to $120 per coin.
Currency? Absolutely. Unfortunately, we don't have lots of them in our shows, but we do have them from time to time. And this next short segment will be something that sells out pretty quick just because it's a category we all love. And that is the $2 Reds, right? The U.S. Mint for the bicentennial, 1976, took our $2 bill and we went to the current look and feel we have today. They did not do anything for USA 250, which is a bummer because it would have been pretty cool, right? But before that, we had legal tender notes. We had 1928, 1953, 1963, and then done. Well, the middle is the 53 series. They made 3 different notes, and tonight the good news, they're back in stock. And the price, well, it's the AVC way. Take a look. And the price is actually the reason why it disappears all the time. Because we have the complete A, the B, and the C series 1953 at under $100, i.e. $99.95. My competition for circulated notes, these are UNC. Their circulated notes are $69, $49, $39. So they're over $150 for circulated of the same 3 notes. Ours, crisp, beautiful, uncirculated notes. Big, big, big difference. Now, the notes will appear to be the same. They do. The reverse is always the same. But the obverse below the 2 in the red seal and the signature will be the Series A, Series B, Series C that we're referencing in the graphic. Kind of like coins where we have different years. In currency, the year is the design change. So what did we do from 1928 to 1953? The first design change on the $2 red. Well, the original 1928 had the seal on the left-hand side, where the 2 is here, where the numeral 2 is here. So it's the red seal on the left and the word 2 on the right. 1953, we put the 2 underneath on the left-hand side, and we carried the red seal to under the big 2 on the right side. That was a subtle change in design. The reverse stayed the same. And then the 1963, for those of you wanting to know the difference, the 1963, the front didn't change, but the back changed. We added the motto, "In God We Trust," after President Eisenhower's decree. All of our coins and currency will have the motto, "In God We Trust." So the 63 is when that changed. And that series came out there. So all crazy stuff, great stuff. But it's all about finding the notes. And today, finding an uncirculated coin from a half a century ago is like finding a needle in a haystack, right? Well, how about paper? Paper was intended to last for only, give or take, 9 months, a year? And then they shred it, and then you see star notes in circulation every once in a while, which is a replacement note for a destroyed piece of paper. And it's just kind of the way the process works. Well, these older vintage issues are different. I mean, we used to have silver certificates, a blue seal. You go to the bank and get silver for them. They discontinued that in 1957, right? 63 was the last year you could turn those in. And then they had what they called legal tender notes, which is a red seal. It was the first note series put out, which was the good faith of the United States government, right? So you used it in commerce, but you couldn't get gold or silver for it. You could get a silver certificate and then use that to get silver, but it's a whole different thing going on. And as a result, the reds got pushed out just because of the complexity of. Now we just have a single note, right? And that Federal Reserve note is just what it is. Yeah, give me a 30-second note. Give me a 30 seconds in this, guys. Thanks. Do I have 28s? Check us out at avccoins.com. Absolutely. I'd love to tell you I remember the price, but I don't, just being honest. And do we have the 63s? I think we have a couple of them. I don't have the complete set of 63s in stock right now. It's all about finding uncirculated notes. These are those gorgeous, somebody kept them, a steward of collecting, for us to enjoy this 3/4 of a century later. Yeah, think about that. That's how long ago these notes were in circulation. 1953, A, B, and C for under 100. That's the AVC way.
In the year 2018, the U.S. Mint launched a new series, the Innovation Dollar Series. Just like the state quarters, we're getting a design per state, 56 issues, but what they did was they started it in 2018 with one single coin, an inaugural release. It's the first time ever they did an inaugural coin for a new series in the Collectible Coins. So it's actually 57 coins, with this being issue number 1. They made Philadelphia, Denver uncirculated. They made San Francisco proofs, but they also made San Francisco reverse proofs, and that's what this one is right here. So what it is, it's just the opposite of a proof. Everything on a proof that's frosted in the foreground, mirrored in the background, is flipped opposite, and now you have a frosted background and a mirror-like foreground on the imagery. That's what a reverse proof is. This is the original government packaging as issued in 2018. It's only $14.95. The best part is they made only 75,000. And the other best part of our competition is over $25 more than our low price of just $14.95 each.
2025 was a weird year for collecting because something happened that many of us never thought would come to pass. We saw the end of the longest tenured coin series in United States Mint history. I'm of course talking about the iconic Lincoln Cent, which finally came to an end after a 116-year run, at least in regards to circulation strikes, with 2025 being the final year of issue for those uncirculated pieces. As a result, collectors have been clamoring to get their hands on all the dates that they've missed over the years, because anytime a coin series ends, the prior issues immediately become highly sought after, and Lincoln Cent fever is at an all-time high. There were 3 major different designs over the years for the Lincoln Cent. You had the Memorial Cent, which was from 59 to 2008. You then had the Wheat Cent before that from 1909 to 1958, and then we ended this series with the now gone Shield Cent. And there was one special year of issue in 2009 where we had 4 separate designs honoring the life and legacy of Abraham Lincoln. This is the complete Shield Cent Philadelphia and Denver Mint uncirculated set. And as a special bonus tonight, we've also thrown in all 8 of those special Centennial Cents from the 2009 celebration. This 40 coin collection is item number 905-11961. That's 905-11 $39.96.1. And at just $39.95, we are more than $52 less than our nearest competitor's price. You can give us a call tonight at 1-866-518-5933. Or if you don't feel like using the phone tonight, that's totally fine. You can also head on over to our website, which is avccoins.com. That's ABC, then the word coins with an S.com. Then once you're there, you'll see off to the right-hand side is a search bar. Click on that, and to grab this 40 coin collection, just type in 905-11961. That's 905-11-961. And grab yourself the end of an era collection at the United States Mint. The Lincoln cent is the longest tenured coin in history. And since we also saw in 2025 the final year of issue, to our knowledge, of the Kennedy half dollar, it's likely going to be a position they hold for several decades to come. We're talking 50, 60 years easy for anyone to come anywhere close to the iconic run that the Lincoln cent series had. It was first struck in 1909 and was struck all the way until 2025. A truly incredible performance. This is the complete Shield Cent, Philadelphia, and Denver Mint collection. Every coin struck from 2010 to 2025, and as a special bonus, we threw in those 8 centennial coins from 2009. And these Shield Cents are actually going to become quite important in the series because the Memorial Cent and the Wheat Cent both were struck for exactly 50 years each, which means the 15-year run for the Shield Cents make them the shortest lived designs in the Lincoln cent series because the ones in 2009 were considered special issue coins and not a permanent design that was going to be struck annually. And this set also has a very important key to the Lincoln cent series, and that will be a coin they struck in 2017. For the 225th anniversary of the U.S. Mint, they struck the Lincoln cent in Philadelphia with the Philadelphia P mint mark, something we have almost never seen done by the Philadelphia Mint except for that short-lived period when we struck the silver war nickels from World War II. That means that that 2017 Philadelphia cent is the first and only Lincoln cent to ever feature the Philadelphia mint mark. That coin by itself is going to cost you $25. That's why this complete collection, the 2009 coins aside, is going to run you $80. So that's $40 more than our complete collections, and you're going to get those 8 centennial cents struck in 2009 at the Philadelphia and Denver Mints, which is another $12 value. So altogether, buy this collection tonight, and you're saving over $52 while grabbing coins that are sure to become keys in the Lincoln cent series, because while we do think we're going to be getting proof Lincoln cents for years to come, they will never again be striking uncirculated pieces for circulation, which means these coins are the last of their kind, and they do hold this special distinction of being the shortest lived run in the Lincoln cent series. And on top of that, it also honors one of our nation's most beloved presidents, Abraham Lincoln, a man who was truly unlike any other president except maybe Teddy Roosevelt himself. He was a very avid wrestler, and he only ever lost one time in his entire life. And even the man he lost to, a champion wrestler, said, "Old Abe gave me a run for my money." We have a limited number of these sets in stock, so please call in and get yours before they're gone.
USA 250 and the hunt for all the brand new coins in circulation. The nickels are new, the dime, the quarters, the half dollar, all new designs this year. So we're out there with the hunt. But the US Mint makes it one better. They created a special privy on quarter number 3, the Declaration of Independence, and released it into circulation mixed up like it's done before. So we have the rarest uncirculated coin of 2026 next. Here we go. So quarter one is different, quarter two is different, quarter three is different, and it's all of them, the obverse and reverse are different. Actually, the quarter program this year has 4 different presidents. This is the first big change. Washington's on quarter number 2 of the Revolutionary War, but Thomas Jefferson is on the 3rd quarter, which is the Declaration of Independence, right? And then we're going to have James Madison on number 4, the Constitution. We're going to have Lincoln on number 5, the Gettysburg Address. And we're all out there hunting for the coins to put our sets together. Well, the U.S. Mint announced right before the 4th of July holiday that they created a special privy mark that is being released into quarter number 3. They made only 250,000 coins, and it's totally at random, i.e. they seeded them into the bags that Brinks, Wells Fargo, what we here get as well from the Treasury. And then it's just a function of how lucky are you to find a coin or two, right? And that is just a great challenge. The interesting part is the numbers overall are what make this beyond special. They've made 84.8 million Ds and 63 million Ps so far. The question is, if they're seeding these coins in, and I have friends that are on the West Coast saying they're finding a few of these in circulation out of D cribs, which is just, again, a comment, where a lot of people thought it was only going to be P cribs, which is a thought. It hasn't really been declared. It's just we're seeding this cool July 4th issue. Let's find it. The Great American Coin Hunt is there. Well, the math is the second part of this conversation, right? There's 147,800,000 number 3 quarters that have been made so far in the last 7 or 8 weeks. They make them for 10 weeks and we're done, right? And that's the way the whole system was made for this year. 10, just like the state quarter program, basically. 10 weeks, a new design. 10 weeks, a new design. So if you're seeding number 3, that means your 1 out of every 600 or so coins made is going to be a July 4th privy. Now that's pretty cool. Sounds attainable. Now let's do the math on that. That means about for every 15 to 16 rolls of coins clean, you might find a coin. The key word is you might. Sometimes you get lucky and you find 2 out of 10, and in other cases, go through thousands of coins and find none. With rolls selling for $25 to $30 a roll right now because of this program and because of the July 4th privy. If you need to buy 15 rolls, because that's what the math tells you, and you feel lucky being inside of those rolls, then you're looking at $350, $400 to find one. But you do have a bunch of extra quarters. The other option is just buying the coin outright. Now, this presentation was put together by my graphics department using the Defender holder, which keeps it in uncirculated condition. The beautiful label ties together the theme of this year. But of course, it's all about the July 4th privy. So I referenced earlier the coin in uncirculated condition. It's right here, right? Yes, the Lincoln cent, which is only in uncirculated sets this year, is pretty special. But you got to buy that big set for hundreds to get those 2 coins. Just the random nature of this makes it fun. Remember the National Parks program in 2019, right? We brought out the special V75 scenario. That was 2020, 2019, we just had a privy mark on a number of these coins. The quarters in circulation at random. And it was crazy. We had a lot of fun doing that. And then they put the V75 on the 2020s. So we've seen what this can do to collecting. And the whole idea behind this year, from the Mint's perspective, and I applaud it, is we should be collecting coins. It is our history. And this year's designs tell the story. But is there one that's rarer than all the rest? Absolutely. And this one is it. Again, the global number released by the U.S. Mint was only 250,000 coins. They were seeded into ballistic cribs. Now, cribs, as they call them, you might have heard that terminology. A crib is a $50,000 face value ballistic bag put on a big steel crib. That's what they fill when they're at the Mint. If you've taken the tour, you might have remembered seeing those. It's a pretty cool process how they put it together. When they get to 200,000 coins, which is $50,000 face, they seal the bag, and then they push it off into circulation. Brinks, Wells Fargo, all the various security companies that work with the banks across the country work and have access to this to make circulation happen. They also have a program for people like myself with the Treasury Department where I can order those same cribs. That way collectors have access to these coins at a little easier play than it is trying to go to your bank, which, again, a lot of banks don't even offer the ability to get a roll of uncirculated coins today. So this just makes the process special, but it makes the hunt even more so. It's just an outright fun idea. So quarter number 3, which is Thomas Jefferson and the Declaration of Independence. The first non-Washington president on a quarter in our government's history. Now that'll be followed up by Madison and Lincoln, as I referenced later in the year. But at about 9 o'clock is where that July 4th privy sits. We've seen these advertised for $400, $500. I've seen certified NGC 64s and 65s, which is an average grade, a good average grade for a circulating coin, selling for $800 to $1,000. Because the topic is hot. We're all wanting that coin that by chance is or isn't. And that's just a numbers game. I've had people that have worked with us and bought rolls that have said, hey, I found 1 coin out of 5 rolls. I've had others say I bought 20 rolls and I got none. For us, we buy all of ours on the open market. All of our rolls are sold unsearched. So these coins tonight are ones we bought. People like yourself found them. And now we have the opportunity to talk about them. Guys, I don't have time for a clock, but I wanted to make sure we had a chance to talk about this because it is that hunt coin that even we have been searching for. And after tonight, we're going to be searching again. It is a phenomenal story. It is the hunt of 2026, the special 4th of July privy. And again, come on, it's USA 250. The 4th of July is important. On the coin, limited, yeah.
Looking for an 1899 San Francisco circulated Morgan silver dollar for your collection? Well, folks, now is your chance. San Francisco made 28 issues throughout the entire Morgan silver dollar series. This one here, 1899, has a total known mintage of just 2.5 million coins. And if you look at population reports combined, NGC and PCGS together, less than 13,000 have been seen. That's incredible. That's a half of a percent of the entire mintage. Crazy, crazy rare. Our competitors want as much as $285 for this coin in circulated condition. We're at $89.95. And by the way, if you want an uncirculated 1899 San Francisco, you're going to pay upwards of $1,800 for it. Join us on this one. This one is special.
This year we're celebrating USA 250 with a dual-dated Morgan and Peace program. Right now we have that beautiful reverse-proof Philadelphia strike out there. We've talked about it a few times. We'll talk about it in detail in the show tonight. Great coin, love it, the only one of its kind. But the Morgan dollar by itself is the #1 collectible vintage coin in U.S. history. Probably tied to the fact that it came from the silver rush, right? The Comstock Lode, the largest silver coin ever put in circulation, and then you get the yada, yada, yadas, right, that go with it. Tonight, there is one different coin in that entire series. And the first year of issue is where it came from. And there were Philadelphia's, San Francisco's, and Carson City's that first year. But only one of them has 8 tail feathers. You'd think at some point we'd celebrate that with a modern coin, but no. So that still means today, this conversation we're going to have right now is the only 8 tail feather Morgan. It was the first Morgan and the key Morgan in the entire series. Let's enjoy. Yeah, so we are moving west to get to California because we all want to find gold, right? The dream. And on the way, we take the Santa Fe Trail going south, or we take the Oregon Trail going north, and it's just exactly what it sounds like. We're going north to Oregon and crossing over the Rockies somewhere up there, following the path set by Lewis and Clark and others after that, right? On the journey, we get to the mountains, and it's like winter. We're not getting across, so we sit there. So Virginia City, Nevada is where we're at. And somebody decides to, well, we're not going to find gold here, but let's see if we can't find something else. And they find the largest silver vein in U.S. history, which now gives the U.S. government, the U.S. Treasury, the U.S. Mint, the ability to have a silver dollar for the first time in our history. In volume, we have silver to make coin. So they hire George T. Morgan, and the Morgan dollar is born after the Bland-Allison Act is passed in 1878. Voila, America's #1 coin in history. Well, the very first coin they struck is a Philadelphia strike, and only one coin. It's passed around, it's made for a couple of weeks, and all of a sudden there is an uproar. Our largest silver coin ever, the dollar itself, and it's not correct. And it's not an issue that Lady Liberty doesn't look that way. It was the eagle. Come on, everybody. An eagle doesn't have even number of tail feathers. They don't. So why are there 8 tail feathers here? And what did we do? Stop production. They corrected it. And in the process of correcting it to get coins in circulation, there is the first error, the 7/8, as you can see in the middle photo. So we're talking about the 8 tail feather, the first and the only ever made of 8 tail feathers. When it was corrected to a 7 tail feather, the correct number, an odd number for the eagle, that is when San Francisco and Carson City joined in. So we have 1878 to 1904, 27 consecutive years. Philadelphia struck one every year. San Francisco struck one every year. New Orleans struck 26 coins. Carson City even struck 13 coins. One of them's an 8 tail feather, this one. And then we come back in 1921 and celebrate. Well, we got to put coins out there because the peace dollar is a design concept, but it's not approved. We got to take all these Morgans we melted from the Pittman Act and get them back out there. All those great storylines, and still one coin's an 8 tail feather. This coin. Now, as you can see, gorgeous uncirculated coins. They just stand out. And again, in the graphic we're showing you an average circulated coin. They're still beautiful. You get the right color of dirt, it's just a beautiful, beautiful looking coin. But it's a whole different thing when this is 140 years old and it looks better than the coins the U.S. Mint made a month ago. Look at the detail on the breast feathers, the high point. The high point on both the front and the back of this coin is the middle, right? Like a dot, like a clock. That's a worn down eagle on the circulated one. Still gorgeous, is it not? Beautiful, homogeneous look, obverse and reverse. That's not what you're getting. You're getting this coin. You're getting an uncirculated specimen where you can count the breast feathers, the open fields, the upper edge of the wings, right? The detail of the feathers, the neck, the detail of the feathers. And then on the obverse, it's the hairline, the ear. And if you look at the circulated coin in a second, you're going to notice that there's detail in her hair, like there should be. You can read the word liberty because you should be able to do so. Look at the circulated version. It's just worn down because they're high points. They should be worn down. Not these. Somebody 140 years ago kept these things fresh, original, set them aside, and over generations. Again, 140 years is generations, not one, multiple. Passed on, collector to collector for us to enjoy here this evening. What a beauty, right? Now, if you look at the numbers from year one, which is 1878, right? They only made 749,000 8-tail feather coins, as I referenced, a very short strike. Then they stopped. And then they came out in full force with Philadelphia 7, San Francisco 7, and Carson City 7. 9.7 million Philadelphia and San Francisco's separately. So we're talking about just under 20 million. And then Carson City a little over 2 million. This one, 749,000. So here's the other question mark for everybody that's out there. We love the Carson City Mint as collectors. That CC Wild West storyline, it's perfect, right? Why is a coin with 2.2 million made selling for hundreds of dollars more than the only 8 tail feather with a minuscule mintage? A third. Always had that question mark in my head. And that's just the popularity index overtaking the rarity index. Tonight, this is the rarity index with quality and, of course, a price. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. Now, another thing that's a fun one to look at is if you go and just take NGC PCGS, right? Every coin they grade, and they've been grading for 40 years now, they publish. They tell us all the grades. So when you can't find something, the question is why? Can anybody else find it? And that's where these population reports are helpful. If you go to NGC and PCGS, the data tells you this. Every coin they've seen, that's an 8 tail feather, every grade, accounts to 44,789 coins out of the 749,000 coins that were struck. Kind of gives you an idea that they're special. And that's both of them combined. And it's just a reference point. Know why? Because everything else is north of 100,000 plus. So tonight, the original, the only, the 8 tail feather. Gorgeous, uncirculated. And that price, well, my competition are a little over 600. Yeah, so in closing, we're also half the price. What a deal. Don't miss out.
In the year 2018, the U.S. Mint launched a new series, the Innovation Dollar Series. Just like the state quarters, we're getting a design per state, 56 issues, but what they did was they started it in 2018 with one single coin, an inaugural release. It's the first time ever they did an inaugural coin for a new series in the Collectible Coins. So it's actually 57 coins, with this being issue number 1. They made Philadelphia, Denver uncirculated. They made San Francisco proofs, but they also made San Francisco reverse proofs, and that's what this one is right here. So what it is, it's just the opposite of a proof. Everything on a proof that's frosted in the foreground, mirrored in the background, is flipped opposite, and now you have a frosted background and a mirror-like foreground on the imagery. That's what a reverse proof is. This is the original government packaging as issued in 2018. It's only $14.95. The best part is they made only 75,000. And the other best part of our competition is over $25 more than our low price of just $14.95 each.
We've had the state quarter program, we've had the national parks program, we've had Women Making History program, and this year we have to have a USA 250 program. We have 5 special issue quarters being released every 10 weeks, just like we've done for the other programs. However, this year, everything has changed. Everything is off the table. Everything new is on the table. And now with the US Mint sets actually released and sold out, we're starting to see quality like you've never seen before show up. To a point where tonight we have the finest known set available. And of course it's the AVC way, which means it's affordable for all. Here we go. So as I referenced, quarters, 5 different quarters this year, right? It starts with the Mayflower Compact, then it went to the Revolutionary War. Now we're on number 3 in the coins in circulation, right, which is the Declaration of Independence and the hunt for the July 4th coins. And then we have the Constitution coming up in a little while and closing out the year with the Gettysburg Address. 5 unique coins. They are being made at the Philadelphia and Denver Mint. So the complete set of P and D is 10 coins. Tonight, however, we're talking about an affordable option on a really rare set. Denver, all 5. Now going back to the Apollo program in 2019, Denver has put together some special issue coins that are, well, it makes all the other coins made for circulation look foolish. Look at these coins. And you're seeing them come through. These are coins and holders. These aren't mock-ups. These are actual coins. They all look proof-like-ish. Now, we've already had the first two coins out, right? So we've had the compact, Mayflower Compact. We've had the Revolutionary War with George Washington. And right now we're in the middle of the Declaration of Independence. If you go to NGC's website, you're going to notice that there are 30, 40,000 coins that have been certified so far for each of the first two. And number 3 is building, but that'll come over time. So with that many coins being seen, because we love our quarter programs and we love high grade, you're going to notice seeing 5 and 6 is the grade. If you see a 7, it's special. You see an 8, oh my. And then you see a 9. There are no 70s. When you see a 9, you kind of smile. An outright smile. Outright crazy, right? So tonight we have the complete Denver set. We've seen one of our competitors put together a great idea. 1 coin of each design, but it'll be a mixture of P's and D's. So you might get 3 P's and 2 D's, etc., but they're all going to be 69s, right? And they were at $1,200 for their 5 coins. We're under $500. We're under $100 a coin. Or they're over $250. And we're giving you the complete set of Denver. And on top of it, what I referenced a few seconds ago, how special Denver is. This year, like a few of the other special issues, the coins that were put in the mint sets are just zingers. It's like, whoa, where did those come from? Oh, and by the way, did I say anything about these are the advanced release program, which is the rarest of the rare? The uncirculated set was not released to the public at a show. So this happens to be the rarest label inside of it all. So we have the lowest price in a 69 set, the finest known set, and it's the rarest version. And it's still the lowest price. And it's still on the USA 250 label. How crazy is that? Now we're showing you lots of stuff here. Let me break it down one by one as we go through it. So the first quarter out this year was a unique quarter, only one of its kind in the history of the United States, and that is the Mayflower Compact. We have a pilgrim on the front. Not Lady Liberty, not a president, the pilgrims. The Mayflower Compact is, in 1620, a ship leaves England looking for Jamestown, the Jamestown settlement in the New World. They just landed way north. They got lost. But they elected to stay there and settle. So this is not England. This is free territory. As a result, we're going to self-govern the doctrine, the Mayflower Doctrine, the Compact, which evolved to the actual Declaration of Independence in 1776, which is coin 3. So we have a unique design, pilgrims on a coin. Number 2 is George in the Revolutionary War. 10 weeks. Done. Number 3, where we really start getting special in this series, we have the Declaration of Independence, but we put Thomas Jefferson, who's normally on a nickel, on a quarter for the first time in history. And then later this year, we're going to see the Constitution, which was written by James Madison. And now James Madison, who's been on a couple of special issue coins in our history, has never been on a circulating coin. We got a 3rd president on a quarter this year. And last but not least is going to be, well, the Gettysburg Address. And if you have the Gettysburg Address, you have to have Lincoln. So now we have the land of Lincoln, who's no longer on the cent in circulation, but now he's showing up on the quarter. You can't make up how much fun this set is this year. And that's just the quarters. So now let's take a step back and go over the details of what this is. Every one of these is an advanced release, which is the rarest label, period. Every one of these is in the USA 250 logo, which means it's been approved to be put in this holder by somebody outside of NGC, outside of us. There's a governing body that approves or disapproves of the use of this label. And you got to pay extra for it. We did, because this is significant to the actual program. Now we're going to go through and look at the fact that coin number 1 and coin number 2 are out. 30 to 40,000 coins have been certified, and a significant number of them are 64, 65s, a few 66s. Fewer 67s, even fewer 68s, and a handful of 69s. The 69s are only coming out of the 20 coin uncirculated set, which sold out and is no longer available. So there are no 70s, making this the holy grail. Guys, give me 30 seconds. So this is a complete Denver Mint set, which is why they all look proof-like. I mentioned that earlier. The competition, $250 plus per coin, and or the set over $1,200. But their set is a mixture of P's and D's, which is not a horrible thing. It's a good other way of looking at it. Why don't you work with us tonight? Get the best set, a complete Denver set, which means you're getting the PL look you want, because these coins are special and they look special. And we're under $100 a coin in this set. Yeah, this is definitely the AVC way.
1938, we saw the first Jefferson nickel. Now, it did have a couple changes over its time up until this year. The original Jefferson nickel design from 1938 to 2003 had left-facing portrait of Thomas Jefferson. Then we had a second design, was actually 4 different designs between 2004 and 2005, representing the westward journey. And then from the year 2006 to the current day, the obverse on the design changed to a now forward-facing portrait of Thomas Jefferson. 2026, they changed it again, and they put a dual date for the first time ever. This is a 3-coin collection. You get Philadelphia and Denver uncirculated, plus the special, stunning San Francisco proof as well. Each one individually presented in our custom Defender holders for one low price of just $24.95. Get all 3, folks. The new 2026 dual-dated nickel, celebrating our 250th birthday.
The buzz right now is what? The enhanced uncirculated Silver Eagle has been released, right? And it's sold out in less than 2 minutes. It is the most limited Silver Eagle of the year. 125,000 were made and gone that quickly. With that, you've seen my competition out there with $1,200, $1,300 for a 70. Well, we had our allocation. It was a very small one with the small mintage. And we had it talking with our people on the floor. Many of you I know chat with them on a regular basis. We had to cut it off. Because this time I said, I want this coin on the air. I want to talk about it for 5 or 6 minutes. So tonight, that's what we're doing. Let's enjoy this while we can. Look at the coin. It is outright special. And the price, well, kind of knocks everybody else out of the park. The label, yeah, PCGS did a great job. Kudos. So this year, we're celebrating the USA 250 theme, but we're also celebrating the 40th anniversary of the Silver Eagle. And we've talked about that a number of times, but it's significant. Inside of that, we have special issue Silver Eagles that the U.S. Mint is dual dating, but they're only dual dating the collector coins. The regular uncirculated is not dual dated. Only the special collector coins. So the West Point Mint coins. So earlier this year, we had the 500,000 proofs. We saw how crazy that was, right? And then now we create, well, something even more special. Every year since 2006, which was the 20th anniversary of the Silver Eagle, this being the 40th, they have issued a West Point struck, what they call uncirculated. The other 19 years were burnished or sandblasted coins. This year, different, enhanced, uncirculated. The first and only one of its kind. Okay? And on top of that, they added that beautiful Liberty Bell 250 privy on top of it. So you have three things tied to this coin that have not been out there or anything else. A dual dated W unk. This is an enhanced unk, and it's the privy unk. Now, 125,000 were made, making it 4 times rarer than the proofs. And tonight, in 70. We're still under 800 when everybody else is now over 1,000 because it's sold out so quickly. Now, this is going to sell out tonight as well. We only had a handful of these held in reserve, but as I referenced a few minutes ago, I want to talk about it. PCGS is where this group of advanced release coins were sent. Put it in the beautiful Premier label, which has that eagle landing on the side with the dual date. And this time, the dual date actually is on the coin. 1776, 2026. With the W enhanced dual date privy is the topic at hand. Now, I've seen these coins in the original government packaging. So just the OGP, as they call it, selling for $500 because it sold out so quickly. And it probably is going to hold there because there's so many people calling. At 12:30, which is only 25 minutes after it sold out. It's actually sold out in 2 minutes. So by the time people could dial our phone number and talk to my people, we had people calling, can you get one? Did you get one? What do you have available? And all of it was, well, we have a small quantity. It's in the show tonight. Please tune in. And if I have any left, I'll call you tomorrow. There will not be any left. Not of the advanced release anyways, which, by the way, is the rarest of the rare of this issue. Right? And since this was released on a Tuesday, there's also no official show release either for this particular coin this year. It was released on a Tuesday. The next show, which is out of Michigan, it's going to be a great show, is on Thursday. So, in essence, doesn't qualify for an actual show release. So the label this year is going to be advanced release on the enhanced. Pretty outright special. Now, we've seen enhanced reverse proofs before. Remember 2019? Right? We had the Pride set, the Canadian-American Pride in America set. 225,000 sets sold out. Then we had, well, the S-enhanced reverse proof later that year, 30,000, the rarest, lowest minted silver eagle in history. It's sold out, commands huge premiums today. We had burnished coins like I referenced. The W mint mark has been on silver eagles uncirculated classification since 2006. Regular uncirculated, the bullion coin has none, right? There is no mint mark on it. It's just the bucket it came from and the serial numbers that tell us where it was struck, which is why you'll see W, sometimes P, sometimes S on the label for a regular mint state 60, 70, etc. This one's different. They made it enhanced, which means they changed just the look of the coin. And on top of that, then they also changed the design. They put a dual date on it. They also changed the design by putting the privy mark on it. So, when the year is over, and we're not over for a while yet, you're going to look at the numbers from all the special coins they made, and you're going to come to one simple conclusion that I made months ago. This coin is it. Just it. The congratulations was special. Don't get me wrong. Philadelphia struck, going back to the Philadelphia Mint, the first U.S. Mint. 60,000 coins, a quick sellout, yes, but no dual date tied to the program itself. The only dual dated silver eagles this year, U.S. Mint official struck, were the proof West Point, and then this enhanced West Point. And this one is crushing with only 125,000 struck. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. So yes, this is known as the Premier label. It's the red, white, and blue. It's the flag in the background, the eagle on top, which is the same eagle design on the reverse. We're accenting the W here because, again, these are known as uncirculated by the Mint. This is the first time they've called them enhanced, so it is special. With the obverse with the dual date, only time ever, and the privy mark, only time ever on this series. 40th anniversary, and it's made special. It is made rare. It is made, well, in perfect 70. And tonight, well, it's also under 1,000 by hundreds. We're at $799.95 while it lasts. And I firmly believe these are going to be much higher in price because you can't make up rarity. There are so few of these out there, dwarfing the proof 4-to-1. There's 500,000 proof and only 125,000 of these enhanced uncirculated. The dual date, the same. The privy, the same. The mint mark, the W, the same. Just the finish, this one, it's so much rarer. And tonight, well, priced perfectly in this beautiful PCGS Premier label. Give us a call.
America's most popular silver design, so popular, we use it on the Silver Eagle today. This is the Walking Liberty half dollar. First started in 1916. Last year of issue was this year right here, 1947. We have Philadelphia's and we have Denver's available for just $29.95 each. These are collector circulated grade, encapsulated as well. Your choice. So if you want to join us with one or the other, you can choose one or the other. Each one of the mints has its own item number. Even though they made 4 million, give or take, this year, if you look at population reports, you'll find less than 24,000 Philadelphias have been seen by PCGS and NGC, and just over 26,000 for the Denvers. You're looking at 0.58% Phillies, 0.67% of the mintage on the Denvers. That is rare, folks. Hard to find, hard to find. While they last, just $29.95, whereas our competition is $115 to $120 per coin.
One of the fun aspects of our shows, as many of you already know, is the fact that our partnerships with some of the grading services across the country give us some special products or some special pricing, which is their way of introducing you to, well, the quality of work that they do. And you've seen ANAX, you've seen NGC, you've seen PCGS, you've seen ICG out with special projects already this year. And there will be more because they want their name in front of you. They're not hiding it. But every once in a while you get into a product where, wow, that's like everything. And with that said, we're going to have tonight's phenomenal July 26 special from ICG. Look at this one. So you're getting 10 coins in total here. It's a 10-piece set, but it's actually 5 2-piece P&D sets. Those that have been released so far by the U.S. Mint this year. So the project, again, are all certified 67s. They are P and D by design, and it's 10 in total. And this is not a pick your pair, it's $99.95. This is all 10 coins, which means you're under $10 a coin tonight as part of this special. It is by far one of the wow prices in the show tonight. And we always have crazy prices. So let me explain what you're getting. And you're seeing the shot, we're going through the shot. But so far this year, there have been 5 coin releases. The Jefferson nickel, which is only a dual date on the nickel, but it's the first time and only time in our history. So there is a P and a D. Then there's the Liberty series, the dime and the half dollar. Engaging, enduring, right? So we have the unique designs of the dime and the half dollar. You get the P and the D of both. So now we're up to 6 coins. And then the last 4 are the first 2 quarters that have been released so far this year. It started out with Mayflower. What a great story, and we'll get back to that. The only non-presidential quarter this year, by the way. And then we go into the Revolutionary War. Coin number 2, which is George Washington. Now, the last 3 quarters will be made available as they're available. I don't think they're any hiding any punches. They want you to be involved in this gorgeous 2026 set with them. And they're basically giving away the first 10. They're hoping that as the others are released, right, which is the Declaration of Independence with Thomas Jefferson, right, the Constitution with James Madison, and then the Gettysburg Address with Lincoln. As they come out later in the year, they're hoping you'll choose them to finish out the complete set of 16 coins, 16 special issue uncirculated coins struck by the U.S. Mint this year. This gives you the first 10, under $10. And also, if you look at the nickels, also, they're telling you they're full steps. So it's not like just a grade, which is significant. They're telling you it's the best of the best inside of it as well. Now, I see my competition with 66 pairs, and there's 5 pairs here, right? The nickel pair, the dime pair, etc. And they're at between 29 and 39 each pair for 66s, which is not a horrible deal. For 67 pairs, we're looking at $39 to $49 each, with the $50 a little bit more than that. We've also seen a few of the 68 sets that exist out there. And they're selling for what? Give or take $1,000 today? So you can get in on the grade and the price balancing together like it is right here. It is a hoorah moment. $99.95, all 10 tonight. It is a great deal. Yes, let me go through the coins one more time. As I said, there will be 16 total this year. The 5 quarters, a P and a D makes 10. Then, for circulation, there is the nickel, right? There is the dime, and then there is the $50. Now, they are making a cent, a dual-dated cent, but they're only being made in uncirculated sets and in the official U.S. silver and clad proof sets. They're not being released to circulation. So the 16 uncirculated circulation strikes are the ones I mentioned. That is the overall universe. This is the first 10. Starting out with the Jefferson nickel, the only dual-dated Jefferson nickel in U.S. history. The designs for the Jefferson are the same. Jefferson facing forward, but it is unique with the dual date. The Liberty dime and the $50 Liberty dime. The Liberty dime and the $50 Liberty is unique one-year-only designs. We're going back to Roosevelt and we're going back to Kennedy next year. Dual-dated, all the fun stuff that goes with it. And then the quarter program, they took a playbook out of the state quarters and they just ratcheted up on steroids. We love seeing all those different designs on the state quarters and national parks over that 22-year period, right? But here, we took our history, condensed it into 5 moments, and followed the pattern of the states. The Mayflower Compact. I mean, think of the storyline here. We're on the Mayflower, we're leaving England, and we're supposed to go into Jamestown, an English settlement. But we get lost. We never get there. Which is one of the most, it's like one of the oopses in history that is way in our favor. Right? They land. Before they step foot on land, they have a meeting on the ship to discuss, Bradford and all the others, how they're going to govern themselves. Because it's not an English territory. So we are technically in charge of ourselves. The start of our concept. Then we have the Revolutionary War, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, the Gettysburg Address. Moments in our history that solidify who we are today. But it started with the Mayflower Compact and the concept of what this country, this new land would be. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. So yes, do I have them available individually as pairs? I do. So the nickels, dimes, quarters individually, and the $50, the 10 you're seeing here. But I believe we're at $29 to $39 each, which is the best price in the industry, beating everybody up by 10 to 20 bucks a set. Tonight, this is the deal coordinated with our friends. They've done this before, like all the other grading services have. They want to show you what they can do, and they're doing with the best stuff of 2026. Our coins. As referenced, there will be 16 in total this year. Quarter 3, right? Which is the Declaration of Independence, which is out right now. That'll be out probably in the next 3 to 4 weeks in certified condition. And then we're going to have the Constitution and the Gettysburg Address. Remembering the quarters this year. 4 of them have 4 different presidents. That's never been done in our history. So this entire series, this entire concept is just brilliance. Kudos when it's due, right? But tonight, all 10 in 67 for under $10 a piece when you buy the bundle. $99.95 while they last.
Collectible Coins is now on YouTube. Watch Steve and Allison streaming live, and then after the show, check out videos of all of your favorite products. Whether you watch YouTube on your TV, phone, or computer, be sure to subscribe and click the bell icon to be notified when we go live so you never miss a show, no matter where you are. Just go to youtube.com/AVC Coins to see individual videos of all of our best products, including Morgan Dollars, World Silver, proof sets, and more. You can even click the link conveniently located in the description of every video to purchase any coin directly on avccoins.com. Be sure to hit the like button on your favorites so that we can keep bringing you more of the coins that you love. The coin show you know and love is now just a click away on youtube.com/AVC Coins.
As collectors, as investors, however we skin it for ourselves, we always like one consistent thing. Finest quality known. Whether it's a sports card, right, a 10, whether it's a comic book, similar grading style, or when it comes to coinage on the Sheldon scale, can I find that perfect 70? Well, knowing that many of them don't even have a 70 based upon the type of coin they are. Well, tonight we're going to talk about one of the special USA 250 coins. And we just got back one of our batches, and beyond surprised, happy surprised, that we have a few 68 sets to actually talk about. Yes, not 66s and 67s like all my competitors are talking about. We're talking about NGC 68s. That means something. Here we go. So this year we have all of our special dual dated coins in circulation. The Jefferson nickel is just a dual date. The dime and the $half are on the theme of liberty, obverse and reverse, both different. And then we have the 5 different quarters this year. So that middle 7 are the unique special coins out USA 250. The dime itself is the theme of emerging liberty, right, from the US Mint. It's taking the barber dime and the mercury dime from the early 1900s, combining the look and feel into the modern USA 250 Liberty. The reverse, totally different than anything we've seen in the past. That eagle landing, a beautiful look and thought, an adaptation of the silver eagle. They nailed this design. It's gorgeous. Outright gorgeous. But here's some stuff to talk about, because this is not just the dimes. This is not just the dimes in 68. This is the dimes in 68 advanced release. Let me explain. So this year, since the beginning in January, the US Mint has been making dimes, P's and D's for circulation. I mean, how many of you have actually got one in circulation? I haven't yet. I wish I would. Keep on trying, but I guess the answer is it'll happen when it happens. And I will get them eventually because they're out there, even though they've made over 100 million of each of them, right? But they released the uncirculated set on June 30th. 300,000 sold out, and that is the only place an uncirculated circulating coin can be an advanced release. Meaning, when the year is over, these will be categorically, no questions asked, the rarest of the dimes, period. Now the only question is, what's the quality I can afford? And if you go to the auction sites, some of my competitors, you're going to be seeing 66 and 67 sets for between $150 and $200. More than we are for 2 grades higher as a 68, and it's tagged as an advanced release. It's like having your cake and eating it too, and it's real. How? Why? Well, again, we submit a lot of coins as part of our business model, and when we send the submission in, every once in a while you get the Holy Grail. You get lucky. Your submission does what you want it to do. You want it to give you great-looking coins as a grade back, even though they all look gorgeous going in, right? So here are some numbers. Let's talk about them. So far this year, NGC, P's and D's combined, have certified 48,000 dimes. With this batch we have just received, the number is now 5168 sets. So out of 48,000 coins, so if they're equal P's and D's, cut that in half. 24,000 possible sets. 51 of them are 68s right now. Now, will that change? Yeah, I think it's going to go up. I think myself personally, just by looking at the numbers and what I know is out there for certification, the min sets are about 30 days out right now, i.e. they were released and we're going to be seeing this flow for a little bit. If we got to 800 to 1,000, I would think it would be wonderful and so rare, because it's the only dimes that can be tagged as part of the advanced release program. Meaning no matter what happens when the year is over, if it's advanced release, uncirculated, it is the lowest of the low, period. And that's the funny part of it all. Now, here's something else to think about. The silver proof set's been out there for about the same time. We love it, that pure silver. Pure silver dimes in 70, which is the high grade right now. We've seen them advertised for what? $200 to $300 for a 70. And love the coin. In silver, it is so gorgeous. And it's the coin, right? How about this? Right now, there's 1,900 of those known in 70. And it sells for double the price of a set. There's only 51 sets known. Again, knowing that that number will change a little bit over time, I don't think it's ever going to catch the silver proofs. Yet the silver proofs sell for significantly more money, finest to finest. I am hoping that we get to see some 69 dime sets, or 69 dime anywhere. But does anybody think they're going to be under $1,000? Even if they do exist? If they don't exist, this is it. If they do exist, this is the affordable option. Right now it is. Understanding again, my competition has 66 and 67 grades, which are lower, part of the 24,000 sets that have been certified, 48,000 global coins. And we're less for better, and it's advanced. Guys, give me a 30-second clock, please. Lots of people on the phone. Thank you much. Do I have other coins from the mint set? Yes, I do. Check us out. I guess the cleanest way is type in the denomination you're looking for or follow the various tabs across the top. But I know I have the cents, fun stuff. I have the half dollars. I think the quarter set's sold out, but they might be there. Just take a peek. Can't keep this stuff in stock because two things. One, the quality, the rarity because it's an advanced, but the price here on AVC for the same coins everybody else is selling, it's why you want to shop here. Thanks for.
In the year 2018, the U.S. Mint launched a new series, the Innovation Dollar Series. Just like the state quarters, we're getting a design per state, 56 issues, but what they did was they started it in 2018 with one single coin, an inaugural release. It's the first time ever they did an inaugural coin for a new series in the Collectible Coins. So it's actually 57 coins, with this being issue number 1. They made Philadelphia, Denver uncirculated. They made San Francisco proofs, but they also made San Francisco reverse proofs, and that's what this one is right here. So what it is, it's just the opposite of a proof. Everything on a proof that's frosted in the foreground, mirrored in the background, is flipped opposite, and now you have a frosted background and a mirror-like foreground on the imagery. That's what a reverse proof is. This is the original government packaging as issued in 2018. It's only $14.95. The best part is they made only 75,000. And the other best part of our competition is over $25 more than our low price of just $14.95 each.
2026 has been a very big year for collectors. And not just because the U.S. Mint has released some special edition coins to celebrate America's 250th birthday. It also marked the first year in 116 years that the U.S. Mint did not strike the Lincoln cent for circulation. With the end of the circulation strike Lincoln cents, they have become more popular than ever before, with many collectors trying to reach back and find all of the years that they have been missing. And 2019 was one of the biggest years outside of 2009 in the Lincoln cents history. And that's because it was the first time we ever got West Point Mint mark Lincoln cents. They created 3 coins that year: an uncirculated, a proof, and a reverse proof, with the uncirculated coin being available as an extra addition to the mint set that year, the proof being, of course, part of the proof set, and the reverse proof coming alongside the silver proof set. These coins are the first and last of their kind in U.S. mint history, which automatically made them some of the most sought-after Lincoln cents in over a century. We have all 3 in stock tonight: the uncirculated, the proof, and the reverse proof, in our beautiful Defender holders, all for less than $60 per coin. The uncirculated coin that came with the mint set is item number 90512646. That's 905 12 64 6. The clad proof is item number 905 12647. That's 905 12 64 7. And the reverse proof, the first coin of its kind in U.S. mint history for the Lincoln cent, was 905 12616. It's 905 12 61 6. And at just $59.95 per coin tonight, we are anywhere from $29 to $19 less than our nearest competitors' prices. You can give us a call at 1-866-518-5933. Or if you don't want to use the phone tonight, you can head on over to our website, which is avccoins.com. That's AVC, and the word coins with an S.com. Then once you're there, if you want this uncirculated, first of its kind West Point mint mark Lincoln cent, just type into that search bar 905 12646. And that's 905 12 64 6. If you want the proof, just type into that search bar 905 12647, 905 12 64 7. Or if you want the stunning reverse proof, just type in 905 12616. That's 905 12 61 6. And grab yourself one of the most iconic Lincoln cents to have ever been made by the United States Mint. These coins came out of nowhere. No one was expecting the West Point Mint to not only strike the Lincoln cent, because as we know, sometimes the U.S. Mint has other mints help out when they can't meet demand. This was the first time we ever actually got the West Point Mint mark on the coins. And when it comes to collecting, firsts and lasts are always important pieces to any collection. And these Lincoln cents, each and every one of them, are one-of-a-kind pieces that we will likely never see again. We have the uncirculated, the proof, and the reverse proof tonight in stock. It took us a long time to get enough of these coins to bring them back out for the show, because these are the type of coins that once a collector gets their hands on them, they hardly ever leave the collection. And all of ours tonight are less than $60 per coin. If you tried to find the uncirculated coin with our competition, they're asking for more than $89 per coin. $29 more than our coins are here tonight. The West Point proof is going to cost you at least $79. And so will the reverse proof, which means both the proof and reverse proof are more than $19 less than our nearest competition. And as I said, these coins have become harder and harder to find, because once a coin series comes to an end, the older issues immediately become very important pieces that collectors are clamoring for. We saw the similar thing happen with the end of the Kennedy half dollar the same year. The only difference was these Lincoln cents are still being made by the U.S. Mint, but going forward, the mint set and the proof set are the only way to get your hands on them. As a result, the series is officially over in terms of circulation strikes, which means we've gone from several hundred million to billion coins being made per year by the Philadelphia and Denver mints to just a handful by comparison. And in the Lincoln Cent series, no coins are more iconic than those added to the 2019 mint set, proof set, and silver proof set. The only way to get your hands on these coins was to buy one of those three sets. The uncirculated coin came with the mint set, of course. The proof coin came with the proof set, which makes sense. And then that special reverse proof. The first coin in the entire series to have that special finish could only be obtained by buying the silver proof set released back in 2019. These coins have become some of the most sought after Lincoln Cents in the entire series due to the fact that they have some of the smallest mintages in the entire series. Because if you have anything less than 1 million coins made in the Lincoln Cent series, you are an incredible rarity. Because back when we were still striking Lincoln Cents for circulation, we were striking 300 to 400 million per month. Nowadays, you have less than a couple 100,000 at best. These 2019 Lincoln Cents are the first and last of their kind and are true collecting icons. At more than $19 to $29 less than our nearest competitors, these coins are not going to last long. Because as I said, once these coins get into a collection, they almost never leave. Because collectors know these coins are going to be iconic keys in the Lincoln Cent series for decades to come. We have just a handful left of each of these three coins, so please call in now and get yours while you still have the chance.
This year we have a new dime, so get in on the last Roosevelt as we know it, 2025. This is a 4-coin set. You get Philadelphia and Denver uncirculated, as well as 2 San Franciscos in proof condition. You get a clad and you get a silver proof .999 fine silver. One low price, $19.95. Each coin will arrive encapsulated as well. Guess what our competition's at? $70 for the same 4 coins. Join us, folks, and save a bundle.
"26 years ago now, the U.S. Mint would do something very special that it had not done in centuries. Release a brand new coin struck out of a brand new metal type. I'm of course referring to the now iconic golden dollars. They first began being produced all the way back in the year 2000 with the Sacagawea dollar. For the first 9 years of this coin series, they would feature the exact same design. Sacagawea herself, who you can see over on the right. But then, starting in 2009, they decided every single year they would have a different design on the coin. Starting with the 3 Sisters of Agriculture in 2009, 2010 had the Great Tree of Peace and the Iroquois Confederacy, 11 had the Great Wampanoag Nation, 2012 had the Trade Routes, 13 the Treaty with Delaware, 14 Native American Hospitality, 15 the Mohawk Ironworkers, 16 the Code Talkers, 17 had Sequoia, 18 had the superstar athlete Jim Thorpe, 19 had Native Americans in NASA, Mary Golda Ross. 2020 had Elizabeth Petrovich and Alaska's anti-discrimination law. 21 had the Native Americans in the military. 22 had Eli S. Parker. 23 was Maria Tallchief. 2024 was the Eagle Staff. 2025 was the Mary Kawena Pukui. And this coin here for 2026 honors a long, often forgotten hero of the American Revolution, Polly Cooper. These coins have been certified to be in beautiful MS68 advanced release condition by NGC. And this stunning 2-coin set is just $79.95 while they last tonight. It is item number 905-12623. 905-12-62-3. And at just $79.95 for each of our P&D 2-coin sets, we are more than $20 less than our nearest competitor's price of over $100 for the same 2 coins in the same stunning grade. And MS68 is the second highest grade known today. And there are just a handful of coins in MS69 and not a single 70. You can give us a call at 1-866-518-5933, or you can head on over to our website, which is avccoins.com. That's AVC, then the word coins with an S.com. Then once you're there on the page, click on that search bar and type in 905 12623. That's 905 12 62 3. To grab a coin honoring someone that I believe many Americans should know a lot more about, because she was one of the linchpins who came to our aid in their greatest time of need during the Revolutionary War. You see, Polly Cooper was from the Oneida Nation, who were staunch allies of the colonists during our War of Revolution, because the Oneida Nation had a terrible relationship with the British Empire, especially the superintendents put in charge of their nation, a man by the name of William Johnson and his son, Guy Johnson, who treated them terribly. She was among 47 people from the Oneida and Seneca nations who marched 250 miles, lugging hundreds of pounds of corn, fruits, and nuts to the starving Revolutionary Army in Valley Forge. And then once she got there, she didn't just drop it off and leave. She stayed for several months teaching as many soldiers and cooks for the army as they could how to make soups with corn, fruits, and nuts, which were significantly more nutritional than a lot of the rations the soldiers were eating at the time. And then when she was offered payment for the help that she gave them, she told General Washington, no thanks is necessary. And as a result, because she would not take any payment at all, Washington personally gave her a black shawl that has become one of the most iconic and beloved things the Oneida Nation has, which is still held in their museum to this very day in mint condition. She even had a statue of herself put up in the National Museum of the American Indian, a Smithsonian branch. And on her statue, it has the iconic quote she gave to Washington after the war ended. We were allies in war, and we shall be partners in peace. This coin is my favorite Native American dollar we've made since the 2016 Code Talkers. And because it's part of the America 250 celebration, it's clear the U.S. Mint too believes she needed more recognition. Our 2-coin sets are more than $20 less than our nearest competition while they last. These coins aren't going to last long, though, so make sure you call in now and get yours before they're gone.
Looking for an 1899 San Francisco circulated Morgan silver dollar for your collection? Well, folks, now is your chance. San Francisco made 28 issues throughout the entire Morgan silver dollar series. This one here, 1899, has a total known mintage of just 2.5 million coins. And if you look at population reports combined, NGC and PCGS together, less than 13,000 have been seen. That's incredible. That's a half of a percent of the entire mintage. Crazy, crazy rare. Our competitors want as much as $285 for this coin in circulated condition. We're at $89.95. And by the way, if you want an uncirculated 1899 San Francisco, you're going to pay upwards of $1,800 for it. Join us on this one. This one is special.
What were you most excited about walking into 2026? Was it the new dual-dated coins in circulation and the Great American Coin Hunt? Was it the looking for the July 4th quarter, the most recent announcement, another Great American Coin Hunt? Was it the Silver Eagle with a dual date? Was it, well, one of the other special coins? A lot of people, though, go back to the classics, and that's the Morgan and Peace Dollar program, the largest silver dollars ever put into circulation in this country. And then there was the special issue from this year. And they started out with the bang first. It is the first ever dual-dated Morgan and Peace Dollar. It has a privy, and look at our crazy price tonight. Yeah, crazy. Here we go. It is a your choice opportunity, everyone. These have just been released. We're making them available at a crazy price because we want everybody on the planet that is able to or wanting to be able to afford it. We know we've seen our competitors already at that $289 to $299 per coin, and that's not horrible considering. But why not save a bundle, which is our mantra here at AVC. So let's talk about this program. The coins themselves are the child of the 100th anniversary sale in 2021. We come out with the Morgan dollar 100 years later, the peace dollar 100 years later, and it was the craziness of 2021 that just set it off. 175,000 Morgan times 5, 200,000 piece. Every one of them, whether it was May 24th, August 3rd, or August 10th, sold as twos, sold out instantly, and then delivered in October, November of that year. It was so popular, they brought it back in 2023. And then they've made it a staple every year since then. So 23 had the regular uncirculated, it had the beautiful proofs for the first time, and then it had the reverse proofs for the first time. And we've repeated that in 24, we've repeated it in 25. Why? Because we love the Morgan and Peace, we love the big silver dollars, and affordability index. They're just priced properly. So now we're into our USA 250. What are they going to do? Well, they reversed everything. What I mean by everything is everything. Normally, and going back to the beginning of this modern Morgan and Peace program, you have the uncirculated first, the proof second, and the reverse proof third. This time it is the reverse proof first. It is also the very first ever Philadelphia proof. Now, the first coin out always is Philadelphia, which is an uncirculated, but this time it's a reverse proof. And I think it goes back to the simple storyline of USA 250, and the first US mint was Philadelphia. So it's appropriate to go back to the program we all love and make it a Philadelphia. But they made it a reverse proof first. Extremely low mintage of only 250,000. Blink. It was the hot topic of the show last week. It was a lot of fun. A lot of people excited because of, well, the dual date on a Morgan dollar, the dual date on a peace dollar. First time ever. Makes it kind of special. And then add on the second extra. And that is that beautiful privy mark that you see to the right at about 3 o'clock on the Morgan. Highlighted in the next shot, right? It's just a gorgeous looking piece. Ooh, bad pun on the second half of that one. So let's chat. When these coins were introduced in 2021, they were made out of pure silver, which is 0.999, the same blank as they used for the Silver Eagle. All the vintage Morgan, all the vintage piece were out of 0.900 fine U.S. coin silver, which is why when you see the photos of these coins, they just have a different brightness. They're a little bit shinier, a little bit more silver-ish, if you can use the phrase. Pure silver. Now, it's called OGP, which is original government packaging. You're seeing it in the shot here, the coin capsulized in the government jewelry box. That jewelry box goes into a display box. That display box comes with a certificate, and that certificate is wrapped into an outer box, just as they were released from the U.S. Mint. We just got ours in stock, and the conversation was, let's just bring a few out right away. It's been hot to trot and hard to find a lot of these dual dated specials because everybody's jumping in that's never been there before. And we love the fact that we got a lot of brand new first time collectors working with special USA 250 themes. But for me, as I walked into this conversation, what is your favorite from this year? Well, all the coins in circulation and the coin hunt is fun. But the other for me is the number one collectible coin, period, here in the United States is the vintage Morgan dollar. It was made from 1878 to 1904, 27 consecutive years, and then brought back in 1921 and struck again until they worked on the peace dollar design and got that approved. So 28 years in all. It is our largest silver dollar ever made for circulation. 38.1 millimeters, a beauty. So if you take the historical approach to coin collecting, which is this is the number one, period. And now you add the extra little kinks in the armor for just extra fun. Dual dated, the only dual dated Morgan, the only dual dated piece in our history, made just for this year. The privy mark added. It's not just a proof, it's a reverse proof from the Philadelphia Mint, another first. The low mintage of only 250,000 each. Now, I did bring up that the reverse proof was introduced for the first time in 2023. And it's been made the last 3 years, 23, 24, and 25. It was the last coin released each year, and they were made at the San Francisco Mint. So in this program, this Philadelphia reverse proof is a first. So now you have dual date, you have the privy, you have the reverse proof, all firsts in the series, the modern series of collecting, the Morgan and Peace. Yes, as I referenced, my competition, $270, $280, $290. And they're not horrible prices, understanding how hot this project is. Our graphics department put together some great shots to give you the images. They are in stock and they are ready to go. We ship in the next 48 hours for all the orders taken in. So it's not like an advanced order. We'll get it to you in a week or two, which, by the way, is nothing wrong with. This is just not one of those opportunities. Guys, give me a 30-second clock, please. So join us in 2026 hot product. It is the Morgan and Peace, but not just any Morgan and Peace. It is the dual date. It is the privy mark. It is the Philadelphia reverse proof. And our price tonight, under $200, the lowest price on the planet. Beating all of the people on the airwaves, which is what we do. We want people to be collecting. We want the good stuff to be affordable. And this is not just the good stuff. It might be considered by many, like I referenced earlier, as the greatest stuff of this year. And thanks. And that's why they call this segment the Day.
1938, we saw the first Jefferson nickel. Now, it did have a couple changes over its time up until this year. The original Jefferson nickel design from 1938 to 2003 had left-facing portrait of Thomas Jefferson. Then we had a second design, was actually 4 different designs between 2004 and 2005, representing the westward journey. And then from the year 2006 to the current day, the obverse on the design changed to a now forward-facing portrait of Thomas Jefferson. 2026, they changed it again and they put a dual date for the first time ever. This is a 3-coin collection. You get Philadelphia and Denver uncirculated, plus the special, stunning San Francisco proof as well. Each one individually presented in our custom Defender holders for one low price of just $24.95. Get all 3, folks. The new 2026 dual-dated nickel celebrating our 250th birthday. All 5 quarters of 2026 in silver proof, perfect 70 condition, finally available, in stock, ready to go. That's what's up next, folks. Take a look at these. They are gorgeous. So we're talking about the year 2026. We are celebrating America's 250th birthday with 5 new designs. So rather than honoring individual people, for the year 2026, this one-year series tells the story of America. So we have 5 unique designs. Each and every design commemorates a pivotal moment that helped shape our nation. So starting with the Mayflower Compact, we have America's earliest examples of self-government. Then issue number 2, Revolutionary War, which is a tribute to the courage and sacrifice that secured our independence. Third quarter of the year is Declaration of Independence, which was, of course, the most iconic document in American history, symbolizing freedom and opportunity. Fourth quarter of the year is the Constitution, which is the framework that continues to guide our nation almost 2 centuries later. And then last but not least in the program, we have the Gettysburg Address. That is the 5th and final coin of the 2026 quarters, which is, of course, Lincoln's whose words were that reminded the nation that liberty and equality are ideals worth preserving. And there is the obverse or the reverse. A lot of people are saying, which one's the obverse, which one's the reverse? But what we're doing is showing you both sides of the coin. The top row there are all the unique designs. They are the reverse. And the bottom row there, those are the obverse of the same quarters. They are underneath each other, so you can see the reverse and the obverse together. This is a 5-piece set. Keep in mind, they are silver proofs, which means they're 99.9% fine silver. Stunning proof finish. You have that mirror-like background and that frosted design element across each one of these, obverse and reverse. So proofs, keep in mind, they're created using highly polished dies under multiple strikes, and that's how you get that stunning frosted finish on the design elements, and of course that deep mirror-like background in the background of each one of these coins. So we're talking about a unique snapshot of our historic anniversary, celebrating 250th anniversary of our independence. And what they did this year was they changed designs on almost all of the coins that we see. No more Lincoln cent. Of course, that's because they discontinued it last year. So we have a new cent only available in the proof set and the uncirculated set. The nickel has a dual date now. The dime is completely redesigned, Emerging Liberty. All 5 quarters, as you see on your screen, redesigned. And the half dollar redesigned for Enduring Liberty. And of course, we have a new Native American dollar on our 2026 Native American dollar as well. But these are the 5 quarters that were in the silver proof set of 2026. $299.95, each individually and independently certified as perfect 70 by NGC. Competition, $200 more for 69s. So for a near perfect, they're charging $200 more than our low price. Folks, it is a great time to buy. This is a popular year. Each one also has the America 250 label. So you may see that out and about. We actually went away, my daughter and I, and that logo is in many other areas. It was up on signage in the city we went to, and here they did work with NGC, and they came together to collaborate these special labels as well. So each one features that America 250 logo on the label as well. Gorgeous set, 5 coins, all in all $299.95. And you get your 99.9% fine silver, stunning proofs, all certified perfect by NGC. Item number on this one, folks, 905-12599. 5 coins in all, celebrating the nation's birthday, our independence. There's that gorgeous America 250 label with the red, white, and blue ribbon. Each one certified with NGC as perfect. From that 10-coin set. Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and Gettysburg. Gorgeous set, perfect price, perfect grade. You can't beat it. $299.95. Get all 5 coins and save. So you're looking at a product that checks all 3 boxes, right? You have their history. You have artistry. Each one of these designs is unique. And you also have your precious metal content, 99.9% silver. All 3 collector boxes are checked. History, artistry, precious metal. How about add a 4th box? Quality, grade, perfect 70. All in all, in this set, San Francisco proofs, and at a price that you just cannot beat. Join us online, folks. These are available online as well. The website is avccoins.com. Stands for America's Value Channel. avccoins.com. Enter 905-12599 into the search bar, and you'll come to this page. Add to your cart. Make sure you get one of these. This is a 1-year-only program. These 5 coins, 1 year only, and then we're going to a new program next year. U.S. Mint has done some stunning, amazing things this year. Very exciting. New designs on the dimes, new designs on the halves, new designs on all of the quarters. We completed the Women Making History program, and here we go with America 250, 1 year only, 5-piece set. Each one certified perfect, NGC, 99.9% fine silver, honoring this story of America's independence. 905-12599, folks. That's the item number. Competition, $399 for 69s. Another 100 for their 70s. Join us, save, don't miss out. Once they are gone, they are gone. It'll be harder and harder to find. Demand will go up, price could go up. Join us while they last. Let's put a 1-minute clock up. Once again, we're celebrating America's 250th birthday with 5 new unique designs on the quarters For 2026, each and every design commemorates a pivotal moment that helped shape our nation. Mayflower, Revolutionary War, the Declaration of Independence, the United States Constitution, we the people, and the fifth coin in the series is the Gettysburg Address. Each coin certified perfect 70 by NGC with the America 250 logo, coming together as a nation. $299.95, 5-piece set, competition, hundreds of dollars more. Here's the obverse designs. You have the Pilgrims, you have George Washington. This is the obverse of the Declaration of Independence. Some of these might look a little familiar. Does that one look familiar from the Presidential Dollar Series? And one of the most favorite coin designs in history, Abraham Lincoln. America's most popular silver design, so popular, we use it on the Silver Eagle today. This is the Walking Liberty half dollar, first started in 1916. Last year of issue was this year right here, 1947. We have Philadelphia's and we have Denver's available for just $29.95 each. These are collector circulated grade, encapsulated as well. Your choice. So if you want to join us with one or the other, you can choose one or the other. Each one of the mints has its own item number. Even though they made 4 million, give or take, this year, if you look at population reports, you'll find less than 24,000 Philadelphias have been seen by PCGS and NGC, and just over 26,000 for the Denvers. You're looking at 0.58% Phillies, 0.67% of the mintage on the Denvers. That is rare, folks. Hard to find, hard to find. While they last, just $29.95, whereas our competition is $115 to $120 per coin.
All right, it's time to have that conversation. The coin everybody's been calling and asking our operators about, do you have them, do you have them, do you have them? So let's just spend a few minutes saying, yes, we do, and let's just get right into it, right? It is time to talk about the dual-dated Lincoln cent, the uncirculated Lincoln cents, only available in the sold-out uncirculated sets from June 30th. Tonight, not only do we have them in 68 grade, finest known as of right now, and they're part of the advanced release program. And we're under $1,000. That makes this beyond just special. So the cent dates back to 1793. Every year since 1793, all the way through 2025, 232 years of our history, we had a cent. The longest tenured design was the Lincoln cent, dating back to 1909, and we'll come back to that a little bit later. So we have 117 years of Lincoln cent history. Wheaties, memorials, these are known as shield cents because of the reverse design. But through all of this, only one coin is dual dated. This one. Now, the second part is this was not released in the circulation this year. It was only available in the uncirculated sets that came out on June 30th. Those sets, right? 300,000 of them sold out instantly, and can you get the set for a couple $100 by itself? That's how hot that set is right now. So a couple things just to talk about, right? One, there are no cents in circulation. So we're hoping that the uncirculated sets are going to give us 66, 67, 68s. Wouldn't it be just a dream if they graded a few of these in 69? If they grade 69, does anybody think they're going to be, well, under $2,000? It's going to be special whenever we hopefully find them. But we do know this. Categoric statement. The lowest minted Lincoln cent in its history is this coin. Many of you that know the Lincoln cent series are going to say, time out, let's go back to the SVDB, 1909, first year of issue. And you are 100% with your answer. They made 484,000 of those coins. So the mintage universe is, well, more by almost 200,000. This one, again, is only 300,000 made. It's the driving force behind the uncirculated sets. So that's part of the conversation. The other part of this conversation is they had 300,000 made. The Advanced Release Program, for those of you that remember, is a special program that has been out there for quite some time where the U.S. Mint partners up with people like us. We are one of the ABBPs, 13 or 14 of us, that the government works with when brand new coins come out and we release them and launch, let's talk coins, the Great American Coin Hunt, right? They take 10% of the set mintage. So in this case, it's 300,000, which means the dealer coefficient is only 30,000. 270,000, 90% get to the American public directly. Pretty good deal for everybody. Because of the nature of how these are distributed, however, the grading services tag these as part of the Advanced Release Program. So now going back 5 to 7 years that they've been doing this, you look at every coin out there, and every one of them, the winner is, and still champion is, the coin in the grade Advanced Release. So just saying. And that here is for free, because ours are Advanced Release. My competition for just uncirculated sets are at $8.99, $9.99 or higher. And those are just regular sets. And that's okay. Nothing wrong with saving $100, saving $200, and getting the rarest format. Again, yeah, these are 68s. Most of the people I've been talking to have seen regular sets. The most recent that's still available was $973.70. An interesting price, but it works. And that's not for Advanced Release. That's just for a two-piece set in 68. Or Advanced Release in 68. Yes, ours also comes in the USA 250 label. I mean, we had choices of putting in a Lincoln label and a bunch of others. And this is the more expensive label, but it's also the label made for USA 250. So paying the extra VIG, so to speak, to NGC to use it, which they pay then to the USA 250 committee, I think is worth it. He just kind of takes this coin, which is only available as part of this program, only available as part of this set, only available this year, all fits perfectly in this label. Yeah, pretty outright cool stuff. Yeah, the Lincoln cent is because of this coin the longest tenured coin in history, right? Where the same design, obverse design, in this case Lincoln, never changed. The first 50 years were Wheaties. The second 50 years were what? Memorials. Then we had 2009, let's celebrate 100 years of Lincoln cents. And then after that we had 16 years in circulation of the Shield cent. This one now the 17th year. What a great, great, great product. I wish they would have made these for circulation. I think everybody has that wish. But they made them pretty special because of the fact that it's the only coin only in this set. The nickels are in circulation. Now, have you seen one? Different story. I haven't, but they're out there. And the mintages said they made hundreds of millions so far. Same thing with the 3/4 that are out there. So far, quarter number 1, the Mayflower Compact. Quarter number 2, the Revolutionary War. Quarter number 3, the Declaration of Independence are all out there. And the Declaration is hot because of what? That special 4th of July privy on the coins, making that a special coin as well. That's a quarter. And then we have the $50, which is the other design, dual dated for this year. But the Lincoln cent will be the lowest mintage period. The dual date on what? The dual date on the Silver Eagle, Proof Silver Eagle, was 500,000. This is 300,000. This is an uncirculated coin. So this adds a little flavor. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. Yep, let me summarize it. Phones are very busy, and thank you. The others, just check us out, avccoins.com. You'll find them, 2026 Advanced Release, or just go to the denomination you're looking for. The key, the one that's driving the uncirculated set's value right now is this Lincoln cent. Only 300,000, sold out June 30th. By mintage, it is the only rarity in the entire series, and it's not anywhere else, so the number at 300,000 holds, beating now the SVDB. And not 973, not over 1,000. Ours are 68 sets, of which only a handful are known, under 800. Yeah, just a sweet set.
In the year 2018, the U.S. Mint launched a new series, the Innovation Dollar Series. Just like the state quarters, we're getting a design per state, 56 issues, but what they did was they started it in 2018 with one single coin and inaugural release. It's the first time ever they did an inaugural coin for a new series in the Collectible Coins. So it's actually 57 coins, with this being issue number 1. They made Philadelphia, Denver uncirculated, they made San Francisco proofs, but they also made San Francisco reverse proofs, and that's what this one is right here. So what it is just the opposite of a proof. Everything on a proof that's frosted in the foreground, mirrored in the background, is flipped opposite, and now you have a frosted background and a mirror-like foreground on the imagery. That's what a reverse proof is. This is the original government packaging as issued in 2018. It's only $14.95. The best part is they made only 75,000. And the other best part of our competition is over $25 more than our low price of just $14.95 each.
When it comes to collecting, first and last are always incredibly important pieces to any collection. And tonight we have something very special. The final silver dollar struck by the United States Mint for circulation. The peace dollar is a coin that many consider, alongside the Morgan dollar, to be the true silver dollars of the American Wild West. Whenever you watch those old spaghetti westerns and you see the bandits hop out of the bank or the stagecoach with the bags covered in that dollar sign, 90% of the time, those bags were filled with these iconic silver dollars. And tonight, we have the final silver dollar struck by the Philadelphia Mint for circulation, the 1935 peace dollar. At more than 91 years old, our coins are still in beautiful, uncirculated condition. These coins are item number 905-11294. That's 905-11-29-4. And at less than $140 per coin, at just $139.95, we are more than $100 less than our nearest competitors' prices for a worse condition coin. When you can find these coins in circulated condition with our competition, they're going to cost you upwards of $240. We couldn't even find a single competitor with an uncirculated coin. That's how hard they have become to find today. You can give us a call tonight at 1-866-518-5933. Or if you'd rather not use your phone tonight, that's totally fine. Just grab your laptop, tablet, or heading over to your computer and go to our website, which is avccoins.com. That's AVC, the word coins with an S.com. Then once you're there, you'll see a search bar on the page. Click on that and type in 905-11294. One more time, the item number is 905-11-294. And grab yourself the final silver dollar struck in U.S. Mint history at the Philadelphia Mint for circulation. While the Morgan and Peace dollars have always been preeminent collectors' coins, they have hit a new level of popularity thanks to the return of these coins for the first time in a long time in 2021, when the U.S. Mint would begin striking Morgan and Peace dollars once again. We have seen them struck every year ever since, and as a result, collectors are clamoring to get their hands on the older dates they never really got around to grabbing. And when it comes to collecting, I've said it before, the first and last are always iconic and key pieces to any series. And this is the final silver dollar struck in the Peace Dollar series at the Philadelphia Mint. The Peace Dollar was struck from 1921 to 1935. But in typical U.S. Mint fashion, that first year of issue did not go according to plan due to the high relief that they were using. So they would then switch quickly to a much smaller relief, which is what you see on the coins here tonight. But these coins in 1935, because they were the last silver dollars ever struck by the U.S. Mint for circulation, they ended up being the workhorse for the American economy for a long time to come, which resulted in very few of these coins actually surviving the test of time. Because see, back in 1935, the Philadelphia Mint would strike 1,576,000 total coins, which is actually a low enough mintage for out of all 35 Philadelphia Mint piece dollars, it comes in at number 9 in terms of mintage rarity. But when you start looking at the population reports for this coin, you begin to understand just how rare it actually is. Between NGC and PCGS, in any grade at all, there are just 25,475 total coins. That's just 1 in every 62 coins struck by the Philadelphia Mint back in 1935. When you break it down to a percentage, it's just 1.6% of the entire mintage, which is why this coin in circulated condition with our competition is going to cost you upwards of $240. If you want to find an uncirculated version of this coin, you are looking at over $430, which means we are a steal of a deal at less than $140 per coin at just $139.95. These coins are over 91 years old now, and as a result, finding them in true collector's quality uncirculated condition has become harder than ever before. And their status as the final silver dollar struck for circulation gives them a very special place in U.S. Mint history. Because first and last are always important, and not only are these coins the last piece dollars ever struck from the original run at the Philadelphia Mint, they are also the final silver dollars struck for circulation. And a little known fact, the design for the piece dollar actually was something that caused that first year of issue to be such a debacle. Originally, they wanted to have the eagle that you can see on the back of the coin holding a broken sword, but many people thought, politicians included, that that did not convey the right sentiment because these coins were released in 1921 to commemorate our victory in World War I. So a broken sword didn't really seem like something that a victor would place on their coins. So they spent the entirety of 1921 debating on the design and ended up landing on what is now one of the more iconic coin designs in U.S. Mint history. These stunning silver dollars are from 1935, struck at the Philadelphia Mint, and are less than $140 per coin and in our beautiful Defender holders. At just $140 per coin, we are several $100s less than our nearest competition for an uncirculated piece struck at the Philadelphia Mint in 1935. As a result, these coins are probably going to be one of the fastest sellouts we have tonight. So if you're waiting to speak to one of our operators, because I can see that the phone lines are a bit backed up, please don't hang up. We'll get to you as soon as we can. You do not want to miss your chance to add one of the most iconic coins in U.S. Mint history. Not just the piece dollar, but the final piece dollar struck by the Mother Mint in Philadelphia. And at several $100s less than our nearest competition, these coins are not going to last long. So please call in now and grab yours while you still have the chance.
This year we have a new dime, so get in on the last Roosevelt as we know it, 2025. This is a 4-coin set. You get Philadelphia and Denver uncirculated, as well as 2 San Franciscos in proof condition. You get a clad and you get a silver proof .999 fine silver. One low price, $19.95. Each coin will arrive encapsulated as well. Guess what our competition's at? $70 for the same 4 coins. Join us, folks, and save a bundle.
This year we're celebrating USA 250. It's been a topic of almost every conversation we have 60 times a night, right? And the importance is our history is told through our coinage. And it's a great way to just view our history, understand our history, and how we were growing, how things were changing. And one of the unfortunate parts of our history is things change. Well, last year the US government kiboshed the longest tenured continuous coin denomination in history, the cent. It was first struck in 1793, our first coin. Last year was the last year of the cent. It was a Lincoln Shield cent for circulation. Now, the good news is they brought it back this year as a special issue, dual dated. We'll get to that later in the show. But through all of this, we have, well, these large cents, we have Indian head cents, we have Lincoln Memorials, Wheaties, Shield, lots of great topics to talk about. But one I always enjoy talking about is, well, in 1908. 1908 is the first time in the history of the U.S. Mint that one of the branch mints, non-Philadelphia, struck a cent in U.S. history. They didn't strike many of them either. Well, the good news is tonight I have a few, so let's enjoy the conversation. So the small cent was introduced in 1856. Copper prices are rising, and the big giant large cent, which is about the size of a $50, was no longer, well, affordable for the U.S. Mint to make. So they shrunk it to the cost of a cent in copper. And that was the Flying Eagle cent in 1857 and 1858. In 1859, we introduced Lady Liberty with an Indian bonnet. We nicknamed it the Indian head cent, and that's history. That coin lasted for 51 years until 1909. And that was replaced by the Lincoln cent. The Lincoln cent was made for 117 years, including this year. The longest tenured design ever. But the coin you're looking at tonight is special because it bears a mint mark that was never, ever part of a cent in U.S. history. Every cent, half cents, large cents, small cents, throughout the 1800s was always a Philadelphia issue. Well, the growth in this country, the westward expansion in the 1880s and 1890s, created a vacuum to where why not have San Francisco striking our needed coppers. So in 1908, they made this coin for the first time ever in U.S. history. History can be repeated, but something always starts it. This is the start. This is the start of change and growth in this country. All our coins are beautiful, hand-selected, circulated condition like you're seeing here on your screen. The word defender in the graphic refers to the holder that it comes in. So if you have packaging or that you use to hold your collectibles that are for certified NGC, PCGS, these fit right in. We introduced this a number of years ago. People love it. We love it. It's just a way to protect a lot of these great treasures. Our graphics department works on the labels. All of our Indian head cents have the same label, look and feel. So if you've worked with us on others, like the first 5 years or other years in particular, they'll all look the same. But tonight, this is the story. This is the item. So let's talk about rarity. Okay? In 1908, the Philadelphia Mint struck 32 million Indian head cents. All right? That's normal. Just a normal year. San Francisco just started. They struck 1.1 million. That's the difference maker. So it wasn't like they both made 50,000. Let's split the mintage for the country. I'll do 25, you do 25. Right? It was, we're going to keep on doing what we do, and San Francisco's going to chime in. But that beautiful S mint mark is the differential on the coin. The competition for coins they call good. These are nicer looking than good. They're at $199 to $229. So we're looking at $80 to $100 less per coin. And all the story, all the history, just voila. So as the year progresses, we are going to spend more and more time having these short conversations on our history. Right? Parts of our history are told through coins like I referenced before. And as our country expands, we need to change slightly. We need more help. We need more of something. Right? Mints close, mints open. But a point in history is decided where we're going to change how we do something. And the year 1908 was that year for copper. We went from Philadelphia only for the first 120 years. Again, the first coin made was a cent back in 1793. They were all Philadelphias until 1908. That's a lot of coin. This is the first. This is the branchment. This is the S. Obverse, reverse, homogenic. As you can see, they just look gorgeous. And my competition, $80 to $100 more, and their coins don't look this nice. Guys, give me a 1 minute clock. Yes, they made the Indian head cent for 51 years. It's 1859 through 1909. But that's 51 years, not 50 years. And 2 of them were San Francisco's. 1908, this coin, the very first ever. And then they made a small number of San Francisco's again in 1909, the last year. So if you want to put together a collection of the rare Indian head cents in the top 5, well, you're going to have the 1877, right? Others will reference the 1864 and the ribbons, etc. First year of issue 1859. But the 08S, 09S are always in that top 5 conversation because of the uniqueness and the change in U.S. coin history, our history. And right there you see that beautiful S mint mark. $129.95, saving a boatload, getting a quality coin, a beautiful presentation. Well, that's our middle name, value, is it not? This is all about that. Story, value, this is it. It's time, everybody. It's time. The U.S. Mint has released that beautiful enhanced Silver Eagle. That beautiful dual-dated enhanced Silver Eagle. The one that, with 125,000, sold out in less than a minute. That's the crazy coin. And tonight, the good news is I got a small quantity in stock. Even better is our price. So let's dive in, shall we? So we started the year with the proof, right? And that was launched at the Savannah A&A earlier this year, and 500,000 coins gone. And it was all tied to the fact that we had a dual date, 1776, 2026, USA 250. We put a privy mark also on the proof edition. And then the W mint mark is just accented because it was a West Point struck edition, right? And we gobbled it up. We loved it. But the thing that caught all of our eye was the U.S. Mint publishes what they're going to do during the year. And we saw this new type of Silver Eagle, known as an enhanced Silver Eagle. Not an enhanced proof. We've seen those before. Not a reverse proof. An enhanced uncirculated, which is drastically different than a burnished or satin finish coin, which has been the normal number 2 Silver Eagle every year. That goes back to our 20th anniversary in 2006. So we come out with this enhanced. What is it going to look like? And by far, by looking at this, worth every second, right? Worth every second of the wait. That background is not just that satiny look. It has like a textured look to it, which makes the device, in this case, Lady Liberty, wrapped in the American flag, walking from east to west, right? The eagle, the dominant eagle landing, all pronounced with crazy offset detailing. Look at how they frosted the feathers on that eagle when you get to see that shot again. What gorgeous, gorgeous look. But the best part is what? Well, they made, again, 500,000 of the proof was the storyline of the year, and is it going to be enough? And if the answer was it wasn't, they brought out 300,000 or so right out of the chute, and that was gone, creating the havoc. And then they come back with, well, this one at 125,000. It's like, what? The dual date, the special finish for the first time ever, which is making the 40th anniversary a special anniversary, right? And that is it. That really is what it comes down to. Now, we've seen my competition selling these in 70 condition, upwards of $800 to $1,000. We sold out last week with our advanced release 70s. We were at $799, and they were just disappeared like that because we were $200 under everybody. Well, at $349.95, this one is something very special. I mean, can you buy a regular proof with an edition significantly higher for this number? I see most of my competition at $2.99 to $3.50 for the proof version. This is the enhanced. This is the first time ever. This is the dual date. This is the privy mark. But look at, again, just how that enhanced plays through the feathers on the eagle. Really pronounces the image itself. Gorgeous coin. OGP, yes. OGP stands for Original Government Packaging, which is what you're seeing right here. The coin is encapsulated. It comes in the jewelry box. It has that beautiful certificate of authenticity, red, white, and blue. And then the outer display sleeve, keeping it all together. That's how this will be delivered. And yes, they're in stock, ready to go. We have received our coins, and they're working through the process. We got a lot of catch up to do, but give us 2 or 3 days, we'll be there. So it's not like you're waiting for 2 or 3 months or 2 or 3 weeks. I've seen a few of my competitors we'll deliver these in sometime in August, which is not that far away, but it's still weeks away in the big picture, right? So yes, we have our celebration year. It's USA 250, so we got the dual date. We have our celebration year. It is the 40th anniversary of the #1 silver dollar in the world today, which is our Silver Eagle. Why? Well, it is the largest, the purest, the heaviest, the most beautiful. And within that, again, 40.6 millimeters. It's 31.101 grams of silver a pure ounce. 0.9993 silver versus the old 0.900 fine U.S. coin silver. This design is the original Walking Liberty design, dating back to 1916 to 1947 on the half dollar. The reverse, this is a brand new reverse. It's our 5th year. This was introduced in 2021. Before that, it was the heraldic reverse from John Mercanti. But tonight, with all the fun going on this year, with the Morgan having the dual date, the Peace having the dual date, all 5 quarters, the dime is new, the half dollar is new, the nickel even has a dual date. You can buy the cent in the uncirculated sets only. Wow. The silver proof set sold out instantly, right? Wow. And then there is, well, the rarest of them all. The enhanced Silver Eagle. The West Point special. The dual date, the privy, all that. But this is what it is. And that changes everything. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. Not proof, not congrats. This is the enhanced, the dual dated, privied enhanced. 125,000 of them were made available and sold out instantly. And now it's just a scramble to get in, because it is going to be the coin of 2026, as I referenced earlier. Everything else is special, but the Silver Eagle's the coin. Again, remember, the uncirculated coin this year did not have a dual date. The congratulations didn't have a dual date. Of the dual dated Silver Eagles, there is the proof and the enhanced. The enhanced is the winner at 125,000 versus the mintage figure of 500,000 on the proofs. Yet the pricing is very similar. It shouldn't be, but that's okay. We know that. Right? It's all about gathering as much information as possible, and this one is loaded, everybody. It is outright loaded. While they last in the original government packaging, don't miss.
The 2006 nickel became termed the return to Monticello design because from 1938 to 2003, we had our standard Jefferson nickel. 2004 and 2005, they changed the reverse and the obverse a little bit, but the reverse designs now had 4 different designs for the westward journey. Completely replaced the Monticello reverse. 2006, they changed the obverse to be forward-facing. That was a big deal. And then they went back to the Monticello design on the reverse, hence the name Return to Monticello. This is a 40-coin roll of uncirculated Philadelphia mint coins, just $4.95. Our competition sells their nickels for $2.25 per coin, which means that a 40-coin roll is $90. Join us, folks. This one is a special design in the history of the Jefferson nickel.
The fun thing about 2026, our USA 250 celebration, and our 40th Silver Eagle celebration is the fact that there are a lot of different topics to look at and choose from. We're talking lots. Well, I'm going to spend a few minutes here talking about a set that I believe probably needs to be considered as number one. We have 5 special quarters this year, right? 5 special quarters. The lowest minted will be the silver proofs, and we're talking about then uncirculated advanced release coins. No matter how you spin it, that's going to be the champion. For a few minutes anyways, let's enjoy. So as referenced, the silver proof set will have the lowest mintage. However, the uncirculated set this year, with only 300,000 sets being created, will become the number one. And let me take a minute to explain that. Not complicated, simple process. So they make 300,000 sets, and June 30th, it sold out instantly, gone. And part of the reasoning is, in that set, is the lowest minted Lincoln cent in the history of Lincoln cents. They made 300,000 P's and 300,000 D's, just like they did here, right? And that's the only place they are. There are no rolls, there are no bags. They are different than the proofs, making them a very, very special coin this year. So people are jumping on the uncirculated sets, which is why it's sold out. Well, my conversation is going to be, and I love that Lincoln cent, by the way, and we'll talk about it tonight in the show. There are 5 quarters that are unique to this year, following the same flow as the state quarter program, national parks, women making history. We have put our emphasis on the circulating quarter series as the oomph coin of the year. And this year, our quarter set for USA 250 is loaded. The themes this year are the 5 themes you're seeing here. The Mayflower Compact. We're talking about the Revolutionary War. We're talking about the Declaration of Independence. We're talking about the Constitution, and we're talking about the Gettysburg Address. 5 very special points in our U.S. history. But one step further is this year. For the first time in our history, we have a Pilgrim on one of our quarters. We have Washington on one of our quarters. We have Jefferson, Madison, and Lincoln on one of our quarters. 4 different presidents this year. All fun stuff. So what are we looking at right here? We're looking at the complete 10-coin set. P and D for each, and then times the 5. 10-coin set. Look at the grade. These are certified 68 sets, everyone. 68 sets. Now, if you've been following some of the auction sites and a number of our competitors on TV, they currently are selling P&D Mayflower and P&D Revolutionary War in 67 grade for $129 to $149 for the 2-coin pair. So if you take just $1.25, the low end, times 5, you're looking at over $600 for a certified 67 set. We are 1 grade higher. Wow, right? And we are hundreds of dollars less. Now, the significance is they are from uncirculated sets, which is why we have quarter 3, 4, and 5 certified. And that is why on the holder you're seeing, right across the label, it says 20-coin uncirculated set. Then there's the next line, which is the oomph line, this most significant line, advanced release. These are the only advanced release uncirculated coins that are known and will be known. The math is outright silly, but positive for us collectors. I referenced earlier they made 300,000 sets and sold it out. Advanced release is 10%. The American public, 270,000, 90%. So these early sets get sent in, and if they get to the grading services from the U.S. Mint on our behalf, prior to sale date, they can be tagged as the rarest of the rare, no questions asked. So the prices I was just referencing for you a second ago. The certified 67 sets at $1.25 to $1.50 per pair. Mayflower, 2-coin set. Revolutionary War, 2-coin set, etc. Those are regular coins. These are the rarer uncirculated set coins, where there's only 300,000 in the first place. And then these are the advanced release on top of it. Now, we did see one of our competitors with a 67 set. A 67 set at $399.95, which is not a bad price. Not a bad price. We are talking the one grade up and significantly rarer. Based upon the numbers I am seeing, I would not be surprised that there are less than 1,000 sets known by the time the year is over. And that's going to be wow. Because this year we have a lot of great coins. We have the Liberty Diamond $50. We have the cent I referenced earlier. Again, the W cent, dual dated, only in the uncirculated set. But the 5-coin quarter set is our history. It's really USA 250. But the uniqueness of the designs, where the obverse and the reverse are different. For all 5. And we're showing you the obverse of one, the reverse of the other. And we're showing you the reverse because it's where the mint mark shows up. So like right there, you're seeing the D mint mark. So you are getting the P and D pair. This is not for one or the other. This is the complete 10-coin set. So in 68 grade, here's the math. You're under $40 a coin here on America's Value Channel. We talk about having the great stuff, the best stuff. We also talk about having our prices be the best in the industry. This one, doing right there. Guys, give me a 30-second clock, please. Lots of people on the phones. Greatly appreciate. These coins are going to be they're on their way into us right now, so we anticipate starting to ship in the next 3 to 5 days. It is a wonderful opportunity to own the set of the year, the quarters. USA 250 5-coin quarter set. This is the P and the D, so it's a 10-coin set. And every one of them a 68. Wow. Every one of them an advanced release. Wow. And the set at $399.95, hundreds under that of our competition. It makes the best even better. This one, beyond special. But it is time for me to...
Looking for an 1899 San Francisco circulated Morgan silver dollar for your collection? Well, folks, now is your chance. San Francisco made 28 issues throughout the entire Morgan silver dollar series. This one here, 1899, has a total known mintage of just 2.5 million coins. And if you look at population reports combined, NGC and PCGS together, less than 13,000 have been seen. That's incredible. That's a half of a percent of the entire mintage. Crazy, crazy rare. Our competitors want as much as $285 for this coin in circulated condition. We're at $89.95. And by the way, if you want an uncirculated 1899 San Francisco, you're going to pay upwards of $1,800 for it. Join us on this one. This one is special.
USA 250 and the Premier set. The silver proof set's out, sold out, and available. One of those challenges to find it, and we're always hunting. We'll have it available the next time we have it available. It's just going to be with the market bearers, but it's a gorgeous set. The rare 271,250 pieces. But in that set, we have 7 unique silver coins. Surprising. In a silver proof set, the coin everybody's talking about is the non-silver coin. And that's because, well, they brought back the Lincoln cent to celebrate USA 250. And the proof is only being released in the proof sets. Well, tonight we have not only that proof, we have it in a 70 holder from the 10-coin silver set. Talk about a deal. Look at our price. Under $300. That is outright amazing. That is outright special. That is outright wow. So this year, for part of USA 250, even though last year, 2025, the U.S. Mint discontinued the Lincoln cent for circulation. Surprisingly, late last year, I think it was November, after the Omega coins from 2025 were released, the Mint announces we made our last purchase of copper blanks, or copper-plated zinc blanks, these blanks. We all looked the same. Well, the Omegas are done. What are these for? And it was like, ding, ding, ding. They're going to bring it back next year for the USA 250 celebration. So we were all thrilled, just not quite sure how they're going to do it. So what did they do? They made it available only in the special collector sets from the Mint. So there is no Lincoln this year, dual dated in circulation. I wish they would have. They could have ended it in this year, and then next year we have nothing. Wouldn't that be cool to find this coin in circulation? But you're not going to. The uncirculated coins are only in the Mint set. The proof, obviously, only in the proof set. So this set is going to be the rarest of the sets. They brought the silver set out first, clad set later in the year. This one's at $271, $250, and on June 11th sold out. So as you can see on the label here, it's tagged as being part of the 10-coin silver set. It's going to be released twice this year. This set will be the rarer set. This set will be the more desired 70, even though it's the same coin in two different holders, potentially. We'll have to wait and see how the rest of the year goes. But I do know one thing. My competition's at $3.99. That's the closest to us. Yeah, the closest to us. We've seen them as high as $4.99 and higher. Why? Because it's the holy grail of that silver proof set. It's the uniqueness of a Lincoln one more time. And we must remember and understand at the same time that most of us, myself included here, cut our teeth collecting the Lincolns. I mean, the Lincoln cent design has a twofold longevity streak. The first one is the cent was introduced in 1793, and it lasted for 226 years through 232 years, through the year 2025. The denomination lasted continuous that long, and we stopped it. Logically, we would have done it earlier, but we did. And then the second part is the design in circulation. The longest tenured design in circulation was the Lincoln as well. The first 50 years were the Wheatie. Then we had 50 years of memorials. 2009, the 100th anniversary, we have 4 beautiful, unique coins. And then for the last 17 years, this being the 17th year, we have the Shield design. So 1909 to 2026, 117 years. Wow, huh? And this time it's only being released in special sets. So it's all about finding the set and hoping you get a 70. But to get the set, you're paying $400 or $500 today. So why not get the cream out of the set in 70? Nothing wrong with saving a little money. Nothing wrong with getting the highlight. Nothing wrong with getting the best of the best. So all of our coins will be in the label you see or you saw on your screen. Right? It's called the USA 250 label. It's a U.S. agency for this year's celebration that has to approve where it's used. You've probably seen it on some commercials. If you still have regular TV, I've seen a few. And they gave permission to NGC to use it on some of the special collector coins for this year. Well, obviously, this is the dual-dated Lincoln cent. You know the other unique thing? Saving the best for last. The last Lincoln ever made is the only Lincoln that has a dual date on it. Even the 2009's, the 100th anniversary, didn't have a dual date on it. It just had 2009, and it was the 4 periods of Lincoln's life, right? This one, the only dual date. So we save it for last. We bring it back one more time. It's the finest strike, the proof. This one's from the silver proof set, the only one out right now, right? We know it's going to be the lowest mintage of all the proofs, so you're in the right category. You have the right coin. Now it's, can you afford the grade? Well, tonight, with $100 less than our competitors, we're making it that way too. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. We've talked about this before, yes. What we talked about before was the advanced release version, very special coin. We might have a couple of those left. I think we might be sold out. Ask our operators. Again, those of you that are familiar with the advanced release program, 10% of the coins get distributed prior to release. The other 90% get distributed. This is from the 90%. And the collectors get it, gobble it up. In this case, lasted a few minutes and 271,000 sets disappear. Well, tonight, from those sets, we have the perfect Lincoln cent, the dual-dated Lincoln cent, in this gorgeous flag USA 250 label. Saving money, getting the key coins, that's our middle name, America's Value Channel. Just love it. Then again, I wish. I mean, they've done a lot of great things this year, the U.S. Mint. Bringing this back just for collectors, a wonderful thing. Wouldn't it have been more fun having it in circulation too? But oh well. Give tourists in the mouth. Sometimes you just say thank you and move on. This one's one of those thank you coins. Thank you for making the cent one more time. We're celebrating USA 250 with it, the only dual-dated cent in U.S. history. The silver proof, the rarest version, and in a 70 and saving hundreds. This is the coin. Give us a call.
1938, we saw the first Jefferson nickel. Now, it did have a couple changes over its time up until this year. The original Jefferson nickel design from 1938 to 2003 had left-facing portrait of Thomas Jefferson. Then we had a second design, was actually 4 different designs between 2004 and 2005, representing the westward journey. And then from the year 2006 to the current day, the obverse on the design changed to a now forward-facing portrait of Thomas Jefferson. 2026, they changed it again and they put a dual date for the first time ever. This is a 3-coin collection. You get Philadelphia and Denver uncirculated, plus the special, stunning San Francisco proof as well. Each one individually presented in our custom Defender holders for one low price of just $24.95. Get all 3, folks. The new 2026 dual-dated nickel, celebrating our 250th birthday.
So the proof set is introduced in 1950, right? But it wasn't the first collector set made by the U.S. Mint. The first collector set was the uncirculated set. That was 1947. That's where you get the P's and the D's. And if you're on the East Coast, you don't get the D's. West Coast, you don't get the P's. And the government's way of just making it easier for the collectors. And we say thank you, right? And over the years, we've had differences in packaging, changes, and so forth. And during the 1970s, we had that white envelope, right? And then we just stopped. We just stopped. In 1982 and 1983, while we were working on the redesign of the uncirculated set, we had no sets. No sets whatsoever. And that created a little bit of a stir. So the U.S. Mint, each respectively, Philadelphia and Denver, made their own sets. They called them souvenir sets. And they made very few of them. And they were only available if you went to the Mint and received it there directly. So as a result, today, after going back to 1947, the winners and still champions are those souvenir sets, if you can find them. The good news is tonight, after months and months and months, we have pairs for the first time. Here we go. So as I referenced, in 1981, we stopped making the uncirculated U.S. Mint set, the uncirculated set. And then we brought it back in 1984, which they call the modern era of uncirculated sets. And they changed the packaging design every year from 84 up until the state quarters came out in 1999. And that was the big deal. But they also then created a special set for collectors. So if you went to the Philadelphia Mint or you went to the Denver Mint directly, they would give you a souvenir set of this year's coins. And inside of that set is a copper medallion in the middle. That is significant. That is the Mint medallion from the respective Mint, Philadelphia-Denver. That makes this one whole. Over the years, these have been repackaged by a lot of people to make it look like they're real. Nobody puts the Mint medallion in it because that would be causing a problem. The Treasury, the Mint wouldn't like that, and then they had to run around for a while and hide. These are the originals. Are you ready for the numbers made? That's what still just surprises me. Philadelphia made no more than 20,000 each of the 2 respective years, and Denver was less than 15,000. which is reasonable because Philadelphia, the East Coast, a little bit more populous than the West Coast. And since Denver at that time was making uncirculateds, we didn't have the California population, even though close, involved in that process on a day-to-day basis. So they're both tiny. Are you ready for this one? The 2026 uncirculated set was released in the last 30 days, right? Beautiful set. Inside the set is that Lincoln cent with the dual date, the only one they've ever made, and it's the special commemorative cent in the set. And they made how many sets? 125,000 sets, and it's sold out instantly. Can you buy the 2026 set, which is a gorgeous set, for under $250 today? And there's 125,000 of them. And they're all fresh. They're all out there. And then for the only unique period in U.S. history, we have something known as a souvenir set. And the 2 years where the souvenir set matters is the 82 and 83 years when the government didn't make anything else. You put them both together, now you have the uncirculated set for the year, known as souvenir, P and D. And that's a challenge. Even though Philadelphia made a few more sets, they're harder to find than the Denvers. One of those crazy stories. Ours are complete sets. So you're going to get the P and the D with us tonight at the respective cost of $199 and $149. My competition, $80 to $90 more than we are on both. And it's a competitive market. Finding them is half the challenge. And tonight we found them. But it's just, well, at what price? And tonight, my people nailed it. Outright nailed it. Good question. Didn't they make souvenir sets before this? And the answer is they did. The U.S. Mint, going back to the 1970s, have made souvenir sets. So if you went and you didn't want to get the uncirculated set, you could just get the Philadelphia souvenir of your visit to the Mint, right? And they continued this into the middle of the 1980s. It became relevant beyond in these 2 years because there were no other U.S. Mint sets made, right? We stopped in 81, brought them back in 84, so we had a 2-year hiatus. The only government issues were at the Mint level, known as souvenirs. That's the true story. Now, many of them you'll see will have in the upper right-hand corner the year and sometimes the mint. These are actual, authentic. They're not reproductions. And again, over the years, been doing this a long time, I've seen a lot of reproductions. And they're gorgeous. But it's different than the real McCoy. And it's important to see the difference. Tonight, this is the difference. And when you look at just the crazy sets over time, right? 2017, we have the enhanced set, right? That's a crazy set, 225,000. 1996, we add the W dime, right? Made over 1 million sets, and that's what, a $50, $60 set today, and there's 1 million plus of them. Then you have, well, I think, the hammer on this, the importance of these two sets. And that is the brand new 2026, which we're all chasing because we want to have the last Lincoln ever. And it's only an uncirculated condition in that set. So they made a pretty special occasion scenario with all the rest of the coins. There's 20 coins in that set. But 125,000 of them, and they sell for way more than either of these do. And then you break it down to how few of them are known here. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. Yes. So, again, 20,000 was the cap on Philadelphia, 15,000 the cap on Denver. So that just tells you how few of these are known. The idea of a souvenir set goes back to the 70s, and it went into the early 80s. But the significance is these two specific years, because the U.S. Mint did not make uncirculated sets, per se. The only way to get the official uncirculated coins of 1982 and 1983 was the souvenir sets, of which there are so few. These are it. Again, saving lots. And the original, just, again, we talk about this once or twice a year. We're on the air for what? 16 hours a week, 52 weeks a year, and we talk about these sets once or twice. That's how special they are, that's how rare they are, and it's a void. If you're putting together with that run of uncirculated sets going back to 1947, a wonderful task. What do you do with 82 and 83 when they didn't make any? Well, they did make them. They have a different name. They're rarer than anything else around them. And, well, tonight at least, affordable. Give us a call.
America's most popular silver design, so popular, we use it on the Silver Eagle today. This is the Walking Liberty half dollar. First started in 1916. Last year of issue was this year right here, 1947. We have Philadelphia's and we have Denver's available for just $29.95 each. These are collector circulated grade, encapsulated as well. Your choice. So if you want to join us with one or the other, you can choose one or the other. Each one of the mints has its own item number. Even though they made 4 million, give or take, this year, if you look at population reports, you'll find less than 24,000 Philadelphias have been seen by PCGS and NGC, and just over 26,000 for the Denvers. You're looking at 0.58% Phillies, 0.67% of the mintage on the Denvers. That is rare, folks. Hard to find, hard to find. While they last, just $29.95, whereas our competition is $115 to $120 per coin.
Another U.S. Mint sellout, that enhanced Silver Eagle, dual-dated W Mint mark, sold out. And we'll be talking about that a little bit later in the show, but it all stems from the dual date on those special U.S. Mint Silver Eagles. Why didn't they do it on the uncirculated back in January? Well, we're happy they didn't, because a lot of us, a lot of you as well, have enjoyed what Daniel Carr put together. A special overstrike edition, 5 different releases throughout this year. And the good news is tonight we have release 4 and 5 in stock, ready to go. So let's spend a few minutes on this great, great overstrike project. Here we go. So you might remember earlier this year we had the Constitution, we had the American flag, we had the original, which is the Minutemen, all editions that were released and sold out, no longer available to the American public. And it was the brainchild of Daniel Carr, right? A designer of a number of U.S. Mint coins over the last quarter century, back into the state quarters and national parks program. And he has his own mint in Denver, where he strikes medallions and other types of products. He also has a Denver Mint press from the Denver Mint after they were replacing equipment, and he uses that for a lot of his projects. So tonight we have one of those crazy topics, great deals, and over-the-top popular. You've probably seen it on the other networks as well. We have the Overstrike Uncirculated Edition. So you notice in the bottom of the coin right here, it's 1776, 2026. That is the overstrike of the regular Silver Eagle. So this is a U.S. 2026 Silver Eagle, and Daniel Carr with his Denver Mint press, which is why you see the D there. It's for Daniel Carr, but also kind of a side on there are no D Silver Eagles, even though this was struck in Denver. His version of a little notice. Then the added plus is what the U.S. Mint has been doing with the proof editions, and that is the beautiful privies. So, as I referenced earlier this year, we had the Minutemen, number 1. Then we had the Constitution, number 2. The flag, number 3. All of them sold out. All of those were the privy marks. And now we have, well, the 4th of July. It's July, so it's appropriate. We're speaking of the topics of July. The Declaration of Independence, July 4th, 1776, as it references right on the coin itself, and then it flows into the We the People and all the fun that goes with it, 250 years later. And of course, the topic of the seat of our government, Independence Hall in Philadelphia. As you see right here, USA 250, Independence Hall with all the rest of the bells and whistles. So, even though our competition over the last 3 or 4 months, as editions 2, 3 have been released, and now we're on 4 and 5, They've all raised their prices to that $279 to $299 level because of silver and the movement of silver, etc. Probably the popularity index of the program because it is one of the top sellers this year. And for us, it's just we brought it out at $229. We're going to hold the line at $229 so that way people that were in the program know what to expect and they can walk through it. So again, tonight it's number 4, the Declaration of Independence, and number 5, Independence Hall. 2 very significant themes in the month of July since we're having that conversation right now. Good question. I should have brought this up earlier. Do we have any of the sold out editions still left available? I looked this morning and I think we had 2 or 3 Minutemen. We were negative on the flag, so the answer is no. And then the Constitution might have been 2 or 3 or vice versa. Check us out online. That would be avccoins.com. Type in the word CARR, C-A-R-R, and you'll get all of the 2026 issues that pop up. It'll mark sold out or available. As we get a coin here or there, sample returns, etc., we will post them available. And if they are, you can join us on it. I look at it this way. If you're able to collect the collection, it's a wonderful feat. I'm a collector. We all want to start and finish if we can. But there are other topics that just have of the moment type issue. And this is one of them. It's just a phenomenal keepsake of the uncirculated Silver Eagle for the year 2026, our USA 250th anniversary. And on top of that, what? The 40th anniversary of the Silver Eagle itself as well. And then the theme is what you like. The July 4th Declaration, I get that. A lot of people have looked at the Independence Hall and said, that's my favorite of them all. Even though the Minuteman was pretty cool going back to February of this year when it was released. Yes, a couple of other things that are, in my opinion, very significant. One, can you buy the Proof Silver Eagle from the U.S. Mint in a 70 condition right now for under $400? That's the other dual date. The brand new dual date that's sold out today, which is the W enhanced with 125,000 struck. Can you find that for under $1,000 today in 70? And the answer is no. The only affordable 70s with dual dates on the Silver Eagle are part of Daniel Carr's Overstrike program. The other thing to remember is this isn't just in a beautiful holder. ANAX has certified all of these as a perfect 70. Now, he's a mint and he does them one by one with quality, which means they should grade at a high percentage, but they might not. Which just means they have to do all the work to make sure to us it's perfect. It's in this holder and it's what we want it to be. And with all that said, still significantly under the price of anything out this year right now with that same dual date. So the highlights and the overstrikes, let me repeat that for everybody. The dual date on the bottom on an uncirculated coin, love it. The background of Lady Liberty, in this case, it's the Declaration of Independence, and the privy being July 4th, 1776. Those are overstrikes added to the coin by Daniel Carr. The reverse is the D as in David, D in this case as Daniel mint mark. That is not a D mint mark from the Denver Mint. It is D for Daniel Carr, who happens to be in Denver, which just makes it even a little bit more fun there. All of them, by the way, all 5 from this year are with that D mint mark. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. Sorry, was having too much fun talking about these issues. I have them. I mean, it's just, sometimes there are products that are just, yeah, well done. And I think everybody looked at the release in January and said, why didn't they do this? Well, the great ingenuity of the American people is the answer. This is the answer. Daniel Carr had the answer. Let's just overstrike an uncirculated coin. We're not going to hide anything. We're going to tell you it's an overstrike. We're going to enhance it to where it's what we would have loved to have the U.S. Mint do for us. But private industry always is going to trump that, is it not? So again, tonight, number 4, number 5, holding the price at $229.95. We're about a minute on the hold right now. Don't worry. Hang in there with us. We'll take care of you. And always remember, avccoins.com is there 24/7, 365.
In the year 2018, the U.S. Mint launched a new series, the Innovation Dollar Series. Just like the state quarters, we're getting a design per state, 56 issues, but what they did was they started it in 2018 with one single coin and inaugural release. It's the first time ever they did an inaugural coin for a new series in the Collectible Coins. So it's actually 57 coins, with this being issue number 1. They made Philadelphia, Denver uncirculated, they made San Francisco proofs, but they also made San Francisco reverse proofs, and that's what this one is right here. So what it is just the opposite of a proof. Everything on a proof that's frosted in the foreground, mirrored in the background, is flipped opposite, and now you have a frosted background and a mirror-like foreground on the imagery. That's what a reverse proof is. This is the original government packaging as issued in 2018. It's only $14.95. The best part is they made only 75,000. And the other best part of our competition is over $25 more than our low price of just $14.95 each.
It is time, and that is, well, a statement we've made a number of scenarios so far early this year, right? All tied to some of the special releases from the U.S. Mint USA 250, whether it was Silver Eagles, Gold Eagles, or the special sets. And the Silver Proof set was released, sold out instantly. We've been talking about some of the beautiful 70s the last couple of weeks, but I finally have in stock, ready to ship, well, that elusive sold out Silver Proof set. So here we go. So this year, the U.S. Mint kind of threw us a curveball, and that is the silver set, the most limited of the proof sets every year, came out first, and the regular clad San Francisco is out later this year. So you are looking at the most limited of all of the special coins made this year. The only cent in proof is in this set. The nickel, dual dated. The dime, silver. The 5 different quarters, 4 different presidents, completely different designs, lowest. The beautiful Liberty half dollar, lowest. And last but not least, the beautiful Sacagawea Native American dollar, and the theme on this year, which we will get to. They released this on June 11th. You might have been one of the people online trying to get through to get that set. I know a lot of disappointed people. We've had hundreds on our waiting list. Why we're about a week out on this prior to everything else is we were clearing out our wait list. We wanted to make sure everybody that asked us for a set we got a hold of, for them to make their decision before we walked and talked here live on the network. So here we are. Look at our price. At $349.95, we, no questions asked, are destroying everybody else in the industry, especially those on the airwaves. The lowest price I saw was last Thursday at $3.99. So we're not playing this Target Walmart game where Target's at $19.95 and Walmart's at $19.96 or $98 or whatever the phrase might be, right? We're talking about we are $50 under our closest competitor on this set. The silver coins are the dime, the 5 quarters, and that beautiful half dollar. So basically it's the bookend of the coins that are unique only to this set with new designs. The cent is unique and only released here, and we'll spend a few minutes on that later. But the design is the same as last year's design, just a dual date on it. The Jefferson nickel's the same way. The Sacagawea is the same way. But the 7 coins that are unique, obverse unique, reverse unique, dual dated, wow, are the silvers in this set. And again, remember, these are pure silvers, 0.999 silvers, which was introduced back in 2019. So we have a phenomenal opportunity here tonight to jump in on the rarest of the rare at one of the eye-popping prices. And I know this is going to change soon because we only have X number of sets available, a very limited number of sets at this price. And we have to go back and buy more. If we have to go and find more, the price has to go up. I know that. We all know that. But let's talk about what they did this year, which is drastically different than what they've done other years. Well, remember the bicentennial. I'm old enough, I do remember. And the U.S. Mint came out with 3 special unique coins for circulation. Not much unlike this year. But back then it was the Washington quarter, Kennedy half dollar, and Eisenhower dollar, right? And they dual dated the front, but it was the regular coin. And then the reverse was a unique design just to that coin. Well, this year, USA 250, the obverse and the reverse are unique to this year and this year only. Each one of them has a dual dated 1776-2026, but it's the story of liberty and the story of the United States through these 7 coins. Engaging liberty, enduring liberty, the dime and the half dollar, unique liberty designs, obverse and reverse, tied to the Statue of Liberty in theory and in thought. You can kind of look at the similarities between that and the 1986 Statue of Liberty coins. The other is the 5-piece quarter set. Now, we've seen state quarters, we've seen national parks, we've seen women making history. And the quarters on the front, good old George, but the reverse is a special design. This year, the front and the back are special designs. And this year, here's the lineup, right? It's the Mayflower Compact. So the Pilgrims are on coin 1, and the Mayflower is in the back. Coin number 2 is the Revolutionary War. That's the George Washington coin. Only one that's him this year, in a new design, and the reverse, obviously, the soldier. And then we get into 3 new presidents on a U.S. quarter for the first time ever. Right? We have the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson. Right? We have James Madison and the Constitution. And then last but not least, we have Lincoln and the Gettysburg Address. So this year we have a Washington quarter, a Jefferson quarter, a Madison quarter, and a Lincoln quarter. We've never done that in our history. All this stuff unique and tied to this year and this history. But for the last second or so I'm spending on this, and no disrespect to the dual-dated Jefferson, which is a new dual date on the obverse, and the golden dollar, which is just unique, the design for this year, but that's a program all by itself. They did nothing special to that coin, which I can't figure out why, but talking out loud. But I think a lot of people are looking at the Holy Grail, not the 7 silver coins I talked about. They're talking about the most limited Lincoln proof ever. Right? Dual dated. And they brought it back for this year. Remember, last year was the last year the Lincoln cent was in circulation. And then late in the year, they told us the U.S. Mint bought a small number of blanks, the last buy of these copper-plated zinc-type planchets ever. And then you look at this year's plans, and it's the uncirculated and then the proofs to a T. So we have a Lincoln cent, the longest tenured coin in U.S. history, the cent as a denomination, the first coin ever made, in this set, which is only fitting. So it's kind of like a oops and wow, and by the way, I've seen my competition selling the coin out of this set right now for $250 to $275. Just the Lincoln proof by itself. Not counting the 7 silver coins I mentioned earlier. Guys, I do not have time for a clock. Looks like we're counting down anyways, so thank you for that. I blew right past it. Sometimes you just get excited. You guys know from my voice, based upon I love coins and I chat about them all the time. But this is an exciting opportunity for the rarest of the rare. That includes silver and the rarest versions. Tonight, it's here. In stock, shipping tomorrow. The beautiful silver proof set. And that price again, $349.95. Wow. And that's why we call this segment
Collectible Coins is now on YouTube. Watch Steve and Allison streaming live, and then after the show, check out videos of all of your favorite products. Whether you watch YouTube on your TV, phone, or computer, be sure to subscribe and click the bell icon to be notified when we go live so you never miss a show. no matter where you are. Just go to youtube.com/AVC Coins to see individual videos of all of our best products, including Morgan Dollars, World Silver, proof sets, and more. You can even click the link conveniently located in the description of every video to purchase any coin directly on avccoins.com. Be sure to hit the like button on your favorites so that we can keep bringing you more of the coins that you love. The coin show you know and love is now just a click away on youtube.com/AVC Coins.
This year has been absolutely incredible for collectors, and not just because the U.S. Mint has been releasing some special edition coins for America's 250th birthday. It also marked the first time in over 62 years that the U.S. Mint would not be striking a Kennedy half dollar, the longest tenured half dollar design in U.S. Mint history. But what many have forgotten is there are some secret coins in the Kennedy half dollar series that many simply missed out on. And as everyone knows, in 1964, the Kennedy half dollar replaced the iconic Franklin half dollar, and it was the only year of issue that would be struck from 90% silver, marking an end of an era at the United States Mint. But what many have forgotten is that for the next several years until 1970, they were still striking Kennedy half dollars in silver. They were just not 90%. And starting in 1968, when the U.S. Mint would move proof coin production to the San Francisco Mint, they would create 4 40% silver half dollars in proof condition in the Kennedy half dollar series. 1968, 69, 70, and then of course those iconic bicentennial issues from 1976 that you can see right here that feature Independence Hall on the back. We have put together 4 coin sets of the secret silver Kennedy half dollar proofs. And at less than $80 per set, we are more than $171 less than our nearest competitors' prices. This 4 coin set in our beautiful Defender holders is item number 905-12659. That's 905-12-659. And as I said, at $79.95 per 4 coin set, not only are we less than $20 per coin, we are more than $171 less than our nearest competitors' prices. And each of these coins are in beautiful proof condition and struck by the old granite lady, aka the San Francisco Mint. You can give us a call at 1-866-518-5933. Or if you don't want to use your phone tonight, that's totally fine. Just grab your laptop, tablet, or head on over to your computer and visit our website, which is avccoins.com. That's AVC, and the word coins with an S.com. Then once you're there, to get your hands on this 4 coin set, just type into the search bar that you can see on the webpage 905-12659. It's 905-12-659. And grab the only 40% silver proof Kennedy half dollars in U.S. Mint history. Because many had forgotten these coins were even struck. That's why we call them the secret silver Kennedy half dollars. With our competition, the lowest price you're going to find for even just one of these coins is $63, with the 4 coin set totaling over $251. At just $79.95, we are more than $171 less. And their status as the final silver half dollars struck by the United States Mint that did not come in the special silver proof sets, they have become collecting icons. And whenever a coin series comes to an end, we saw the same thing happen with the Lincoln cent, which finally stopped circulation production this year, 2026. The Kennedy half dollar came to an end with the final coins being struck in 2025. Whenever that happens, collectors clamor to get their hands on the original coins that started the entire trend. And no coins are harder to find today than these 40% silvers. And among the 40% silver secret Kennedys, the proofs are without a doubt the coins to have. And that's because proof coins are the coins made exclusively for collectors, which means the only way to get your hands on these coins was to buy the proof set from that year. Or when we're talking about the bicentennial set, you had to buy it from those special 3 coin silver sets that contain the quarter, half dollar, and Eisenhower dollar released that year. These coins are without a doubt some of the most iconic in U.S. mint history. And in no large part is their popularity based on the fact that they feature one of the most beloved presidents in U.S. mint history. And that's because, unlike a lot of presidents, Kennedy didn't just talk the talk, he walked the walk. Notably earning not only a Purple Heart, but the Navy and Marine Corps Medal for gallantry and bravery. Because back when he was serving in the Pacific Theater in World War II, a Japanese warship would ram directly into the side of his PT boat, resulting in it being completely destroyed. And despite suffering an incredibly severe back injury, Kennedy would spend the next several hours swimming back and forth from the wreckage to a nearby island to grab every single one of his crewmates. And that back injury would cripple him for the rest of his life. But when he was asked by reporters, "How did you do it, sir? How could you possibly put yourself through all of that?" His answer was quite simple and incredibly iconic. His answer was, "They destroyed my boat. I had no other choice." Which is why he was such a beloved president, because very few presidents in U.S. history have ever been able to actually talk the talk and walk the walk, as they say. He's up there with Teddy Roosevelt in terms of hard grit, true Americans, which is why his half dollar, which started in 1964, quickly became one of the most popular half dollars in the history of the United States Mint. And these are the secret silver Kennedy half dollars that many completely forgot were ever made, especially the proofs, because the only way to get your hands on these coins was to buy the proof set from that year. And proof sets' popularity had only started to peak in the late 70s and early 80s, which meant these late 60s coins are among the lower mintage coins in the entire series when it comes to proof Kennedy half dollars. Then adding to the fact that they are struck from 40% silver has made them more popular than ever before. Our 4 coin sets tonight, in which you'll get the 68, the 69, the 70, and the 1976, are less than $20 per coin at just $79.95. The same 4 coin collection with their competition is going to cost you upwards of $250. We are more than $170 less at just $79.95 while they last tonight. With the end of the Kennedy half dollar being announced towards the end of 2025, these coins have become more popular than ever before. Add in to the fact that silver has skyrocketed over the last 2 or 3 years, it has resulted in these coins being incredibly expensive. Our entire 4 coin set is just $80. Yet, a single coin with our competition, regardless of the date, 68, 69, 70, or 76, is going to cost you at least $63 by itself. We are just a little more for all 4 coins. And as a result, these coins are not going to last long. We have a limited number of 4 coin sets in stock tonight, so please call in now and grab yours while you...
This year we have a new dime, so get in on the last Roosevelt as we know it, 2025. This is a 4 coin set. You get Philadelphia and Denver uncirculated, as well as 2 San Franciscos in proof condition. You get a clad and you get a silver proof .999 fine silver. 1 low price, $19.95. Each coin will arrive encapsulated as well. Guess what our competition's at? $70 for the same 4 coins. Join us, folks, and save a bundle.
USA 250 2026 is one of the banners we're talking about this year, but the other one, which is as exciting, if not more so, for the big silver collectors, is the 40th anniversary of the Proof Silver Eagle. And we saw earlier this year the dual dated, first time ever. We saw the Philadelphia, congrats, all great stuff tied to this year. But it opens up the door on value. It's our middle name, America's Value Channel, right? And over the last 2 or 3 months, we found a couple of deals that are, well, too good to pass up on, and that means a great opportunity for us to chat. Tonight, we're going to talk about not only the first, but the first 2 Proof Silver Eagles ever. dating back to 1986. And look at our price. That's where it becomes fun. Where if you go on the U.S. Mint's website and you look for the 2026 dual dated, which is a cool coin, and I have one, so I understand why you need one, is $170 plus to get in on the brand new coin from the U.S. Mint, where the specifications are all the same. Same size, same weight. The only thing different is the dual date and the special privy. Right? So we're talking about $45 plus less, but we're going back in time to the origin story of our Silver Eagle program. And it's a fun story. If you go back to this time in history, we had this thing going on where the U.S. Mint did not have any silver dollars, right? We just introduced collectible vintage people, places, and things for the 83 Olympics. Then we had the 84 Olympics to tie in the two different coins. Nothing in 85, and the of the China Panda in the United States in the early to mid 1980s. We gobbled them up. And the market was made for the U.S. because at that time in history, Chinese individuals, people living in China, couldn't even buy their own coins. It was against the law. The silver pandas in the 1980s were made for export only to the U.S. and Europe. And we gobbled up those 1 ounce silvers. So we get legislation passed for why don't we do it ourselves? Why don't we have our own silver dollar, a bullion dollar? And we did. In 1986, we have this new program starting. But there were two versions. The bullion coin, which is the uncirculated. We see those every January. It's a mad dash, and we have a lot of fun with it. And then the special collector proof. Proof is a method of manufacture, and that process is why they look different. A regular issue or bullion strike is the coin, the two dies, slap it and go. They look gorgeous. The technology's making it to where that happens today. But the proof is a whole different process. They polish the obverse and reverse dies. Then they polish the piece of metal in the middle. They strike it twice, not once, which is why you see that contrast, the frosting with the mirrored backgrounds. I mean, you can see yourself in a proof. Kind of where the name came from. Proof. Look at it and see, right? So we have tonight the first two proofs made in the entire program. 1986 to 1987. Why do I bring them both up together? Because 86, everybody wants to jump in on it. It's the first year of issue. Right? Who doesn't want the first year of issue? But number two is actually harder to find. So whenever we find them, we kind of put them together so people get the rarity. Because we have the effect of first year of issue. People are diving in. I can finally buy a beautiful pure silver. Again, US 0.9993 versus 0.900. So we have this big new jumbo dollar never done before. But now it's improved. Oh my. So the competition have both of these coins right now on their website. And with silver on a tear of the last 18 months, and even though it's come back a little, at least we've recognized it's come back a little. And what I mean by that is my competition hasn't. When silver spiked to that $80, $90, $100 and even more an ounce not too long ago, everybody moved their prices on proof Silver Eagles to $200 to $249. You know when silver came back, nobody adjusted their prices, even though the industry has. And it does affect proofs as well. Not as much, but it does affect it on the downward trend. Because it is 1 ounce of silver on top of it all, right? So tonight, look at our price. They're at $249 each, and we're $120 less per coin. So if you're familiar with the phrase BOGO, buy one, get one, right? This is as close as you're going to get with 1 ounce silver proofs. Because we're at $129.95 tonight, and the deal is your choice. Not you have to buy both to get the price. You can buy one or the other as it works for you. Now, the OGP, well, the OGP stands for Original Government Packaging. And as you saw in that first shot, the wider shot, the purplish display box, then there's the certificate of authenticity, and then the outright cardboard box. All that's what they call OGP. This is not just coins and capsules like my competition does. Know why? Because it takes space to store it the right way. Everything takes a little extra effort if you do it the right way. You cut the corners and you want the high prices? Well, that's, if they can get them, go for it. I mean, I understand. But tonight it's all about the best, which is the original government packaging, the first two ever, and of course, price. And of course, price. Guys, give me a 1 minute clock. Now, it says the first estimate. Let me explain the Proof Silver Eagle program, because I did talk about that. We're celebrating 40th anniversary this year. The first 7 years, the Proof Silver Eagles were San Francisco's. That's 1986 to 1992. Then in 1993, they surprised us. They went to Philadelphia. A wonderful surprise. Philadelphia made the regular issue proof until the year 2000. In the year 2001, West Point struck their first Silver Eagle in proof, and they've been making them every year since then. We used to have San Francisco as a second coin from 2018 through 2025. They discontinued that last year in anticipation of this year's program. So when we say first estimate, it's the first period, and it happens to be an estimate, just to help people understand that the mint mark's changed over the last 40 years in this program. $129.95, yes, our best price in way over a year. And it comes down to just finding the right deals and spending a quality amount of time on it. And then spinning off onto the next topic. We're going to have these conversations 60 times tonight, and this is just one of them. But again, the first two Proof Silver Eagles ever, the hottest silver dollar in the world. And we're that far under our competition. That's just great for all of us. Give us a...
Looking for an 1899 San Francisco circulated Morgan silver dollar for your collection? Well, folks, now is your chance. San Francisco made 28 issues throughout the entire Morgan silver dollar series. This one here, 1899, has a total known mintage of just 2.5 million coins. And if you look at population reports combined, NGC and PCGS together, less than 13,000 have been seen. That's incredible. That's a half of a percent of the entire mintage. Crazy, crazy rare. Our competitors want as much as $285 for this coin in circulated condition. We're at $89.95. And by the way, if you want an uncirculated 1899 San Francisco, you're going to pay upwards of $1,800 for it. Join us on this one. This one is special.
We spent a lot of time this year, and we're only in the middle of it, right? Talking about the beautiful dual dates on the Proof Silver Eagle, the dual dates on the dimes, the various quarters, the half dollar. But we've spent almost no time talking about the other coin. Yes, there is one more coin that is dual dated in circulation this year. It's just nobody can find them. Well, the good news is I've found a few boxes. So for a couple of minutes anyways this evening, we have the chance to talk about that beautiful first time ever dual dated Jefferson nickel. Here we go. So happy they did this, but it's unique that they didn't do it for the golden dollar. The golden dollar stays the same. And then the others are all part of the Liberty program, which again is the dime, 1 year only design, half dollar, 1 year only design, 5-piece quarter set. Each one of them, obverse and reverse, different for the first time in our history. So we put a lot of effort into the dime, the quarters, and the half dollar. But the other dual dated coin, as you can see right here, is our Jefferson nickel. Now the reverse design is identical. The only difference on the obverse is the dating mechanism. It's a dual date for the only time in our nickel's history. Remembering that when we started as a country, going back to colonial days, we didn't have nickel. We had a silver half dime. And it stayed that way until 1866. That's when we introduced this new metal type. And we made a 5-cent piece out of it, which eventually even special. So it's kind of like the unsung hero. But I look at it as being the affordable hero. As we very well know, finding rolls of the dimes, quarters, and half dollars are elusive today. Yet when you look at the U.S. Mint's production figures, they are out there. I can speak for myself only and a number of people I talk to, but Have you seen one of these dual-dated nickels in circulation yet? Have you seen a dime? Have you seen the quarters? Have you seen the half dollar? And the answer is, well, no. So tonight, we have a very special opportunity. And $29.95 for both rolls. So it says in the graphic, the P and the D uncirculated. There's 40 coins per roll. And that is exactly what we're presenting. And for the flow of all the other coins out this year, all of our locking tubes are the same manufacturer, the high-end, the #1 manufacturer for tubes in the industry. The pivot locking on the top and the labeling on top of them. So that way, if you have worked with us in the dimes or any of the quarter programs, the labeling mechanism will just match up perfectly for the others you may have purchased. But we've had a lot of people asking over the last month, have you found any nickels yet? Have you found any nickels yet? And the answer is I have. But for the last month or so, this is what I was paying for the nickel rolls. And I'm sorry, I just thought that was asking a bit much, considering they're supposed to be out there for all of us to dive into. So I had a good friend of mine lock down some positions on P and D nickels to where we could bring it out at the most affordable price point in the industry. If you check the auction sites, and I know many of you have, you're looking at $20, $25 a roll. That's 40 Ps or 40 Ds. And tonight we're offering the pair 40 Ps and 40 Ds in this special tonight. So again, we'll mention this while they last throughout the show tonight, but we're thrilled to have the opportunity to bring out the other dual date. Now, I'm old enough to remember the bicentennial. And I remember the quarters, the half dollars, and the Eisenhower dollars that were out there. And the coins then only had a dual date on the obverse. So Washington, Kennedy, and Eisenhower all looked the same. It was the dual date that was different on the front. And then the reverse was the new design, just for the bicentennial year. Well, this year, the U.S. Mint chose to have dimes, all the quarters, and the half dollar. So 7 coins, all with unique obverse and reverse designs, unique to only this year. But it's kind of an interesting way of looking at this. And somebody said, well, the nickel, which is the lowest denomination out there in circulation right now, understanding the Lincoln cent is no longer being made for circulation, that ended in 2025, that why not just make the nickel the unique look and feel from the bicentennial itself, where the obverse is the only slight subtle change, the dual date itself. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock if you wouldn't mind, please. Don't have a lot. And again, yes, a few people I'm seeing are buying 3s and 5s. Whatever works for you. But this is for the pair, again. This is not a P or a D, your choice. It is a P and a D. You get them both. So if you worked with the dimes, the quarters that are out so far, which are the first 2, number 3's coming out soon, the half dollar, the beautiful half dollars. Congratulations, and it's a great opportunity. But the nickels, finally, I feel, in an affordable range for all of us to enjoy, set aside as a keepsake. And again, this is the only coin that has no design change for the USA 250 semi-quincentennial opportunity. And I'm only saying that once because I always screw it up when I try to multiply it 3 times. That's a hard one to say. But the bottom line tonight is this. Uncirculated rolls, P solid, D solid, 40 Ps, 40 Ds, 80 coins in all. The $29.95 is the price for the pair. And while they last this evening, here you go. Thanks for listening, but I got to be moving.
1938, we saw the first Jefferson nickel. Now, it did have a couple changes over its time up until this year. The original Jefferson nickel design from 1938 to 2003 had left-facing portrait of Thomas Jefferson. Then we had a second design, was actually 4 different designs between 2004 and 2005, representing the westward journey. And then from the year 2006 to the current day, the obverse on the design changed to a now forward-facing portrait of Thomas Jefferson. 2026, they changed it again and they put a dual date for the first time ever. This is a 3-coin collection. You get Philadelphia and Denver uncirculated, plus the special, stunning San Francisco proof as well. Each one individually presented in our custom Defender holders for one low price of just $24.95. Get all three, folks. The new 2026 dual-dated nickel celebrating our 250th birthday.
USA 250 and the 2026 next. Here we go. So quarter one is different, quarter two is different, quarter three is different, and it's all of them, the obverse and reverse are different. Actually, the quarter program this year has 4 different presidents. This is the first big change. Washington's on quarter number 2 of the Revolutionary War, but Thomas Jefferson is on the 3rd quarter, which is the Declaration of Independence, right? And then we're going to have James Madison on number 4, the Constitution. We're going to have Lincoln on number 5, the Gettysburg Address. And we're all out there hunting for the coins to put our sets together. Well, the U.S. Mint announced right before the 4th of July holiday that they created a special privy mark that is being released into quarter number 3. They made only 250,000 coins, and it's totally at random. I.e., they seeded them into the bags that Brinks, Wells Fargo, what we here get as well from the Treasury. And then it's just a function of how lucky are you to find a coin or two, right? And that is just a great challenge. The interesting part is the numbers overall are what make this beyond special. They've made 84.8 million Ds and 63 million Ps so far. The question is, if they're seeding these coins in, and I have friends that are on the West Coast saying they're finding a few of these in circulation out of D cribs, which is just, again, a comment, where a lot of people thought it was only going to be P cribs, which is a thought. It hasn't really been declared. It's just we're seeding this cool July 4th issue. Let's find it. The Great American Coin Hunt is there. Well, the math is the second part of this conversation, right? There's 147,800,000 number 3 quarters that have been made so far in the last 7 or 8 weeks. They make them for 10 weeks and we're done, right? And that's the way the whole system was made for this year. 10, just like the state quarter program, basically. 10 weeks, a new design. 10 weeks, a new design. So if you're seeding number 3, that means your 1 out of every 600 or so coins made is going to be a July 4th privy. Now that's pretty cool. Sounds attainable. Now let's do the math on that. That means about for every 15 to 16 rolls of coins clean, you might find a coin. The key word is you might. Sometimes you get lucky and you find 2 out of 10, and you know, in other cases, go through thousands of coins and find none. With rolls selling for $25 to $30 a roll right now because of this program and because of the July 4th privy. If you need to buy 15 rolls, because that's what the math tells you, and you feel lucky being inside of those rolls, then you're looking at $350, $400 to find one. But you do have a bunch of extra quarters. The other option is just buying the coin outright. Now, this package, this presentation was put together by my graphics department using the Defender holder, which keeps it in uncirculated condition. The beautiful label ties together the theme of this year. But of course, it's all about the July 4th privy. So I referenced earlier the coin in uncirculated condition. It's right here, right? Yes, the Lincoln cent, which is only in uncirculated sets this year, is pretty special. But you got to buy that big set for hundreds to get those 2 coins. Just the random nature of this makes it fun. Remember the National Parks program in 2019, right? We brought out the special V75 scenario. That was 2020, excuse me. 2019, we just had a privy mark on a number of these coins. The quarters in circulation at random. And it was crazy. We had a lot of fun doing that. And then they put the V75 on the 2020s. So we've seen what this can do to collecting. And the whole idea behind this year, from the Mint's perspective, and I applaud it, is we should be collecting coins. It is our history. And this year's designs tell the story. But is there one that's rarer than all the rest? Absolutely. And this one is it. Again, the global number released by the U.S. Mint was only 250,000 coins. They were seeded into ballistic cribs. Now, cribs, as they call them, you might have heard that terminology. A crib is a $50,000 face value ballistic bag put on a big steel crib. That's what they fill when they're at the Mint. If you've taken the tour, you might have remembered seeing those. It's a pretty cool process how they put it together. When they get to 200,000 coins, which is $50,000 face, they seal the bag, and then they push it off into circulation. Brinks, Wells Fargo, all the various security companies that work with the banks across the country work and have access to this to make circulation happen. They also have a program for people like myself with the Treasury Department where I can order those same cribs. That way collectors have access to these coins at a little easier play than it is trying to go to your bank, which, again, a lot of banks don't even offer the ability to get a roll of uncirculated coins today. So this just makes the process special, but it makes the hunt even more so. It's just an outright fun idea. So quarter number 3, which is Thomas Jefferson and the Declaration of Independence. The first non-Washington president on a quarter in our government's history. Now that'll be followed up by Madison and Lincoln, as I referenced later in the year. But at about 9 o'clock is where that July 4th privy sits. We've seen these advertised for $400, $500. I've seen certified NGC 64s and 65s, which is an average grade, a good average grade for a circulating coin, selling for $800 to $1,000. Because the topic is hot. We're all wanting that coin that by chance is or isn't. And that's just a numbers game. I've had people that have worked with us and bought rolls that have said, hey, I found 1 coin out of 5 rolls. I've had others say I bought 20 rolls and I got none. For us, we buy all of ours on the open market. All of our rolls are sold unsearched. So these coins tonight are ones we bought. People like yourself found them. And now we have the opportunity to talk about them. Guys, I don't have time for a clock, but I wanted to make sure we had a chance to talk about this because it is that hunt coin that even we have been searching for. And after tonight, we're going to be searching again. It is a phenomenal story. It is the hunt of 2026, the special 4th of July privy. And again, come on, it's USA 250. The 4th of July is important. On the coin, limited, yeah.
America's most popular silver design, so popular, we use it on the Silver Eagle today. This is the Walking Liberty half dollar. First started in 1916. Last year of issue was this year right here, 1947. We have Philadelphia's and we have Denver's available for just $29.95 each. These are collector circulated grade, encapsulated as well. Your choice. So if you want to join us with one or the other, you can choose one or the other. Each one of the mints has its own item number. Even though they made 4 million, give or take, this year, if you look at population reports, you'll find less than 24,000 Philadelphias have been seen by PCGS and NGC, and just over 26,000 for the Denvers. You're looking at 0.58% Phillies, 0.67% of the mintage on the Denvers. That is rare, folks. Hard to find, hard to find. While they last, just $29.95, whereas our competition is $115 to $120 per coin.
We're all smiling because the U.S. Mint's 2026 uncirculated set is out. It's sold out instantly, and now big premiums just to get the set in the original packaging. Well, the next phase of that set is I'm looking for the cent, the quarters, the half dollar, all the unique coins. There's 20 of them in this set. Well, tonight we have one of the rarest pairs known out of the advanced release series, and that is the beautiful Liberty Dime P&D set. But tonight it's not a 66 or a 67 set we've talked about. or the 68 sets we sold out of not too long ago. Tonight, the best of the best, the finest known. We have a couple 69 sets. So here we go while they last. Yeah. Thank you, US Mint. Thank you, 2026 uncirculated set. Because prior to these coins being released in this uncirculated set, we were not finding coins above a 65 or a 66, and all of you know that. We've talked about this. We've put coins out there, and the 7s are flying out the door, and we couldn't keep them in stock because we were not seeing quality. Well, the uncirculated set kind of changes the parameter a little bit. The unfortunate part is, who wants to break up that set because everything in it pretty much is dual dated outside of the Sacagawea dollar. You got 18 unique, all 20 are actually unique, and it's wow. And it also has Lincoln cents in the set, right? Even more special. So tonight, here we go. This is a P and a D. It's a complete set. My competition, I've seen a couple of them on auction sites. I have not seen anybody on the airwaves yet that has a set or a single, but the auction sites are more than I am. And I have the set. They have a coin. Now, these are all in the USA 250 label. As it references, they tag it as coming from the 20 coin uncirculated set. Nothing being hidden there. We know that's where the quality is. If you look at the Denver version, the one on the right, it looks a little nicer, doesn't it? It's almost proof-like. Denver has just done something to their coins this year in the uncirculated set. And we say thank you for that. On the other hand, look at the Philly, not that far behind. The significance is what? There are no 70s, and only a couple of 69 sets are known to exist. Right? Here are the numbers global, because the dimes were released earlier this year. So far this year, NGC has seen 63,000 dimes. Which, when you look at the P's and the D's, that's 31,000 and change if you break it up evenly. Not horrible, right? Kind of like a silver eagle of some sort. Here's a number that's going to make you smile. There's only 221 sets in 69. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, that's a bit different. As of right now, that number is so tiny. And I don't see it changing by much. If it gets to 250, it's still crazy rare. And part of it is, if it does change a little bit, it's not going to be advanced release. You're going to see regular uncirculated sets add some numbers potentially. So you're protected by the label as well. So not only do you get the label, you get the special USA 250, you get the grade, right, which is what you want. And tonight with us, you're getting the price, which is just seriously kicking butt on everybody in the industry. We have no problem setting where we think the prices should be versus where people put them at. And this is just one of those examples. As I referenced, they're selling a P or a D for more than we're selling the set. And ours are advanced release and the same grade. Nothing wrong with that. That's the American way, right? It's about people, places, and things, knowing the right people, being at the right place at the right time, and then is it the moment? And I'm hoping for all of you tonight it is. Because at $599.95 for this dime set, it's special. Are there 20 coin sets in 69? Yes. I know there's like 10, 11, 12 sets. If you look at the population reports, and let me go there for a quick second. NGC publishes everything they see, which gives us all that extra information. It's not just how many uncirculated sets did the mint make, a mintage figure, which is important because it kind of starts the parameter. They publish the grades of everything they see. So you can see the curve that I just referenced. 63,000 P and D dimes certified this year. So far. And it's only going to get more because people are going to say, wow, I might get a 69. I'm going for it. And you can't blame them, can you? And then you get to the far right-hand column and there's no 70s. And you see a 69, and the number right now is the P mint, this coin. This is the most limited, but not by much. 221. Yeah. The best only gets better. So as I was referencing, yes, there are a few sets. Rumor has it they've been at $10,000, $12,000 a set, which when you consider it's 20 coins and they all got to make 9, that's not too shabby in the big picture of things. Will we have them? I certainly hope so. I mean, it's our goal, our desire. We just can't call up and say, hey, give me a few 9 sets. Wouldn't that be wonderful if we could do that? That also would just kind of kill the industry, but oh well. But over time, we're holding coins back just on the hope that we'll get all 20 to fall into this number. And we'll see where it takes us. But right now, I do know I have a small quantity of dimes. They're all advanced release and they're crazy in price. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. So we talked about quarters earlier tonight in 69. Talked about $half the other night. That's sold out. Haven't had the privilege of talking about the cents yet in 69, and that would be a fun conversation, a couple $1,000 set. When we get them, we're going to talk about them. Tonight, it's affordable. Yet it's the symbol of this year, which is liberty, the dime. And it's the most limited and the highest quality and the lowest price, all wrapped up into a bow tonight. So absorb, give us a call, and join us.
In the year 2018, the U.S. Mint launched a new series, the Innovation Dollar Series. Just like the state quarters, we're getting a design per state, 56 issues, but what they did was they started it in 2018 with one single coin, an inaugural release. It's the first time ever they did an inaugural coin for a new series in the Collectible Coins. So it's actually 57 coins, with this being issue number 1. They made Philadelphia, Denver uncirculated. They made San Francisco proofs, but they also made San Francisco reverse proofs, and that's what this one is right here. So what it is, it's just the opposite of a proof. Everything on a proof that's frosted in the foreground, mirrored in the background, is flipped opposite, and now you have a frosted background and a mirror-like foreground on the imagery. That's what a reverse proof is. This is the original government packaging as issued in 2018. It's only $14.95. The best part is they made only 75,000. And the other best part of our competition is over $25 more than our low price of just $14.95 each. We got a special deal in of original boxed proof sets, and it was highly concentrated with 1954, 72-year-old box proof sets in the original box. Folks, you have to see these. Give us a call as soon as you see how beautiful these sets are. We're talking about a box proof set, which is how the United States Mint packaged proof sets in the year 1954. It started a few years prior to that, and they didn't switch to new packaging until 1955. But this is how the coins were packaged in a proof set in 1954. Each coin in its own little poly square, I should say, and then stapled. So you have your cent, your nickel, your 90% silver dime, your 90% silver quarter, and of course your 90% silver Franklin half dollar. So there are 3 coins in 90% silver in this set, each coin in its own little sleeve, and that's exactly how they made them in 1954. And they stapled the top. We're going to show you the reverse designs as well. There's that eagle reverse quarter, which we have not seen since 1998, and the dime, and the nickel, and that gorgeous red cent as well. 1954 proof set came in these sleeves with the staple, and of course tissue paper. This is all how it was made in 1954, and in a square box. 1955 is when they transitioned to this type of packaging, poly pack in an envelope. And there are many, many sets out there that you may have seen are capital plastic or repackaged into those types of lenses. So they would break the coins out from the original box and put them in a repackaged proof set lens that is that long rectangular lens. But this is how they were in 1954. We're showing you the whole entire packaging of how they made them. So they were each coin made, of course, in Philadelphia Mint, because that's who made proof sets back then. They didn't transition to San Francisco making proofs until 1968. And keep in mind that proofs, they were not made for circulation. They were specially struck on polished dies using multiple strikes, and that's how you get that mirror-like background. See how when we move those coins, you can see the light reflecting? It's almost like a mirror. If this is in front of you right now and you have a red shirt, you'll see that red color in the background of the coins because the background is highly polished, struck twice, multiple times, etc., etc. And also keep in mind that this is an era, these were made in an era where proof mintages were relatively small. Only 233,300 sets were made. Compare that to the millions of sets made each year today. And over the years, many sets were broken apart or repackaged. Over the decades, repackaged like into sets like this because the original sets were broken apart. So finding intact original boxes is special. So it's a special opportunity. $199.95. That repacked holder that we just showed you, that rectangular lens, our competition sells that for $429. The same coins, not in the original packaging, but repackaged into a lens. Original box with us here tonight, 1954, 72 years ago, $199.95. 3 90% silver coins. The dime, that one right there. The Washington quarter, that one right there. And the Franklin half dollar, that one right there. Gorgeous set, original packaging, OGP, the original US Mint box. When we saw this deal, we were like, this is just fantastic because we could bring out the year specific, give you guys an opportunity to grab your 1954, your true piece of 1950s Americana. If you don't have one of these in your collection, you got to get one. 3 90% silvers, original government packaging, $199.95, not $429. And once again, this is what they switched the packaging to in 1955. 1955, they made a box, and they also made an envelope. But a lot of people are selling repackaged sets just like that. Competition sells them for $429. Join us tonight, $199.95 for the original. So this one is available online for now. If you head over to avccoins.com and enter 9051731 into the search bar, you'll come to this page. Grab yours while they are available. We're running low, selling pretty quickly. 233,300 made. That's it. Pretty low mintage figure. One of the scarcer sets of the 1950s is the 1954 boxed. 1955, they split it. They have boxed sets and they had polypack, or some people call them the flat packs. And then 1956 and forward were flat packs only. So this is actually the last full year of a boxed proof set, being that 1955 was split between the boxed and the flat packs. 90% silver dime, 90% silver quarter, 90% silver proof Franklin. All 3 coins in silver proof. All 5 coins made at the Philadelphia Mint. And while they last, under $200 for this set. Let's put a 1-minute clock up. Don't want to sell out while we're chatting. 233,300 made. How about this? In 2012, they made 396,000, and that one sells for 225, 250. I've seen it for even more than that, and you're looking at almost double the mintage figure. Pretty interesting. Most 1954 sets are prepackaged or repackaged in those Capital plastics. Rectangular lenses, very difficult to find. An original box, as you see on your screen, with each coin in its own cellophane, square, stapled with the tissue paper and the original box. Pretty incredible, right? Over 70 years ago, a true piece of 1950s Americana, one of the scarcer sets of the 50s. This one right here, 1954, folks. Almost out. Give us a call. This year we have a new dime, so get in on the last Roosevelt as we know it, 2025. This is a 4-coin set. You get Philadelphia and Denver uncirculated, as well as 2 San Franciscos in proof condition. You get a clad and you get a silver proof .999 fine silver. One low price, $19.95. Each coin will arrive encapsulated as well. Guess what our competition's at? $70 for the same 4 coins. Join us, folks, and save a bundle.
This year, we're celebrating a dual celebration. Not only the USA 250 we talk about a million times a night, but also the 40th anniversary of our Silver Eagle, introduced back in 1986. So the Silver Eagle of this year is a little bit extra special. And like we did for the 30th anniversary in 2016, a little extra edge lettering to make it special and never do it again, this year they did it one up. They had a dual date for the only time in the series history, and a special privy mark to kind of accent USA 250. Tonight, the good news is this. I have proofs back in stock, but the story behind them makes it even more attractive. But not to mention the crazy price. So you're going to see that in a second. Here we go. You might remember the A&A in Savannah. It was a great celebration. The U.S. Mint launched this year's dual-dated Proof Silver Eagle with the congratulations Philadelphia Mint piece. They sold out instantly online and then sold out shortly thereafter at the show. The lines were long. There was 500,000 Proof Silver Eagles. But take a step back and just say, really? Our most significant coin, our big, beautiful Proof Silver Eagle, the only dual date, the special privy for USA 250, and we're only making 500,000 of them? And the answer is yes, which is why it's sold out. But the rest of the story is the significant part. The reason why it sold out so quickly is they didn't make all 500,000 immediately. They made 300,000, sold it out, and rumor has it, give or take the 4th of July, the last 200,000 are coming. But here is the clinch. As Paul Harvey used to say, the rest of the story. They also released that same day the congratulations. That was 60,000, right? And that sold out instantly as well. And then it was the same scenario, but they only made 40,000 of the 60,000. And then recently they released the other 20,000, which makes it a full 60,000 coin sellout. Can anybody find that coin? It sold out faster the second time than it did the first time. And now it's sold out for good. So we anticipate the final sellout to be swift. And it's because it is the dominant coin of this year. I mean, the dimes are beautiful, the half dollars are beautiful, the quarter series is phenomenal, great imagination and thought. But we live on the big, big, big Proof Silver Eagle. It's our number one coin every year. And this is the dual date, special design, privy, yada, 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 as Seinfeld would say, right? Now, here's what this piece is. You might remember that there's this program the U.S. Mint has known as the Advanced Release Program. And they work with a number of larger companies across the country, of which we are one of, on sending the message, talking to collectors, getting the coins out there to the collecting public, and all of our unique ways of doing it. Well, obviously, we're here on television versus others are catalogs, etc., right? They reserve 10% for that group of people. The 90% goes to the American public directly. So the smallest addition every time a special issue comes out is the advanced release. Because the grading services, NGC in this case, signify where it came from. And they do that because over the years we've loved first day of issue, first release, day one, first strike, right? Now it's first allocation for Silver Eagles. All of that matters and sells for a premium in the marketplace. We want the first, not just one of the first. We want the first. Well, the ultimate first on these beautiful collector coins are the advanced release coins. But the numbers are based on the big number, not the small number. Big number meaning the entire mintage. And that's what makes this special to this point. When the year is over, there's going to be 500,000 proof Silver Eagles, and they will be sold out. There are only 13,542 of them that have been tagged by NGC, certified as advanced release. That's less than 3% of all the proof Silver Eagles from this year will be tagged as the rarest. Now, the other part is look at our price. I did lead with that, but then I got on a side tangent. I'm sorry. Look at that price. Can you find anybody with a regular OGP, original government packaging, proof Silver Eagle for under $300 right now? And we're not only giving you the proof Silver Eagle, we're giving it to you in the rarest format for $50 less. Every hour of every show, and we've been doing this now pretty much all of 2026, we have what we call a stunner. It's meant to make your eyes open up, kind of like you're smelling an onion, right? Doing, just wake you up. This price should wake everybody up. But now when you add all the extra little pieces with it, it's like you could have your cake and eat it too. And how often does that happen? So tonight, if you have a proof Silver Eagle, congratulations. You're one of a small group of people. I worked inside of the original 300,000 released. Those 200,000 coming out soon are going to go away fast. And those will be higher priced than this will. We all know that. The congratulations when they came out, right? 40,000, 20,000 to sell out to 60,000. When the second group came out, it didn't tube the market. It accelerated the excitement of the market because there's still not enough of the coins out there for the year. And the other thing they did this year, which is different than past, the congratulations coin is different than the proof Silver Eagle this year. Philadelphia struck, not dual dated, where this is dual dated with the USA Liberty Bell Privy with the USA 250 on it. So tonight, putting aside one of the rarest would be here. The only thing rarer than this is a perfect 70 of this. We've all seen those, and what are they, $800, $900 today in the marketplace? It's the only thing rarer than this in the proof Silver Eagle this year. So tonight, $249.95 while it lasts. Guys, give me a 30-second clock, please. Love it. And NGC has done some great holders for this year. They call this the Betsy Ross flag. Remember in the original colonial flag, which is the 13 stars? Beautiful look and feel. The other is that red, white, and blue Silver Eagle design. I mean, again, they've knocked it out of the park. Kudos when kudos are deserved, right? But tonight, not only getting the proof Silver Eagle for under $250, you're getting the rare format, which is the advanced release in this gorgeous holder, certified by NGC as being from the release. What do they say? If you can't beat it, you got to join it. So that means you got to give us a call. We're waiting for it.
Looking for an 1899 San Francisco circulated Morgan silver dollar for your collection? Well, folks, now is your chance. San Francisco made 28 issues throughout the entire Morgan silver dollar series. This one here, 1899, has a total known mintage of just 2.5 million coins. And if you look at population reports, combined NGC and PCGS together, less than 13,000 have been seen. That's incredible. That's a half of a percent of the entire mintage. Crazy, crazy rare. Our competitors want as much as $285 for this coin in circulated condition. We're at $89.95. And by the way, if you want an uncirculated 1899 San Francisco, you're going to pay upwards of $1,800 for it. Join us on this one. This one is special. Next up is a true Wild West coin, the Buffalo Nickel. I have a roll of 40, folks, at an unbeatable price. You're not going to want to miss this one. Let's take a look. 40 coins of full date Buffalo Nickels for just $49.95 for the whole roll, and we're of course including that collector tube as well. So back in 1883, President Roosevelt travels west after the Spanish-American War, before he got into politics. He organized the Rough Riders, And rumor has it that is where he got the inspiration for the buffalo nickel from. Because travel forward in time, when he says, you know what, we need to change our coins, people. And he initiates the coin renaissance. And he says we need to change all the coins in history, in our coinage, to be more beautiful and more representative of our people. Well, the second coin to change in that Roosevelt coin renaissance period, aside from the gold, was this one here, the buffalo nickel. So they changed the obverse to be a Native American wearing a headdress, but they changed the reverse as well to the buffalo nickel. True Wild West coin, because a lot of people say, I'm mismatching my coins here. A lot of people talk about the Indian head cent as the first really Wild West coin. But that was actually Lady Liberty wearing the American headdress. This one here is actual Native American Indian portrayed on the obverse of the coin. So these are here circulated coins, but full dates. And let's talk about the buffalo nickel. Nickel is a soft metal. It wears very easily. So in time, the high points wear first, and that is the date area, and also, of course, the reverse. Now, if you're familiar with the beginning of the series, 1913, the first coins they made, the 5 cents wore off the reverse very, very quickly. Now, if you're familiar with the no-cent nickel debacle, 1883, when the 5 cents wore off the reverse, and then a gentleman by the name of Josh Tatum gold-plated them and passed those Liberty nickels off as $5 gold pieces because they didn't say 5 cents anymore. The mint wanted to avoid that. So what they did was they changed the design. So halfway or some part during the year of 1913, they put a straight line above the word 5 cents, the words 5 cents, and now we had a quote-unquote type 2 design. So all of the other nickels in the series have this new presentation or design element for the denomination, so there was less chance of it wearing off in circulation. So each one of these coins in our circulated roll has a full date. So 1927, that's a great example. We have a variety of different dates, but you will get a full 40 coin roll. The lowest price we saw today was $5.75 per coin. The lowest price. Multiply that by 40, pretend you're getting a full roll of that one coin, you're at $230 for 40 coins. We're at $49.95 for 40 coins. Each one is hand-selected, circulated, also full date. And if you take 230 and subtract what I just told you, $5.75 per coin is 230 minus $49.95, you're saving over $180 with us here tonight at AVC. 40 coins circulated, buffalo nickels, $49.95, full date in a collector tube while they last. Now, the obverse and reverse was designed by a gentleman named James Earl Frazier. Obviously, the obverse is an Indian chief, and the reverse is known to be Black Diamond, the buffalo, and he was a buffalo in the Bronx Zoo. True Wild West coins. And a lot of people bring up the Indian cent as a Wild West coin, but that actually was Lady Liberty wearing an American headdress. This is a true Wild West coin. It was inspired by Roosevelt and his time spent out in the West during the time period of the Rough Riders. Now, this coin was replaced in 1938 by the Jefferson nickel. We have a Jefferson nickel from 1938 until present. First year of issue on the buffalo nickel was 1913. There were 64 different coins in the series. This is a full 40 count roll of full date circulated buffalo nickels. So item number on this one, if you're searching online on the web, 905-10519. A 40 coin herd of buffalo nickels, all presented and shipped to you in a nickel collector tube, snap lock lid. Iconic, true Wild West United States issue, the buffalo nickel. This design became a U.S. Mint icon. They even brought it back in the year 2001 on a commemorative 90% silver dollar. Do you remember that? That was a very quick sellout, one of the quickest and first sellouts in United States Mint history. And they brought it back on that design. That design represented this coin series, the Buffalo Nickels. 905-10519 is the item number. I have to put a 1-minute clock up. We don't have many rolls to go around. I brought in a small hoard of Buffalo Nickels. We sorted through them. We put all the full dates aside for you folks. We rolled up rolls of 40, and we're offering tonight at $49.95. Our competition's at $230 because the best price I found for one of their Buffalo Nickels circulated is $5.75 per coin. Iconic, historic, vintage, Wild West Buffalo Nickels. Everybody knows the Buffalo. They brought it back in 2005 on the reverse of a nickel, and everybody went nuts over it again. They brought it back on a 1991 commemorative half dollar. Everybody went nuts again. There's something about that Buffalo, and it's all because of this very unique and very popular series. 40 coins in all, folks, just $49.95. 1938, we saw the first Jefferson nickel. Now, it did have a couple changes over its time up until this year. The original Jefferson nickel design from 1938 to 2003 had left-facing portrait of Thomas Jefferson. Then we had a second design, was actually 4 different designs between 2004 and 2005, representing the westward journey. And then from the year 2006 to the current day, the obverse on the design changed to a now forward-facing portrait of Thomas Jefferson. 2026, they changed it again, and they put a dual date for the first time ever. This is a 3-coin collection. You get Philadelphia and Denver uncirculated, plus the special, stunning San Francisco proof as well. Each one individually presented in our custom Defender holders for one low price of just $24.95. Get all 3, folks. The new 2026 dual-dated nickel celebrating our 250th birthday.
The Jefferson nickel is entering its 89th year of production this year, making it the longest tenured nickel design in United States Mint history. But 2026 will bring us something we've never seen before. The first ever dual date nickel in United States Mint history. Released as part of the America 250 celebration, celebrating America's 250th birthday, the U.S. Mint is giving us a lot of special first of their kinds. And this nickel has a special 1776-2026 dual date. The first time in history that we've ever seen this done, which is going to make these nickels some of the most important coins in the entire series. And tonight we have a 2-coin Philadelphia and Denver Mint set in NGC certified MS68 6 full steps condition with the coveted advanced release designation. It is item number 905-12620. Again, that item number is 905-12-6-20. And at just $79.95 each, not only are we less than $40 per certified coin, we are more than $20 less than our nearest competition is asking for these coins in MS68 condition without the advanced release designation. You can give us a call tonight at 1-866-518-5933. Or if you don't want to use the phone tonight, that's totally fine. You can also head on over to our website, which is avccoins.com. That's AVC, the word coins, with an S.com. Then once you're there, you'll see a search bar on the right-hand side of the webpage. Just click on that and type in 905-12620. Again, it's 905-12-62-0 to grab yourself an iconic U.S. Mint first in the second highest grade known today. Now, the Jefferson nickel was first struck back all the way in 1938. featuring one of the most iconic and influential presidents in United States history, Thomas Jefferson. One side features a portrait of him facing to the left originally, and his home at Monticello on the back. That design would run from 1938 all the way to 2003, when we would then have the special 2004 and 2005 Westward Journey nickels commemorating the Lewis and Clark expedition that Thomas Jefferson personally chose to have done. Then in 2006, we would see a design change. Instead of a left-facing Jefferson, you can see here, he now faces directly at you from the coin. And then finally in 2026, we would get the first ever Jefferson nickel with a dual date. Today in MS68 condition, NGC has only certified 632 from the Philadelphia Mint and just 379 from the Denver Mint in this grade or better. And there are just 90 in MS69 for the Philadelphia and just 16 for the Denver. So that means, as of right now, only 379 of these P&D sets can exist in this grade. That's why our competition wants more than $100 for them. We are more than $20 less than our nearest competitors. And these coins aren't just in MS68 condition. They have the 6 full steps designation, which is similar to the full bell lines for the Franklin half dollars, meaning they are the finest strikes of the coin, regardless of its grade. And at more than $20 less than our nearest competition, these coins are going to sell out very, very fast. In this condition, very few of these coins are known to exist because by adding more design elements to a coin, it typically makes it harder to strike them, and it often results in those new elements, aka in this case the dual date, causing the coin to not reach the coveted MS68 or higher condition. Our coins are less than $40 each tonight. A P&D pair, $20 less than our nearest competition, and it's going to end up being one of the most important nickels in the history of the United States Mint, which is going to mean it's going to be a very important piece for collectors going forward. You should call in now and grab yours before they sell out.
In the year 2018, the U.S. Mint launched a new series, the Innovation Dollar Series. Just like the state quarters, we're getting a design per state, 56 issues, but what they did was they started it in 2018 with one single coin, an inaugural release. It's the first time ever they did an inaugural coin for a new series in the Collectible Coins. So it's actually 57 coins, with this being issue number 1. They made Philadelphia, Denver uncirculated, they made San Francisco proofs, but they also made San Francisco reverse proofs, and that's what this one is right here. So what it is, it's just the opposite of a proof. Everything on a proof that's frosted in the foreground, mirrored in the background, is flipped opposite, and now you have a frosted background and a mirror-like foreground on the imagery. That's what a reverse proof is. This is the original government packaging as issued in 2018. It's only $14.95. The best part is they made only 75,000. And the other best part of our competition is over $25 more than our low price of just $14.95 each.
The Morgan Silver Dollar is one of the most popular coins ever released by the United States Mint. And if it wasn't for the release of the Silver Eagle in 1986, it could easily be argued as the most collected coin in U.S. Mint history. And when it comes to Morgan Silver Dollars, no mint would strike more than our mother mint in Philadelphia. In fact, those first few years would end up having some of the highest mintages in the entire series, all of them ranking among the top 10. Yet despite that, you'd be shocked at how few of them actually still exist today. We're talking about a fraction of a single % exist. And tonight we have the second and third year of issue, the 1879 and the 1880. 1879, we saw 14.8 million coins struck. In 1880, 12.6 million. Yet, as I said, barely any of them still exist today in any condition with PCGS or NGC based on their population reports. That 1879 Philadelphia Mint Morgan in beautiful, uncirculated condition is item number 9052 That's 905 2000. The 1880 is item number 905 2917. That's 905 2917. And tonight we have these coins in beautiful uncirculated condition for a price that is the absolute envy of our competition. Just $89.95 each. At that price, we are anywhere from $210 to $185 less than our competitors' prices. And no, you didn't hear me wrong. That's how much they want for these stunning silver dollars now that they're getting harder and harder to find than ever before. You see, despite having... Actually, I'll get this in 1 second. You can give us a call tonight at 1-866-518-5933. Or you can head on over to our website, avccoins.com. That's AVC with the word coins.com. Then once you're there, click that search bar and type in 905 2000 for the 1879 or 905 2917 for the 1880. Whether you grab one or both, you cannot go wrong with these two coins. Now back to what I was going to say. In 1879, they struck 14.8 million total coins. But if you look at the population reports today, just 38,685 exist in any condition whatsoever. That's 1 in every 383 coins struck. Less than 1/2 of a single percent of the entire mintage. 0.26% to be exact. So just a fraction above 1/4 of a single percent of the entire mintage. Then the following year in 1880, you would have them strike 12.6 million, yet just 41,696 exist with NGC or PCGS today in any condition at all. That's 1 in every 302 coins struck. Just 0.33% of the entire mintage. Those numbers are quite shocking when you take into account just how many of these coins were made. But there are factors that play into it. Notably, this is back when a silver dollar was still used the same way we use dollar bills today. So these things circulated heavily, oftentimes simply getting destroyed over continuous use. Then you have to add in all the silver melt-offs over the years every time silver hits a high spike, kind of like it is right now. And then you also had the Pittman Act that saw millions upon millions of these coins melted down to be restruck into other things. When you can find the 1879 with our competition, a coin in VF, very fine condition, costs you $197. $107 more than our uncirculated coins here tonight. When you can find a true uncirculated coin, they're asking for $300 now. $210 more than ours. The 1880 is no better. They want actually more for a VF coin, $209. Yet they're a little nicer, asking for just $275 for an uncirculated coin. $185 more than our coins here tonight. And that's not all. These coins aren't just rare for Philadelphia Mint Morgan dollars. They're actually rarer by population than two of the most sought after coins that aren't error strikes in the entire series. I'm of course talking about the 1885 and the 1881 Carson City Mint Morgan dollars. If you look at the population reports today, the 1885, despite a mintage of just 228,000 total coins, there are 62,327 known examples in any grade. Then you had the 81cc, the second rarest coin by mintage in the series at 296,000. It also has over 62,000 coins known today. And to put it in perspective, an 1885 cc in circulated condition is going to run you $1,700 at least. The 81cc is a little better at $1,100. These coins are 20,000 coins rarer in population and are less than $90 each tonight. And to put it into perspective how old these coins are, 1879 is when Madison Square Garden was created. It was when we put milk in glass bottles for the first time, and it's when they first invented the incandescent light bulb. 1880 was the year that the cash register was invented, we had our first electric railway and our first electric street light. That's how old these coins are. They're living, breathing pieces of United States Mint history at over 146 years old. And tonight you can get them for $210 less and $185 less than our competition's prices of $300 and $275, respectively, for the 1879 and the 1880. The only downside to these coins tonight is we just simply don't have a ton of them. Every single time we bring out these one-of-a-kind silver dollars, they disappear quickly, and it seems to be happening tonight as well. So call in now while you still can, because before long, these two special silver dollars are going to end up being lost to history. And now it's time for us to move on to what we have coming up next.
America's most popular silver design, so popular, we use it on the Silver Eagle today. This is the Walking Liberty half dollar. First started in 1916. Last year of issue was this year right here, 1947. We have Philadelphia's and we have Denver's available for just $29.95 each. These are collector circulated grade, encapsulated as well. Your choice. So if you want to join us with one or the other, you can choose one or the other. Each one of the mints has its own item number. Even though they made 4 million, give or take, this year, if you look at population reports, you'll find less than 24,000 Philadelphias have been seen by PCGS and NGC, and just over 26,000 for the Denvers. You're looking at 0.58% Phillies, 0.67% of the mintage on the Denver. That is rare, folks. Hard to find, hard to find. While they last, just $29.95, whereas our competition is $115 to $120 per coin.
The buzz right now is what? The enhanced uncirculated Silver Eagle has been released, right? And it's sold out in less than 2 minutes. It is the most limited Silver Eagle of the year. 125,000 were made and gone that quickly. With that, you've seen my competition out there with $1,200, $1,300 for a 70. Well, we had our allocation. It was a very small one with the small mintage. And we had it talking with our people on the floor. Many of you, I know, chat with them on a regular basis. We had to cut it off. Because this time I said, I want this coin on the air. I want to talk about it for 5 or 6 minutes. So tonight, that's what we're doing. Let's enjoy this while we can. Look at the coin. It is outright special. And the price, well, kind of knocks everybody else out of the park. The label, yeah, PCGS did a great job. Kudos. So this year, we're celebrating the USA 250 theme, but we're also celebrating the 40th anniversary of the Silver Eagle. And we've talked about that a number of times, but it's significant. Inside of that, we have special issue Silver Eagles that the U.S. Mint is dual dating, but they're only dual dating the collector coins. The regular uncirculated is not dual dated. Only the special collector coins. So the West Point Mint coins. So earlier this year, we had the 500,000 proofs. We saw how crazy that was, right? And then now we create, well, something even more special. Every year since 2006, which was the 20th anniversary of the Silver Eagle, this being the 40th, they have issued a West Point struck, what they call uncirculated. The other 19 years were burnished or sandblasted coins. This year, different, enhanced uncirculated. The first and only one of its kind. Okay? And on top of that, they added that beautiful Liberty Bell 250 privy on top of it. So you have 3 things tied to this coin that have not been out there or anything else. A dual dated W Unk. This is an enhanced Unk, and it's the privy Unk. Now, 125,000 were made, making it 4 times rarer than the proofs. And tonight, in 70. We're still under 800 when everybody else is now over 1,000 because it's sold out so quickly. Now, this is going to sell out tonight as well. We only had a handful of these held in reserve, but as I referenced a few minutes ago, I want to talk about it. PCGS is where this group of advanced release coins were sent. Put it in the beautiful Premier label, which has that eagle landing on the side with the dual date. And this time, the dual date actually is on the coin. 1776-2026. With the W enhanced, dual date privy is the topic at hand. Now, I've seen these coins in the original government packaging. So just the OGP, as they call it, selling for $500 because it sold out so quickly. And it probably is going to hold there because there's so many people calling. At 12:30, which is only 25 minutes after it's sold out. It's actually sold out in 2 minutes. So by the time people could dial our phone number and talk to my people, we had people calling, can you get one? Did you get one? What do you have available? And all of it was, well, we have a small quantity. It's in the show tonight. Please tune in. And if I have any left, I'll call you tomorrow. There will not be any left. Not of the advanced release anyways, which, by the way, is the rarest of the rare of this issue. Right? And since this was released on a Tuesday, there's also no official show release either for this particular coin this year. It was released on a Tuesday. The next show, which is out of Michigan, it's going to be a great show, is on Thursday. So, in essence, doesn't qualify for an actual show release. So the label this year is going to be advanced release on the enhanced. Pretty outright special. Now, we've seen enhanced reverse proofs before. Remember 2019? Right? We had the Pride set, the Canadian-American Pride in America set. 225,000 sets sold out. Then we had, well, the S-enhanced reverse proof later that year, 30,000, the rarest, lowest minted silver eagle in history. It's sold out, commands huge premiums today. We had burnished coins like I referenced. The W mint mark has been on Silver Eagle's uncirculated classification since 2006. Regular uncirculated, the bullion coin has none, right? There is no mint mark on it. It's just the bucket it came from and the serial numbers that tell us where it was struck, which is why you'll see W, sometimes P, sometimes S on the label for a regular mint state 60, 70, etc. This one's different. They made it enhanced, which means they changed just the look of the coin. And on top of that, then they also changed the design. They put a dual date on it. They also changed the design by putting the privy mark on it. So, when the year is over, and we're not over for a while yet, you're going to look at the numbers from all the special coins they made, and you're going to come to one simple conclusion that I made months ago. This coin is it. Just it. The congratulations was special. Don't get me wrong. Philadelphia struck, going back to the Philadelphia Mint, the first U.S. mint. 60,000 coins, a quick sellout, yes, but no dual date tied to the program itself. The only dual dated Silver Eagles this year, U.S. Mint official struck, were the proof West Point and then this enhanced West Point. And this one is crushing with only 125,000 struck. Guys, give me a 1 minute clock, please. So yes, this is known as the Premier label. It's the red, white, and blue. It's the flag in the background, the eagle on top, which is the same eagle design on the reverse. We're accenting the W here because, again, these are known as uncirculated by the Mint. This is the first time they've called them enhanced, so it is special. With the obverse with the dual date, only time ever, and the privy mark, only time ever on this series. 40th anniversary, and it's made special. It is made rare. It is made, well, in perfect 70. And tonight, well, it's also under 1,000 by hundreds. We're at $799.95 while it lasts. And I firmly believe these are going to be much higher in price because you can't make up rarity. There are so few of these out there, dwarfing the proof 4-to-1. There's 500,000 proof and only 125,000 of these enhanced uncirculated. The dual date, the same. The privy, the same. The mint mark, the W, the same. Just the finish, this one, is so much rarer. And tonight, well, priced perfectly in this beautiful PCGS Premier label. Give us a call.
In the year 2018, the U.S. Mint launched a new series, the Innovation Dollar Series. Just like the state quarters, we're getting a design per state, 56 issues, but what they did was they started it in 2018 with one single coin, an inaugural release. It's the first time ever they did an inaugural coin for a new series in the Collectible Coins. So it's actually 57 coins, with this being issue number 1. They made Philadelphia, Denver uncirculated, they made San Francisco proofs, but they also made San Francisco reverse proofs, and that's what this one is right here. So what it is, it's just the opposite of a proof. Everything on a proof that's frosted in the foreground, mirrored in the background, is flipped opposite, and now you have a frosted background and a mirror-like foreground on the imagery. That's what a reverse proof is. This is the original government packaging as issued in 2018. It's only $14.95. The best part is they made only 75,000. And the other best part of our competition is over $25 more than our low price of just $14.95 each.
George Washington on a quarter, been there since 1932. George Washington on a dollar bill. That goes back to 1923. So we've been seeing these guys, this guy, for over 100 years. All right? But how many of you knew that they made a Washington silver legal tender half dollar? Those that do, kudos. Because in 1982, well, for the 250th anniversary of our first president, we created a half dollar. A very special issue, an unk and proof. Gorgeous, love them. In silver. But tonight, we have the proof, our favorite, and it's certified as a 70. Wow, when it comes to rarity. So let's enjoy these 4 or 5 minutes, shall we? And the designs, it's all about Washington, right? Now, Washington quarter is that formal bust approach we have in all of our coins, yada, 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 right? This is General Washington on horseback, as we remember from all of the special releases that are out on Netflix and Paramount and Prime, etc. this year, paying tribute to the colonies, what they took under their belt to get us to where we are today, 250 years later. So we get this beautiful image of George on horseback, general-esque, right? Then the other side is obviously his home. Simple, clean Mount Vernon, right? Doesn't get any better. They made 2 versions, as I referenced, a uncirculated, and then this is the proof. They made quite a few of them because who didn't want to have a George Washington half dollar? They made 4.8 million of these proofs. But here is the other side. These coins were made before the U.S. Mint was concerned about certification percentages. The quality, total quality of a coin. They were making these for us, and they knew we were just going to leave it in the government box and let it be. In the late 1980s, NGC, PCGS, ANAX walk onto the stage and say, don't take that guy's word for it or that gal's word for it. Take our word for it. We're the experts. We'll independently certify these for you. And it took off slowly, and now we want to see all of our best coins certified. Do we not? Well, if you go to PCGS's website right now, 40 years later, right? 40 years later. And all they do is certify coins to make money, right? And you look at how many coins are known in proof 70 condition. Not 69, which is 25, 30,000 coins, which is a great coin, by the way. In 70 condition, the best of the best. 1,022. Can you think of a modern issue proof silver eagle with a 70 population under 1,000? That's not a $10,000 coin. I can't. The 95Ws are a little over 1,000, just like this one, and they're what? 15, 20,000 in 70? The S Enhanced Reverse Proof from 2019, there's over 10,000 of those in 70. That's still a $3,500 coin. And they're all beautiful silver eagles, and they're what we do, right? We love that stuff. But this, whole different story. This is what many people consider, and I am one of them, the beginning of the modern era of collecting. The U.S. Mint introduced special issue coins dating back to the Columbus exhibition in 1892 and 1893, followed up by the 1900, right? Washington Lafayette. And then we get into people, places, and things from the teens, 20s, 30s, 40s, and we ended this suite of silver coins in the 1950s. Lots of great themes from, well, Lincoln from 1918, Lexington Concord, and Stone Mountain in 25, just to name a few. But that all ended in the 1950s. Done. So in 1982, we reintroduced the topic of special people, places, and things, coins, for the American public. They are legal tender, so they can circulate, but they're selling for a premium, so again, most don't. It was so popular that in 1983, when the Los Angeles Olympics were held, the U.S. Mint made a silver dollar commemorating that event. Coin number 2, followed up by, well, coin number 3, the 84 Olympics. Followed by coin number, what? The 86 Statue of Liberty, coin number 4. And now we see multiple coins every year in this theme. We love our modern issue collectibles, our modern issue commemoratives. And these are, well, this is, not these are, this is the first. And it's the best. And look at the price. I've been rambling for 5 minutes, and I haven't even mentioned the price yet, have I? Competition, $240, $270, and it's a great coin because, well, the imagery, the first nature of it, but also how few of them are known. When it comes down to collecting, we all understand one very simple premise, right? How many versus how few. And we always want to be on the how few side. That means it's rare. Well, in this case, 4.8 million were made in the original government package, which is that beautiful maroon box. But of those 4.8 million, 40 years later, and all PCGS does is certify coins to stay in business, which we love. And they've only certified 1,022 of them. 1022 as of today. Crazy. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. I do have other special issue commemoratives in 70. I think I have an Eisenhower, 1990 Eisenhower, Statue of Liberty. There's a few of them on our website. Check us out. There's a tab for that. They are very special and very rare. It is, I mean, we've been doing this for 20 plus years. Look at the item number. It's brand new. This is the first time we've had this on in 20 years of doing business, 3 days a night, 3 days a week, 12 to 16 hours a week. That tells you how special it is. $149.95 while they last.
This year we have a new dime, so get in on the last Roosevelt as we know it, 2025. This is a 4-coin set. You get Philadelphia and Denver uncirculated, as well as 2 San Franciscos in proof condition. You get a clad and you get a silver proof .999 fine silver. One low price, $19.95. Each coin will arrive encapsulated as well. Guess what our competition's at? $70 for the same 4 coins. Join us, folks, and save a bundle. Kennedy half dollar, first issued in 1964, replaced the Franklin, and it was a very, very popular release. We still had it in our collecting mintage as of last year, 2025, but they pulled it, and we have a new half dollar now for the first time since 1964. But through that span of time, we have a couple special sets featuring Kennedy. And what is up next is the 50th anniversary 2014 set. It was a 4-coin set. It was the most anticipated release of the year, 2014. And it had 4 distinct different coins, all in 90% silver. So what made these 4 coins distinctly different was we have 4 different finishes. We have a reverse proof. That's the coin there on the top left. That was made at the West Point Mint. Then we have a regular proof. That's the bottom, first one on the bottom, that one right there. That was made at the Philadelphia Mint, the first Philadelphia Mint proof since 1964. Then we had an enhanced uncirculated coin, and that was made at the San Francisco Mint. And then last but not least, this one right here, the satin finish, made at the Denver Mint, the first 90% silver out of the Denver Mint. So not only did we have 4 different finishes, we have 4 different mints, West Point, Philadelphia, San Francisco, and Denver, all collaborating to make this special set happen. You'll see the mint marks on the obverse of the coins above the date as well, and it's just, all in all, a gorgeous set. Mintage figure, very, very low, less than 220,000 after all said and done, and something to compare it to. For this price, $149.95, at a mintage of 219,000. Think about this one. Another very popular Kennedy was in the 2012 silver proof set, where that mintage is almost 400,000, and that set retails for $299. Another special Kennedy half dollar to 2014. The silver proof set, the 2014 silver proof set, has a mintage of almost 500,000. The Kennedy in that retails for almost $75 by itself. So any way you look at this, folks, this is a great buy, a great opportunity to get a very popular set celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Kennedy half. Now, another thing that not many people know is that in the first year of issue, 1964, they were rushing to make this coin because of the late tragic events of 1963. And they pushed through the design. They made the 1964 Kennedy, and the First Lady did not like the design. She thought his hair looked messy. So they had to change the design on the die, and every other coin in the series was made with the revised design. Well, that first coin, 1964, became known as the accented hair variety. So the 1964s, the first strikes on the die, had a very distinct hairline, became known as accented hair. What they did was they made these 2014s to replicate that original 1964 accented hair design. Very, very cool fact about this set. All in all, folks, you got a great deal here. 90% silver, 4 different finishes, 4 different mints, a mintage figure, an edition limit of under 220,000, and a price that can't be beat, just $149.95. Our competition for this set is $468, so you're looking at over $315 less. Time to buy. This one is available online. Website is avccoins.com. Enter 9055368 into the search bar, and you'll find this gorgeous set in its original government packaging. So when we say OGP, it stands for original government packaging. It's as issued by the United States Mint, with the original box, the original certificate of authenticity, et cetera, et cetera. Looking at the finishes again, each one distinctly different. You have that West Point reverse proof. So if you're familiar with regular proofs, it's just the opposite. They reversed out the design on a reverse proof, so your background is frosted and your foreground is high gloss, whereas a regular proof is mirrored background right there. See the two differences? It just looks like a negative images of one versus the other, proof and reverse proof. Then you have your enhanced uncirculated, and then your satin finish, just a little touch different from a regular uncirculated coin. Satin finish has a more satiny-like appearance on the obverse and reverse of the coin, and of course that satin finish was made at Denver with that EU enhanced uncirculated made at the San Francisco Mint. A lot of firsts as well. West Point's first reverse proof in this set right here. Philadelphia's first since 1964, 90% silver in this set right here. San Francisco's first enhanced uncirculated coin, this set right here. Denver's first 90% silver, satin finish, this set right here. So you have a number of firsts, 4 different coins, 4 different mints, 4 different finishes, one low price. the most popular release of 2014, this set right here. Under 220,000 were made. Competition, over $315 more than our low price here tonight on America's Value Channel. Join us, give us a call, join us online via the website, avccoins.com is that website to visit 24/7. There's a beautiful wide shot of the entire set, packaging and all. So it's a folder, each coin encapsulated, certificate of authenticity as well. It comes with a gorgeous presentation box. OGP all the way. 905-5368 is the item number. Getting down to just a hand or so left. We brought in a good little quantity to bring out to you folks. And when they're out until we restock. West Point, Philadelphia, San Francisco, Denver Mint, all coming together with 4 different finishes to make this special 4-coin set celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Kennedy half dollar. 90% silver, and while they last, just $149.95. Let's put a 1-minute clock up, please. Almost out of these, folks. Join us, give us a call, join us online. avccoins.com is the website. $149.95 is the price. Competition, $468. Comparing this set at 220,000 made to the 2012 Silver Proof Kennedy. In the 2012 Silver Proof set, where you had a mintage of 396,000, that entire set retails for $299. There's almost 400,000 of those. How about this? Less than 220,000 for half the price. $149.95. San Francisco, West Point, Denver, Philadelphia, reverse proof, enhanced uncirculated, satin finish, all-in-one OGP, not $468, but you'll see out there on the marketplace, just $149.95. Looking for an $18.99 San Francisco circulated Morgan silver dollar for your collection? Well, folks, now is your chance. San Francisco made 28 issues throughout the entire Morgan silver dollar series. This one here, $18.99, has a total known mintage of just 2.5 million coins. And if you look at population reports combined, NGC and PCGS together, less than 13,000 have been seen. That's incredible. That's a half of a percent of the entire mintage. Crazy, crazy rare. Our competitors want as much as $285 for this coin in circulated condition. We're at $89.95. And by the way, if you want an uncirculated $18.99 San Francisco, you're going to pay upwards of $1,800 for it. Join us on this one. This one is special.
So the enhanced 2026 dual dated Silver Eagle is out. 125,000 coins disappeared before you could spell enhanced. That's how fast it went. And then we had the proof dual date earlier this year. Remember, we had that A&A special spring, sold out there as well. It was a frenzy in Savannah. Well, the other coin this year that nobody's talking about is by far the champion, by far the rarest coin, yet it's the most affordable. That's a head scratcher. You know where I'm going? I hope you do. Because tonight we're going to spend a few minutes talking about that very rare, congratulations, Silver Eagle, but this year from the Philadelphia Mint. So we're in Savannah. The U.S. Mint launches both coins at the same time, which is what they always do. And usually it's just the packaging that's different, right? And the packaging matters because if you send the packaging in with your coin, the grading services will give you the pedigree of it's coming from the congratulations set, meaning you got a home run. It's way rarer than anything else by label. Well, this is USA 250, right? 2026. And the government decided, because of the differences in our Silver Eagles this year, they're going to go to a whole different level of rarity. When we opened up in 1793, the Philadelphia Mint, our only mint at the time, right? We're here. So we're going to go back and strike the first silver eagle of 2026, our 250th anniversary, from the Philadelphia Mint. But we're going to put the P for Philadelphia Mint mark, which you see right there under the wing at 3 o'clock, on the coin. So kind of cool, making it different than anything else for the year. Because the proof, dual dated, right, San Francisco. The enhanced, dual dated, right? So we have these differences, West Point, on the proof and the enhanced. It's all about how many versus how few, right? 500,000 proofs, 125,000 enhanced. And yes, we have a few. Give us a call. But at 125,000 struck on the enhanced, they're more money because people love that coin. This is the real story. The Philadelphia Congratulations. And again, in prior years, without the packaging, can you tell the difference? This year, obvious different. It's the only Congratulations struck at the Philadelphia Mint. It bears the Philadelphia Mint mark. So by looking at the reverse, it's drastically different than anything else. The W proof and or the W enhanced. Yet the proofs are selling for more than this, the enhanced are selling for more than this, and this is significantly rarer and selling for less. Ding, ding, ding. That's why I love this coin. So yes, the dual dated on the proof Silver Eagle is special. And yes, I have one. With the 500,000 edition, it's still a tiny number and it's still really cool. We're celebrating the 40th anniversary of our Silver Eagle this year. It's really cool. For the burnished or satin, they make it enhanced this year instead. The coin that was just released and sold out. Really special. But that's 125,000, double the mintage of this coin. So it has proof going for it. It has the Philadelphia only, but the mintage figure at only 60,000 and gone is why today it's the winner. And no other question, period. The competition, they're up at $3.99. Most of them are over $4. And when you consider the rarity of this coin versus the others that have been made this year, it stands out. It is way rarer. 500,000 proofs, 60,000 congrats. 125,000 enhanced W's, 60,000 Philadelphia congratulations proofs. Drastically different no matter which one you cut it against. But the real separation here is how they marked it. They gave it the Philadelphia Mint mark you're seeing right here at 3 o'clock. That's the game changer. It kind of puts the 2026 congratulations on a different pedestal. Now, they've been making the congratulations since 2013. It was a brilliant idea for packaging by the U.S. Mint. And they've changed packaging once a couple of years ago to the style we're seeing here, which is the jewelry box. It used to be that open card, like a gift card. But the idea was congratulations. So it's a graduation, a wedding, a special event. The best coin we have is the Silver Eagle, the finest quality as a proof. Here you go. I've used them many a times as gifts. But this year's gift is a gift to collectors. It is the one and the only. It is the rarity. It is, well, the price. All wrapped up into a bow. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. Do I have other congratulations? I believe I have a few, but not all. As I referenced, they go back to 2013. Check us out, avccoins.com, as you see in the red at the bottom of your screen. And then you'll see a tab for Silver Eagles. Just click on it, or just type the word congratulations, and it'll bring you to all of them that we have, whether they're OGP and or certified. All great stuff. Do I have any of these in 70s? Yes, I do. Check us out. I have NGC and PCGS in stock right now. Those are crazier than the OGP here is. Talk about rarity, talk about how few of something are known in the finest condition. But I think for the original government packaging, the OGP, which I love, original way of collecting, and you look at what's on the table this year, 3 coins in the Silver Eagle family celebrating our 40th anniversary. A proof with 500,000, an enhanced with 125,000. Both of them dual dated. And then the only Philadelphia proof in a congratulations presentation is at $60,000. No questions asked. That is why this is easily the clear-cut champion of the year.
1938, we saw the first Jefferson nickel. Now, it did have a couple changes over its time up until this year. The original Jefferson nickel design from 1938 to 2003 had left-facing portrait of Thomas Jefferson. Then we had a second design, was actually 4 different designs between 2004 and 2005, representing the westward journey. And then from the year 2006 to the current day, the obverse on the design changed to a now forward-facing portrait of Thomas Jefferson. 2026, they changed it again and they put a dual date for the first time ever. This is a 3-coin collection. You get Philadelphia and Denver uncirculated, plus the special, stunning San Francisco proof as well. Each one individually presented in our custom Defender holders for one low price of just $24.95. Get all 3, folks. The new 2026 dual-dated nickel celebrating our 250th birthday.
Blink and another 6 hours in the books, right? We had a wonderful Wednesday evening, lots of items, only 20 or so sellouts, so it was a good night for products and moving forward. But the good news is this: Thursday night's only a few hours away. We start a little later. We start 9 Eastern on Thursday nights for a 4-hour block. We hope you'll join us. I guarantee you there's stuff in there that hasn't been seen before on the airwaves. So let's talk about it. But until then, thank you all for joining us. Good night.
Collectible Coins is now on YouTube. Watch Steve and Allison streaming live, and then after the show, check out videos of all of your favorite products. Whether you watch YouTube on your TV, phone, or computer, be sure to subscribe and click the bell icon to be notified when we go live so you never miss a show, no matter where you are. Just go to youtube.com/AVC Coins to see individual videos of all of our best products, including Morgan Dollars, World Silver, proof sets, and more. You can even click the link conveniently located in the description of every video to purchase any coin directly on avccoins.com. Be sure to hit the like button on your favorites so that we can keep bringing you more of the coins that you love. The coin show you know and love is now just a click away on youtube.com/AVC Coins. Our dedicated coin website, avccoins.com, is the #1 online destination for collectors, offering 24/7 access to one of the deepest coin inventories in the industry. There are tens of thousands of items on our site, with new listings weekly and specials posted every Monday. You've heard it said before, the United States Silver Eagles are the most in-demand, most anticipated, and most wanted silver issues in the entire world. We've got them by the year, uncirculated, in proof, special issues, and in sets, many of them in original mint packaging, and also certified. Are you missing a specific mint set in your collection? We have them listed individually at avccoins.com, so you're able to grow your collection even quicker. If you're looking for proof sets, we have them. The Philadelphia Silvers, the San Francisco issues, the new silver issues, plus the special premieres, the legacies, the prestige sets, dating back to the 1950s. We have them all online at the best prices. Now let's have some fun with dollars, a very special category. Morgan dollars from all 5 mints: Philadelphia, San Francisco, New Orleans, Denver, and yes, Carson City. We've got all the peace dollars: Eisenhower, Susan B. Anthony's, even the Sacagawea and Presidential Golden Dollars, plus the new Innovation Series. Literally hundreds to choose from. Don't forget, we've got all the collector's packaging too, whether it's coin capsules, tubes, boxes, chests, trays, everything you need to help take care of your collection. You've asked, we've delivered. Now you have the opportunity to go to avccoins.com and acquire exclusive items not seen regularly on our shows. From the collector's experience, you'll find nothing else like it on the entire internet. avccoins.com. Best selection, best prices, guaranteed.